some overrun in the existing timetable, but the idea today is to hear some more evidence in chief from the appellant side on planning matters. In terms of other aspects of the timetable, I've already agreed a revised closing date, and that's going to be Monday the 17th of November for closings. I'm suggesting a 10 o'clock start for that, but it's still subject to agreement on securing a live stream, etc. In terms of site visits, I was able to visit the Aylesham Centre yesterday following the adjournment, and I walked through from Rye Lane onto the Morrison's car park side, and I was able to have a good look around. So I'm confirming that to all of the parties. So that's enough from me. I'm going to turn to Mr. Harris to introduce his witness.
Thank you, sir. Can I call Nicholas Alston, who sits in front of you? You should have from him a proof of evidence, a summary proof, and a rebuttal proof with appendices. I'm going to take all of that as read and just ask Mr. Alston about a few matters that have arisen as a result of the inquiry. Are you Nicholas Alston?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as a principal, that is Senior Director at Avison Young, and you're responsible for leading the London Planning Consultancy team? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Your qualifications and experience are set out at 1, 2 and subsequent paragraphs. We note that you were involved in a 479 homes tower in Nine Elms, Vauxhall, and you're involved at the present time with a 2,000 plus home master plan in London Dock, Wapping. Most of your other work there set out is also in London within the purview of the London Plan. Is all of that correct and accurate?
Yeah, that's correct and accurate.
You tell us that you have been the planning advisor in respect to the site since 2021. It's very clear from the notes of the pre-inquiry, pre-application documents that we have that you were at most, if not all, of the pre-application meetings. Do you just want to say something about your involvement generally in relation to this matter since 2001, last 4 years?
Sure. So I'm effectively the lead planning advisor. I have a team that works alongside me within AY, but I've been involved in the project since Berkeley Homes pretty much acquired the site, and my role really has been to advise and support the preparation of the plan application, which we're looking at today.
Thank you very much. I wonder if we can all just spend a bit of time by opening up CD 12. Where's it gone? Yes, here it is. 12.7. This is the presentation of the architect on day one of the inquiry. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. You have that, sir. It's a bit slow in coming. Yes, it's CD 12.7. It's the architect's presentation. And we've got on the frontis page an aerial view from just about above the station that the inspector just told us about, looking at the development, and we can see the scale, bulk and mass of the development with the Peckham Library in the area beyond. Just have that in your mind's eye for the minute, because what I'm going to ask you questions about is in section 2. There's an aerial view of the existing site from the other direction, looking south. Can we look at that? And when you're there, sir, I'll ask the question. All right. I should have done this just before we introduced Mr. Austin. I apologise. Right. So there we've got it, and the inspector will be familiar with it from a pedestrian's point of view as a result of yesterday. But in planning terms, what do we see there?
So, to me as a planner, what I see is just under 3 hectares of previously developed land that's significantly underutilised. It's in the middle of a major town centre in inner London. It's next door to a bus station, and it's round the corner from a train station with a PTAR rating of 6. It seems to me that in its current state, it's not making any contribution to a number of the really key strategic plan objectives that are set in national planning policy, the London Plan and the Southwark Plan, particularly in terms of boosting the supply of homes, making effective and efficient use of land, sustaining and enhancing heritage assets, and ensuring the future vitality and viability of town centres. And to me, if I'm going to be really simplistic, this is a textbook example of the kind of previously developed site that all of us in this room should be working hard to optimise to meet the needs of Londoners moving forwards, not just for housing. Housing is really important, but there's other key priorities and needs that this site has the opportunity to address as well.
Thank you. I just want to explore a few of those themes by looking at policy GG2 of the London Plan. Policy GG2. So this is CD41, internal page 17. GG2. It's entitled Making the Best Use of Land. And could we go through it, please? I'm going to leave it to you, just to look at what it says those involved in planning and development must do, and the relevance of GG2 to the circumstances you've just outlined.
To me, policy GG2 kind of effectively sums up what I said in my intro, sort of 30 seconds. It's requiring all of us to work together to make the best use of sites such as this. Use the word enable is really important to me. The planning system should be helping to enable these sites to be brought forward for development. It's brownfield land within a town centre, which is part A, which this side proposal accords with. Part B says that we should be prioritising sites which are well connected by existing or planned public transport. As I mentioned, sir, next door for a bus station, round the corner from a station with a PTAR rating of 6. Proactively exploring the potential to intensify the use of land to support additional homes and workspaces, promoting higher density development, particularly in locations that are well connected to jobs, services, infrastructure and amenities by public transport, walking and cycling. To me, that's exactly what the proposal is doing, sir. Applying a design-led approach to determine the optimum development capacity of the site. You heard from the evidence if you had stitched it off last week, and she took you through that process of how we've adopted the design-led approach to make sure that what we're proposing is the optimum proposition for this underutilised site. And as part of that design process, the design team, alongside the broader consulting team, have gone to great lengths to try our best to understand what is valued about the existing places and to use this as a catalyst for growth, renewal and placemaking, strengthening the distinctive and varied character of Peckham. And some of the examples of that is where we've got local architects as part of our team, and there's extensive information and design and access statement of that baseline analysis that the design team have been through. We don't have any open spaces on this site to protect. Nonetheless, we are introducing significant green infrastructure onto the site, just over 1 hectare of new public realm, particularly green public realm. And that's something that came out of the community consultation work, that there's an absence of places to spend time in within the town centre which are green. Through the introduction of new and improved north, south and east-west linkages for cyclists and pedestrians, we're responding positively to part G of the policy. And really just making sure that we're maximising the opportunity of the site as a piece of kind of like public infrastructure, really, in terms of green infrastructure, public open space, housing, the role it plays in the town centre as a whole. So I think this policy, strategic policy, sums up in a nutshell what this proposal is actually seeking to do, sir.
Very much. Next, heritage, please. And I want to explore with you, the planner, the place and weight in the balance, if it's needed, place and weight in balance of the heritage conclusions. Can you pick up the council's report to committee, please, CD31? And can we go to paragraph 255? This is the paragraph where the officers start doing their heritage balance. Do you see it says, having recognised the level of harm arising, in this case, the scale and design of the Rye Lane frontage blocks, A, B and C, and they're all described in earlier paragraphs. Paragraph 215 of the NPP, of the framework, requires decision makers to consider the level of harm in the balance against the public benefits of the proposal, including securing its optimum viable use. In this case, the harm would be localised and focused on this key frontage. That's the Rye Lane frontage, yes? Mm-hmm. So in that context, I want to look, please, at these matters. First, we've got the impact on the view of the clock tower. And I just want to explore with you, again, place and weight in the balance from a planning point of view. Is the view of the clock tower from Rye Lane part of a designed view in terms of the architecture and disposition?
When we're viewing the clock tower from the south along Rye Lane, we're effectively looking at the side of the clock tower, sir. So I think this was picked up in other people's evidence over the past few days. And the clock tower's got one clock on it that faces northwest. Rye Lane extends basically from that clock tower south. So when you're looking at it, at best you're looking at the side of the clock. So I would describe that as it's not its primary face. It's not addressing Rye Lane extends south. It's addressing something else and something to the northwest principally.
Yeah. Now the inspector went to the site again yesterday and walked from Rye Lane station, as most of us do, up Rye Lane. I just want to, because we've got some photos which trace that, but let's go to one of them. In the architect's presentation, if you go a few pages on from where you were, I don't think these are paginated, unfortunately. Is there a...
We do PDF pages, perhaps.
Can we do PDF pages? Then it's... Then it's that page. It's site history and evolution. That's it. 21.
21.
Brilliant. Where is that? How did you get to that? Okay. Right. We'll talk about, do you see the bottom right there? There's the existing view up Rye Lane. And again, the inspector would have spotted this on the site both times. But there's the existing facade, about which a little more later. But in terms of the view of the clock tower in Rye Lane, what the present blue plastic arch do to that?
It blocks that view.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
So you can't see the side of the clock tower when viewed from that particular position on Rye Lane due to the pop-up of the kind of entrance to the atrium at the Aylesham Centre.
Yeah.
It blocks it.
So when it comes to a sort of hierarchy of views of the head and shoulders, as it's being called, what's your view in planning terms of where this sits in the hierarchy of views?
Well, the view of the clock tower has been identified as a key view, but it's currently blocked in its existing condition when viewed from the south on Rye Lane. But it's an important view as a locally listed building in the conservation area. But as I've mentioned, its principal face upon which it should be viewed is coming from the opposite directions from the northwest.
Thank you. Can we pick up the report to committee, please? Again, you should be open. 241. We've gone to this paragraph a lot. I'll just read the bottom part of it. The taller buildings in the site have been clustered away from the head and shoulders of the clock tower and in views from Peckham Road. The top of the clock tower outline would remain free from clutter behind when viewed in the more important views along Peckham High Street from the west. Do you agree or disagree?
agree that's an important view and that we've kept the buildings away from the head and shoulders. That's what we've done. And so just to elaborate on that on one of the site visits with Southwark officers, we spent a good 15 minutes almost at that exact spot on a high street, looking at that view and do it from a kinetic perspective, walking up down 20 yards back, 20 yards forwards to see how the view and the head of shoulders of that building changed as you moved up and down that street. And it was a real focus of the design and conservation officer at the council, which was, this is your key view. I need you to keep the head and shoulders clear of buildings. Everything else was less important.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of questions about the design brief. We can go to it if needed. Is there any other design brief other than the one that is in the core documents?
No, Sarah, there's only one design brief.
Right. And when it refers to keeping the sky behind the head and shoulders clear from the Burger King view, it's not a very sexy element in any document, but is that consistent or inconsistent with what you just told us about the guidance that you were given pre-app?
It's all consistent. It has been throughout. That's the key consideration. There's a series of views that go along almost like on that kinetic basis along that part of the street, and the aspiration, and not the aspiration, the very clear guidance from officers in terms of what's really important for us to have regard to is keeping those head and shoulders free.
Thank you. And again, would that sort of approach be consistent or inconsistent with the officer's own characterisation of the harm as the council sees it being localised and focused on a key frontage?
I think that is consistent. This point about localised and focus, it's quite a big conservation area, sir, and sort of the area of contention is an effect on one small part of that conservation area, which is that key frontage.
Right. Key frontage. I just want to explore that. In terms of the conservation area, officers think that's a key frontage. So we need to know, don't we, what contribution that key frontage presently provides? Yes or no?
Yes, it's important. The baseline position.
So can we pick up the document dealing with this, which is the conservation area appraisal?
You reminded the CD?
Yes, I can. It's CD 6.1. And it's internal page 29. Let me know when you're there.
The section that says negative elements at 4.4.
Yeah, just pause there. Do you agree with officers that this is a key frontage?
Yes.
Right. What does that mean when you're looking at its impact on the character and appearance and the conservation area? Is it more than something that is not key and is in a different part of the conservation area and is less important, or is it less?
By being key, it's more important.
Yeah, thank you. And if it's harmful, how important is it that something is done to try and make it better?
It's really important. You know, we have a duty and obligation and policy to try and enhance conservation areas. So if something is really important component of that conservation area as a key frontage, it's important that we look at that, particularly if it's a negative element as described by the council in its conservation area appraisal.
Right. So look at 4.4. Is there any doubt in your mind, just reading it as a whole, as to whether this is positive, negative, or neutral?
Well, look, the title says negative elements, so I think the clue is in the title, sir. It's clearly described under the title negative elements. That's having a negative effect on the conservation area.
Yeah.
It goes on to say that it has an indifferent character that does little to enhance the conservation area, but clearly indifferent, I suppose, could be described as almost like a neutral word, but the basis is under the heading negative. My personal professional view is it's clearly a negative effect on the conservation area, and to me that accords with what the council is saying in its conservation area appraisal in section 4.4.
What about 4.44?
says the key buildings and sites that detract from the character and appearance of the conservation area are listed below, and then it provides a list, and we're in there.
Thank you. And if you look at that list over the page, the key buildings that detract from the character and appearance of the conservation area are listed and include the Aylesham Centre, improvements to the frontage on Rye Lane by redevelopment of the 1980s shopping centre is mentioned.
Yes, a couple of bullets down to 4.5.2. So there are other sites within the conservation area that are having a negative, and it follows. It makes sense. It's identified as a negative element, and that's kind of how do you fix that? You redevelop the site. So it's,
look at 4.5. Thank you. 4.5, look what it says towards the end. In the main, the buildings themselves should remain, and any changes considered in the light of the guidance set out above. In some instances, there is a case to be made for new buildings, either to fill gaps in the urban fabric or to replace poor elements with more appropriate design.
Yeah.
What do you take from the word replace?
Demolish and redevelop with a new building in its most sort of literal sense.
Thank you. Aylesham Centre is there identified as one of the key buildings. It is said it is to be redeveloped. Is that one of the replacement ones or one of the keeping ones?
That's certainly one of the replacement ones.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Now, I just want to explore with you how this works. So the frontage of the building facing into the conservation area, frontage of the building facing into the conservation area. Is there anything in the frontage of the Aylesford Centre that leads you to say it escapes the definition of negative identified in the CAA that we just looked at?
No, so we were just looking at an image on page 21 of the architect's presentation. In the bottom right hand corner, there's the view of the Aylesham Centre. Now, I'm not an architect, I'm not going to pretend to be so, but what I see in that image is a nondescript, very wide, very horizontal red brick building with some little arches and blue bits stuck to the outside of it. To me, that has no particular architectural merit. I struggle to see how this has any positive impact on the conservation area. This is a bland utilitarian building.
Yeah. And so for this key building on the key frontage, which ought to be nominated for replacement, using the words that we've just seen from the documents, how does it fare?
To me, it's the evidence in the conservation area appraisal is appropriate in saying the building's detracting from the significance of the character and appearance of the conservation area, and the solution to that is to remove this building and replace it with something better.
Thank you. And in terms of how the planning system then ran with that nomination of replacement, what was the next step that the planning system engaged in?
Well, think about the local plan, sir. The local's planning for needs, not just housing needs and town centre needs, but also looking to enhance conservation areas. So more than 15 years ago, the council started the preparation of the Peckham and Nunhead Area Action Plan, which was adopted in 2014. Allocates the site for comprehensive redevelopment, including demolition of the existing buildings. That allocation was carried forwards into the more recently adopted new Southern Plan that was adopted in 2022. Again, supports the comprehensive redevelopment of those existing buildings. So, as is supposed to happen, the evidence base has informed the policies in the council's local plan, and it seeks to improve the condition of the site from a heritage perspective through redevelopment.
Thank you very much. Then dealing with the component parts, we've got the existing facade, and you've characterised that, and we've also got heritage evidence on that. Your judgment, please, is that enhanced or made worse in character and appearance terms compared to the existing by the proposal?
So my view is the proposed development enhances that frontage.
Thank you. And again, in character and appearance terms, the backland of the development, the inspector had a good walk around there yesterday. How would you characterise that part of the backland which is in the conservation area?
So we describe that as the Morrison's North Service area, which I think aptly describes the contribution it makes to the character appearance of the conservation area. It has a negative effect. If you're viewing into the conservation area from that part of the site, it detracts from the character and appearance.
Thank you. And the proposal, that part of the conservation area?
It will be a significant improvement, sir. We're replacing what I'm going to describe as very low quality existing buildings in terms of their contribution to character and appearance with really well designed buildings. And therefore, by definition, those really well designed buildings are going to improve the character and appearance of the conservation area.
And the setting of the conservation area?
Included in the setting of the conservation area, sir.
And permeability, please. How permeable is the existing facade?
Well, look, there's only really one way through the facade, and that's through the Aylesham Centre, sir. And I think, as you noticed when you visited on Sunday, you mentioned that it might have been closed. It's only open during kind of shop opening hours. And part of the character, if you look at the conservation area as a whole, is you've got these little alleyways and little lanes that punch through going east from Rye Lane. And through the introduction of proposals, we've introduced a couple of additional punch-throughs, as I would describe them, which improves that connectivity and that permeability east-west across the conservation area. And also, I note that this is one of the aspirations of the site allocation, NSP 74, which is to improve that east-west cycle and pedestrian connectivity, including a new route in the northwestern corner, if you look on the little diagram of the site allocation. So I think the allocation is responding again to the analysis of the existing character of the conservation area that's got those cut-throughs and those little routes, and it's combining those with broader planning policy planning policy aspirations in terms of improved connectivity to the benefit for all.
Thank you. All right, let's see what that gets us in decision-making terms. If the key building and the key frontage in the conservation area is harmful, what weight do you invite the inspector to give to its removal? And if he finds that that is either an enhancement or leaves the conservation area unharmed, what weight should be given?
No, we need to give great weight to these considerations. If we've got something that's detracting from the conservation area, we need to be giving great weight to the benefit of removing that detracting component, and then great weight to an improvement that can arise as a consequence of its redevelopment.
Thank you.
Me or Russell? Okay. Is that better?
I won't ask again, but that's just. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. So, in those circumstances, if the conservation area is left unharmed, in terms of the fasciculus, that's what the courts call it, the fasciculus of policies in the NPPF, is paragraph 215, the heritage balance, engaged or not?
If it's left unharmed, 215 is not engaged, sir.
Thank you. Now, we know there are others around the room who say that there is harm. If there is harm, in the terms of the officer's report, which is localised and focused on the key frontage, if that is the case, given the nature and scale of that impact and the hierarchy of views and various other things that you've identified, if there is harm, not our case, but if there is, how reasonably would that be characterised in your judgment in terms of level of harm?
Well, sir, I have regard to Mr. Eldridge's evidence and his conclusion that there is no overall harm. I am obviously conscious that other people have a different opinion, and so if I was going to bring all those considerations together and reach my own view, at worst, it would be a very low level of less than substantial harm.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Next heading is public benefits and housing. We saw yesterday, so I don't think we need to go to them, what the London plan says about the scale and urgency of meeting all housing types. you just say something about that London plan first?
Sure, sir. The London plan, the adopted version of the London plan, makes it explicitly clear that there simply aren't enough homes in London. London's population has been increasing quite sharply for a number of years, and the forecasts are that it's going to continue to grow very sharply. To me, this isn't just a regional consideration. This is of national significance. We need to build more homes in London. We can see that, which is evident in the draft London plan, in terms of the consultation paper that's published a few weeks ago. We can see that in recent applications from government and the mayor. But even back to 2021 London plan and previous versions of the London plan, it's all been very consistent. We need to build more homes, and it's homes of all tenures.
Thank you. How relevant is that, if at all, to the weight which the inspector should give to the delivery of housing in the present case? 867 from memory.
Sir, to me, we need to be giving very significant weight to the delivery of new homes for Londoners. There's an awful lot of information that I've included in my evidence, including in one of the appendices, that sets out just how acute that need is and what the social and economic harm is that is associated with not meeting the needs of the housing needs of Londoners. So to me, we should be given, just as a starting point, very significant weight to the principle of building new homes anywhere in London, which includes this site.
Yeah, just on that last point, and again, it's a bit off track, but it picks up a question that was put by my learned friend, Mr. Turney, yesterday, where he identified that the wards in which the proposal lies are among some of the poorest in London. Does that mean you shouldn't put market housing in those wards, or what? How does the planning system address that sort of proposition put by my learned friend?
Sir, London is seen as a single housing market. That's how the mayor defines it in the London plan. He basically is saying, look, when considering the needs of housing needs of Londoners and how those needs should be met, London should be treated as a single housing market, and that is the approach that is taken to the setting of strategic policies in the London plan. It acknowledges that this sort of large single housing market has a series of little sub-markets that overlap and interlink, but they are within this single overarching housing market, and that's how we should be looking at housing supply. We should be looking at what is needed for London. We've got the numbers in the adopted plan. They jump up to 88,000 if you follow the new standard method, and that's what the new London plan is seeking to plan for. In practice, it's hundreds of thousands of homes need to be provided in London over the next few years.
And if I could just ask a question, how does that fit in with mixed and balanced communities?
From a mixed and balanced communities perspective, so it's important that homes are brought forward of different tenures to contribute to that overarching objective. Now, as we can see, as you'll be aware from our proposal, there are a mix of tenures. There are also a mix of different types of homes and a mix of different sizes of homes. So providing housing choice that will help support the continuation of a mixed and balanced community in this local area.
And if you've got predominantly very poor areas, what does the planning system say about not investing or regenerating or providing different tenures of all types within those areas?
Sir, whether or not a neighbourhood may have a concentration, I use the word poor people, that's not a consideration. Really, we should be regenerating all parts of London from a physical regeneration perspective, alongside seeking to boost the social regenerative benefits that can arise from development as well. So the existing socio-economic characteristics of the area are they're a consideration, but it should be something that shouldn't resist physical regeneration in any shape or form.
Thank you. And again, I think dealing with the inspector's point, we know that the London plan has an estate regeneration policy which aims to ensure that 100% social housing is not a continued tenure in large parts of London. What does that say about mixed and balanced communities, please?
What it's saying, where you do have a high concentration of one particular tenure, such as social rent, it encourages the diversification of that tenure mix through the introduction of market housing or intermediate housing.
Thank you. Can we then pick up, please, the letter from the Secretary of State through to Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London?
You remind me of the CD?
Yes, it's CD 129.
Thank you.
Oh, 1219. Thank you very much. It begins with this sentence: Dear Sadiq, we both appreciate the need to urgently deliver more homes of all tenures if we are to tackle the housing crisis and boost economic growth. And I know you share my commitment to doing so. Let's just take a bit of time with that, shall we? We both appreciate the need to urgently deliver more homes of all tenures. That's the Secretary of State's, the office of the Secretary of State writing to the Mayor of London in September 2024. Urgently deliver more homes of all tenures. First, what does that mean? Second, how relevant is that to the weight to be given to the delivery of such homes?
So what the letter is doing is effectively confirming and validating my evidence. It's confirming a central government alongside the mayor the very, very significant importance of boosting the supply of new homes. And it's not just the scale of new homes, sir, it's the urgency. This matter has been going on literally for my entire career, and the urgency grows every single year. We need to be building new homes at scale and urgency to meet this critical and acute need for new homes for Londoners. And it's of all tenures. It's of market housing, it's for intermediate housing, and it's for it's for social rented housing and other affordable products. That evidence is underpinned by the London Plan schma, it's underpinned by the borough's schma. We need all tenures of all homes, and that's what the London Plan and the Southwark Plan policies seek to deliver.
Thank you. And the weight that you give to that delivery in those circumstances?
Very significant weight.
Thank you. And then we look at and boost economic growth. What's that about?
Well, look, sir, forgive me for being a little bit London-centric here, but London is the engine room of the British economy in some respects. We need to make sure that we've got the homes that are necessary to support the workforce to deliver the economic growth that this country desperately needs out of London. Aside from the fact that development itself generates direct and indirect employment, it is a significant contributor to the economic objectives of the London Plan and national economic policy, alongside those of the borough. And the socio-ec section in the ES and other application documentation measure those positive economic impacts.
And again, in general terms, we can go to it if you like, but what does the NPPF say about the urgent need for economic growth being one of the government's primary positions at the present time?
So I think it's fair to say it highlights it as been something that is very significant and very urgent. Bear in mind that the country's current state and the country's finances.
Thank you. Go to the fourth paragraph, please. Our proposed new standard method produced an ambitious but deliverable figure for London of nearly 81,000 a year. That's 810,000 over the 10 years. Have we moved on from that, in fact?
Yes, we moved on from that, sir. We're on 88,000 now. It seems to creep up by the day sometimes, but that's the new standard method. And if you look at the consultation draft of the new London Plan, that's confirming that the mayor will be planning for the delivery of 88,000 new homes per year across London in the new London Plan. So my comments I made a few minutes ago about we need not just a few homes, but hundreds of thousands of homes. That's the reality. The new London Plan is planning for hundreds of thousands of homes to be delivered.
And that's all tenures.
All tenures, yes, absolutely, sir. The policies start with the number of homes. That's the leading consideration, is how many homes do we need to build. Then the policies lead into what should the tenure of those homes be, and how should those tenures be provided for, particularly in respect to affordable housing. That's where it cascades into the threshold approach set out in the London Plan.
That's policy H5.
Correct.
All right, looking at the same paragraph, at the time the Secretary of State wrote this letter, she pointed out that 81,000 seemed a long way away. To achieve it, output in the capital will have to increase markedly from the current average of 37,200. That was the average between 2019 and 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Has delivery in London since then gone up or down?
So in my evidence, I include quite a few facts and stats, which are very pertinent to this point. Housing delivery in London has collapsed. I think the number for this borough is there were 40 or so starts in the entirety of last year. And there are a number of boroughs where there were no starts last year. So we have a massive problem with the deliverability of homes of all scales. So this 37,000, kind of the average, I'm expecting that to drop off a cliff. Well, it already has dropped off a cliff, and now I'm expecting that to be reported in the housing delivery tests that may be coming forward in the not too distant future. So, sir, the position has got worse because not only has supply failed to keep up with need over the past few years, it's getting worse. It's reducing and supply is falling. So the need gets worse and worse every single year.
And the weight to be given to the provision of all types of housing in those circumstances?
Very significant weight. I'd like to think of a word that's better than very significant, sir, but it's very substantial, very significant.
Well, we might find one now. Let's look at the emergency guidance, shall we? CD 642. Can we look at CD 641? Oh no, sorry, I've got that wrong. It is 642, I think. Yeah, 642. And the last sentence on page 1. House building in London has faced significant challenges over recent years due to a combination of the legacy of the previous government, impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, high interest rates, spiralling construction costs, regulatory blockers and wider economic conditions. This has created a perfect storm, resulting in more than a third of boroughs recording 0 house building starts in the first quarter of this year. Is that the sort of thing you were talking of?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are they talking there about all tenures?
It's all tenures. As I mentioned, the starting point is how many homes in totality are being brought forward and how many homes in totality should be provided for,
Right.
planned for.
Now, we've got also the guidance which sits next to it. And as people have fairly pointed out, it's the subject of the need for consultation. Well, first, the exact position is not yet known, A. B, it's the subject of consultation. And C, the full package will need new law, civil relief, etc. So I'm not going to ask about the detail of those necessarily, but I'm going to ask about why these emergency measures have been put in place. Do you understand?
Yes.
Right.
So,
just bear with me. What these emergency measures have been put in place. What relevance, if any, is that to the importance and weight of delivery as a benefit?
the measures have been proposed as a solution to fix the collapse in housing supply. And so they are basically trying to deliver the homes that we need, which is highlighting the significance of the benefits of delivering homes at scale and at pace in London.
Thank you. One of the things that they suggest might be appropriate and might come in is a form of approach to affordable housing that means that the government will accept reduced levels of affordable housing in order to secure delivery overall. Now, I'm going to ask you about that principle. Reduced levels of affordable housing in order to secure delivery overall. What's the importance of that, please?
Well, first of all, by reduced affordable housing, it's a reduction to the threshold level. whereby you don't need to submit viability evidence, and it's suggesting that the current threshold level of the fast track approach is just unattainable for the majority of developments. So they're reducing. So it's like a reality or an acceptance of the reality, and to try to use this as a mechanism to incentivize delivery now. And this point about now is really important, sir, because we have such an urgent, chronic need for new homes.
Thank you. Next, please, what do these documents read together tell us about the importance of economic growth to the nation?
It's absolutely essential, sir. As I mentioned earlier, development is a significant contributor to the UK economy. The two things go hand in hand. We need homes to meet a social need. We also need homes to meet an economic need, because we need to house our people somewhere. And they're a direct contributor to economic growth.
Thank you. And we got the new Secretary of State at the bottom of page 2 in a press release. Now, whether and when these things come in, we don't know, but this is what the Secretary of State, Steve Reid, is telling everybody. Getting spades in the ground in London is crucial if we want to see the biggest increase in social and affordable housing and meet our target of delivering 1.5 million homes in our plan for change. Mm-hmm. What weight do you ask the Secretary of State's inspector to give to that?
Well, sir, it's a material consideration in that it's according with the evidence that I've submitted as part of my proof. We need to deliver the homes, and as part of the delivery of those homes, affordable and social rented housing will be delivered as part of that. And if you don't deliver any homes, you don't deliver any affordable homes. And that's exactly how the policies in the London plan and the Southwark plan are set up. We have the requirement to deliver homes, and then it sets out a process, or rather a mechanism through which those developments should be contributing to the need for affordable housing.
Thank you. Now, as we saw yesterday, Mr. Ibbott, in his proof of evidence, identified that only moderate weight should be given to housing because of the existence of a 7.21 year housing land supply. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Right. Can we put the housing land supply to one side for the minute? Even without considering housing land supply, on the basis of the evidence that we've looked at so far, is Mr. Ibbott's identification of moderate weight to the delivery of 679 units a tenable one, or one with which you agree?
No, I don't agree, sir. It needs to be much, much more than moderate weight. It needs to be a very significant weight. Londoners need places to live, and there aren't enough of them at the moment. We need to build more homes of all tenures.
Thank you very much. Now, can we turn to the reasons why Mr. Ibbott says moderate weight? He specifically identifies the 5-year land supply, but earlier in the proof also identifies the fact that last year the 3-year housing delivery test was at 80%, and therefore the tilted balance wasn't engaged. Remember that?
I remember.
All right. Now we're going to get the HDT for this year and the preceding 2 years. By convention, it comes in the second week of December. Now, but we've got now an AMR from the local authority, so we can have a look at whether they, on the evidence that we've got, are anywhere close to reaching the HDT standard, which will formally be announced by the government for the next 3 years soon. And you heard his answers to me yesterday. Do you agree with him that it's very likely indeed, that's what he said, that the HDT standard of 75% will not be met?
So if you take the figures that are in the council's AMR that was published a few weeks ago, just before we exchanged proofs, take those numbers, that suggests that the council will fall short of the 75% for both of those 3-year periods that we're expecting to be reported. I did some quick calculations which suggest it'd be about 69% and the early 70s for those 2 reporting periods that we're expecting to come through. So I'm expecting the council to fail the housing delivery test. Its most recent figure is pretty old now. It goes up to till April 2023. They scored 82% on that. So clearly that's quite a way short of 100%. And so it's showing a consistent trend of being short of the requirement and a trend that it's getting worse. And this feeds into this point about urgency. We need to urgently address this matter because the situation is getting worse.
Thank you. And in terms of that 82%, were you here yesterday when Mr. Ibbott accepted that 2 of the 3 years were COVID-based years where there'd been a adjustment so that not the whole of the period had been taken into account and they now fall out of the system?
Yeah, that's right, sir. It was an understandable response from the government to be kind of fair and reasonable in terms of providing these scores. But yes, that period of time is now fallen out of the kind of the reporting window, as it were, for the housing delivery test moving forwards.
Thank you. Then the 5-year land supply, please. I mean, we heard Mr. Ibbott's evidence on this yesterday, so I can take it much shorter. But we got the Rule 6 statement from the local authority claiming a 5-year land supply based on a 2021 assessment. What weight do you ask the inspector to give to that?
Well, we've got the 2021 assessment form part of the evidence base that informed the new Southern Plan, and it tallies, sir, with the housing trajectory, which is at the back of the new Southern Plan. I think it's Annex 2 on memory. So those kind of talk together and seek to demonstrate that at the point in time that the new Southern Plan was adopted, the council would be able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. And as you know, that's kind of like a prerequisite for demonstrating that the plan is sound. So it is understandable.
Thank you. But the weight to be given to it in these proceedings in 2025...
It's out of date, sir.
Right, thank you. And then in Mr. Ibbott's proof, there was an allegation of 7.21 years land supply. Was any evidence in support of that provided, site by site, for example, in Mr. Ibbott's evidence or in any evidence produced by the local authority?
No, sir. I have to say, when I first saw that, I was quite surprised because I prepared my proof with all this evidence in the back of it saying how supply had dropped and all the rest of it and how so many sites were stored across London. So I was quite surprised that the council were reporting a 7.2 year 5-year supply, 7.2 year supply of deliverable land. So understandably, I looked into it, and the information provided with the council had no evidence that sat behind it. It just had almost like a front cover table which set out the sums and the numbers, as I said, without a schedule of sites or anything that sat back. So we approached the council to say, understandably, I want to investigate the robustness of this because it just doesn't seem right to me, just as a matter of principle. And so then the council provided us, and I say us because it was my team of planners that overseen and asked the question. They provided us with the schedule of sites that sat behind that assumption of 7.2 years.
Thank you. Now, this was accepted yesterday, and it's in the PPG. It's under the heading Housing Supply and Demand, and it says, in order to demonstrate 5 years worth of deliverable housing sites, robust, up-to-date evidence needs to be available to support the preparation of strategic policies and planning decisions. Is that of direct relevance to this case?
Yeah.
So we need robust, up-to-date evidence. Do you think what was provided in the proof passes that test, please?
No.
Right. So what did you do? We've got your rebuttal.
I went through all the sites. I mentioned that we asked for basically the sites from the council, and I took it upon myself to review every single one of them because, as I said, sir, I was quite surprised that the council were reporting such a high level. So I reviewed the sites, and this is all reported in my proof of evidence to reach a view as to whether or not the sites included in the schedule reasonably accorded with the definition of deliverable, which is sat in the Annex 2 of the MPPF. Now, I effectively reported back in my rebuttal, my view that a sizable chunk of those sites really should not be treated as being deliverable. So, for instance, sites that didn't have planning permission, or sites that I knew had been that were stored, sites that I knew may have a planning permission for, say, residential, but had been sold as a retail park to continue trading as a retail park for the foreseeable future. So I reported that back to the council not to the council, as part of my rebuttal, sorry, sir, to be absolutely clear.
And we've got that as Appendix B, haven't we?
That's right.
So can we go to that just so that you can show the inspector how that works? Appendix B, and you've looked at all of the sites.
That's correct.
And what, having regard to that and the definition of deliverability, what was the conclusion that you reached in terms of what the reality was in terms of 5-year supply or not?
So my view is that a more reasonable and accurate assumption of the council's supply of deliverable housing land was around 3.8 years.
Thank you.
A sizable gap. We're not talking just a fraction below 5, a significant difference.
Right. Now, would that be consistent or inconsistent with the housing delivery figures and AMR figures that we've been looking at?
It's all consistent, sir. It's all going down. The housing delivery tests we're expecting to be on a downward trajectory.
Yeah.
The amount of land that's deliverable in the borough is also going on a downward trajectory. And that it's not unique to Southwark, sir. This is what's happening across London as a whole. And as I've mentioned, London really is a single housing market.
Thank you. And then what happened was that the local authority came up with, just before the inquiry started, I think on the Friday before the inquiry started, 827.
Mm-hmm.
Can we look at that?
Yeah, got that.
Okay. And 827 is a reworking by officers that not before the inquiry. Mr. Ibbott had to do this for them. But that concludes, looking at the table at the end, that the local authority are claiming, notwithstanding what's in the AMR document 7.21, that they are now claiming 5.04.
That's correct.
Just squeaking home on the tilted balance deeming. I just want to explore that with you, please. First, there's an entire category of sites which have got a resolution to grant planning permission, but no planning permission.
That's right.
And what's said is the fact that they've got a resolution to grant is sufficient for them to go in the 5-year land supply. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree, sir. There's about 2,500 homes sat in that schedule, which the council is still identifying as being deliverable. They don't have planning permission. Some have got a resolution to grant by committee. So to be clear, what I mean by that is it's been reported to Southwark's planning committee. They're resolved to approve the plan application subject to the resolution of the Section 106 agreement. Now, some of those committees were quite a long time ago, like a year or two ago. And so progress with resolving the Section 106 agreement has demonstrably been slow, if I can use that word. And so it may be that some of those 2,500 homes may turn out to be deliverable, but I would think it is reasonable to assume that a significant proportion of those aren't deliverable. And if we look at the definition at Annex 2 of the NPPF, sir, councils can count sites that are allocation sites where they don't have planning permission as part of their deliverable land supply, but they've got to provide evidence that demonstrates that they are deliverable. All the council have done is said, oh, we've resolved to grant planning permission. Now, to me, that is not evidence to demonstrate they're deliverable. And we've also got to think about the timescales of bringing forward development in London. So the appellant is one of London's largest house builders. And as with the majority of development across London, particularly inner London, most development is higher density. Most development includes tall buildings. So I've sought advice from the appellant, Berkeley Homes, to say, look, how long does it really take to get to a point where you're completing new homes once you've got planning permission? The answer is 5 years in a scheme of high density scheme with tall buildings. And that's due to going through detailed design, getting through the building safety regulator, and then building the thing before you can get some occupations in there. So really, if you've got even to have a fighting chance of getting occupations in the next 5 years, your planning permission has got to be granted. And so with that in mind, my view is, I've got the number noted down, it's 2,486 homes there. In my view, they don't have planning permission. They should not be identified in the deliverable supply. Now, there's a couple of further points I can make on that point.
Well, just pause there for a minute. I'd like to look at the note, please, that was provided, 827.
Yeah.
The justification for putting every 04 appears at paragraph 3. It says the council does not accept the appellant's approach in all respects. However, the appellant has admitted sites that are pending a decision or with a resolution to grant permission. Such sites with a resolution to grant should be considered deliverable. A resolution confirms the local authority's acceptance of the principle of development and indicates the site is suitable and available. Come back to that. The absence of a completed section 106 is often a procedural matter, not a reflection of viability or intent. Do you see the word often there?
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that mean in relation to whether you should put the whole category of sites with a resolution to grant into the 5-year land supply, just on that point alone?
Well, the council effectively using that word to qualify their position often is effectively it's a qualifying word, which suggests that it's indicating the Section 106 negotiations can take some significant time.
Thank you. And then there's an assumption that once they've got a resolution to grant, then there is an inevitability that there will be housing coming in the first 5 years. Is that an appropriate assumption?
No, sir. They make reference that sites are suitable and available. Yep, fair enough. But they're not necessarily deliverable. And with all the evidence you have from Mr. Levine and also the evidence in my proof and so on, there is a massive deliverability issue alongside the evidence I just flagged in terms of the advice I've received from the appellants in terms of how long it actually takes to build homes in London at the moment.
Sorry. We don't need to go through all of the table, but Nyes Wharf is counted within the 5 years land supply, isn't it?
It is. So, and this is a bit of a frustration because in my rebuttal, I include a letter from Berkeley Homes. So Berkeley, the appellant, they also have other sites within the borough. They're one of the biggest deliverers of housing in Southwark. And the Nyes Wharf site forms part of basically a bigger site that we refer that includes the Malt Street regeneration site. So it's site allocation NSP 66. It forms part of that. And in my letter that's appended to my proof, it explains very clearly that phases 2 and 3 of the Malt Street regeneration site in Nyes Wharf are not deliverable, and a fresh planning application has been submitted because those schemes that have been approved are not viable. So I'm the planning consultant on that project, and we lodged a planning application a few weeks ago, and it was validated by the council a few weeks ago, and the application documentation makes it explicitly clear that this scheme is not going to move forward. Phase 1 is moving forward. Phase 2, stored, not deliverable, not going to happen. Hence why we've prepared a fresh application to try and address the reasons why the approved scheme has been stored. And the council have done something a bit odd. They've taken out the balance from the Malt Street planning permission, and they've removed that from their schedule, but they've left in the Nyes Wharf planning permission. So to be clear, there's 2 planning permissions at the moment, and we're replacing it with a whole new one, a single master plan and a new application. So they've adopted one rule for the balance of the Malt Street site and a different rule for the Nyes Wharf site, but in practice they're the same site, sir, and that's what we refer to as phase 2 and 3 of Bermondsey Place or the Malt Street regeneration project. So to me, if the council have accepted that the 1,000 or so homes on the Malt Street site should be removed from the schedule, it follows that they must also agree that the 153 homes for the Nyes Wharf site should also be removed from the schedule of deliverable housing land.
And were you here yesterday when Mr. Ibbott said, well, I'd been told by those officers that they'd removed all the ones that Berkeley said were not deliverable?
Yes, I was here.
So that was what he was told. Is what he was told, we're not denying that's what he was told, that's clear. Is what he was told correct?
No,
on analysis.
No, the schedule, I've got it in front of me, sir. Nyes Wharf is still in there for 153 homes.
Thank you. And Canada Water?
Well, sir, you'll understand.
Canada Wharf, sorry.
Sorry?
Is it Canada Wharf or Canada Water?
Canada Water.
Okay, thank you.
So, sir, when I first received the council schedule when it was 7.2 years, as I'm sure you can imagine, I asked other members of the project team, because some of us work with different clients on different projects, and Mr. Levine confirmed that he had done some work on the Canada water side, I think it's British Land, and he advised me that he'd looked at the viability work, and there's a Section 73 application submitted. And as part of the application documentation, that confirms that scheme is now stalled, it's unfundable, and is therefore undeliverable. So therefore, a bit like what I'm doing with Berkeley Homes in Bermondsey, they are looking to change the scheme to address those viability challenges, to change the scheme so it's a deliverable scheme. But at the moment, what it has planned for permission for is not deliverable, and therefore that site should also be taken out of the schedule. Now, no doubt, if I picked up the phone and phoned all the developers and all the planning consultants and all the architects of the other homes that are still in the schedule that don't have planning permission, I imagine a number of those would probably, can't guarantee it, sir, but probably be in a situation that is similar to Nyes Wharf and Canada Water.
Thank you. Even if you just take out Nyes Wharf and Canada Water, what does that mean for the 5-year land supply?
It means that the council has less than a 5-year housing land supply.
Yeah.
It'd be 4.9 something, sir.
Thank you. And did you understand Mr. Ibbott to be taking a different view from that?
No, I think he agreed with me.
Yeah. Thank you. What he also then agreed was that if there was not a 5-year land supply, then inevitably the appellation of or the ascription of moderate weight to housing land supply because of a 7-year provision of housing land supply would have to be altered upwards.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Last heading, affordable housing. 77 units being provided here at a time of very pressing affordable housing need. What weight should the Secretary of State give to that, please?
Very, very significant, sir.
Thank you. Bearing in mind what we've seen about the emergency provisions and the fact that the government is contemplating the reduction of affordable housing requirements in order to boost housing overall, what weight would you expect the Secretary of State to expect the inspector to give to the delivery now of 77 units in times of pressing need?
Very, very significant weight, sir. It would be almost illogical to reach a different view that the delivery, even of one affordable home, is a very significant public benefit. We're proposing 77 affordable homes. I struggle to grasp the concept of reaching a different conclusion to the one that I've reached on that particular point.
Thank you. In terms of the affordable housing policies, how you get to the reasonable maximum provision, your view as to whether policies H4 and H5 are substantially and substantively up to date?
They're up to date.
Thank you. They allow for something called the calculation of the reasonable maximum provision in the circumstances of the development plan. You've given us your qualifications and experience and the number of cases that you're working on and have worked on. In the London context, do you know of or can you point to a single case where the appropriate proportion of affordable housing has been judged other than by reference to H4, H5 and the relevant local authorities' policies on affordable housing?
No.
Thank you. We know in this case, and it's not at all at issue, that applying those reasonable maximum provision principles and the methodology set out in the plan and the SPG, that everybody agrees that the reasonable maximum provision is 0%.
Yes, I think that's common ground with the council, the council's independent advisors, the council's expert witnesses. We are all agreed that the outcome of the financial viability process, which has been subject to independent verification, is that following development plan policy, the scheme can afford nil affordable housing.
Thank you. Do you know of any development plan policy that can require a developer to provide more than the reasonable maximum?
No, it can't do so, sir. We need to be determining plan applications in accordance with the development plan, section 38.6. Development plan has a very, very clear mechanism that sets out the contributions that housing developments need to make towards affordable housing to meet that overarching strategic objective that half of new homes in London should be affordable. That is the policy pathway that we need to follow. The planning system cannot require more than those policies require. And those policies require 0%.
Were you here when Mr. Ibbott agreed yesterday that you couldn't read anything into any of the paragraphs of any part of the London plan that in effect turned that concept on its head?
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. Mr. Ibbott was asked questions yesterday about some of the paragraphs, for example, that come after H5 in the reason justification of the London plan. And he agreed that there was nothing in those statements that provided a platform for the planning system to seek more than the reasonable maximum provision, because the reasonable maximum provision is the reasonable maximum provision, and something that required more than that would turn that concept on its head.
Absolutely, we can't rewrite planning policy. Planning policy requires a maximum reasonable provision. And that goes through a testing-based process, unless you get on the fast-track approach. And all parties are agreed that the planning system can require 0%, anything over and above that.
Right. Now, I'm going to ask you in planning terms, what weight the Inspector and the Secretary of State in other cases has given to affordable housing offer, which is above 0%, which is the reasonable maximum.
Well, it's a significant public benefit, sir, because we're providing more affordable housing than planning policy requires us to do. And as I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, even the provision of one affordable home is a very significant public benefit. And we're providing 77 of them, which is more than the development plan requires us to do so. So in my view, any decision maker has to treat that as a very significant net additional public benefit over and above the benefits that the development plan is seeking to achieve, which, as you know, is geared in the public interest. That's what it's trying to do.
Thank you very much. And just very quickly, why might a developer provide more than the reasonable maximum?
In this instance, it's a corporate decision, social responsible developer looking to contribute towards mixed and balanced communities.
Thank you. And when we're looking at a case where it is said that the heritage balance is engaged, of what importance, if any, is the public benefit associated with a policy plus offer of affordable housing, for example?
It's really important, sir. It's Policy plus is quite a good term that some of us have adopted in a sort of terminology that we're using. You would have a very significant public benefit associated with the provision of a policy compliant level of affordable housing, which is great. We're going over and above that. So that's even more weighty than a policy compliant level of affordable housing would be. That comes into play, its balance and the overall planning balance that we're asking you to reach a judgment on, sir.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions on those issues. Learned Friend has got some questions on retail. That's to finish.
Thank you, Mr. Alston. Just to ask you some questions on the issue of retail and impact on local traders. Firstly, just to start with the numbers and floor space currently on site, because we discussed this a bit yesterday. And could you turn up, it's page 12 of your rebuttal, where you've got the table that also appears in the statement of common ground, which Mr. Ibbott also spoke to.
Table 3.1.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you've set out there, and as I say, it's also in the statement of common ground, but we'll use this version. You've set out there the retail floor space existing proposed, other main town centre uses, ancillary, and then other non-main town centre uses. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Holloway yesterday has a higher number in terms of loss of retail floor space than both you and Mr. Ibbott, and he sets this out at paragraph 33 of his evidence, and he also repeated that yesterday. And he includes a number of other figures that he says that should be included in the existing floor space. What's your view, firstly, on whether the square footage for the petrol filling station should be included as either retail or a main town centre use for these purposes?
Petrol filling station is not a main town centre use, it's petrol station, sir. So my view, that's not retail. Its purpose is it's the retail side of petrol, I suppose, sir. But I'm not including this, the petrol station, as part of the existing retail floor space, I think, for understandable reasons.
Mr. Holloway also thought that the entirety of the atrium space, the 1,400 odd square metres, should also be included as existing retail space. What's your view on that?
So, look, it's circulation space. The proposed development, as part of that's been considered in this appeal, has an awful lot of circulation space. So we've decided to externalise that circulation space. In the existing Aylesham Centre, that circulation space is internalised. Now, I understand that one of the council officers went out and measured the square footage or square meterage of the handcarts, and I've accounted for that as part of my consideration on the V&V impact on the town centre. But no, sir, my view is it's not sales area, it's not net sales area within a shop, and therefore it's right and proper not to count it in the comparison. But so I'd just like to add that we tried to make this table as transparent and open as we possibly can. We're not trying to hide anything here. The retail proposals are very clear in terms of their reasoning and justification and submission. So, as I said, we try to make this as clear as we possibly can for all parties. But no, I don't think the internal male atrium should be considered in the sort of the comparison between existing and proposed retail floor space.
In terms of what's also existing on site, and we'll come back to the individual traders at the end, but a number of times in the evidence, both yesterday and in writing, marketplace, capital M, capital P, which the inspector will have seen, has been referred to as a market. What's your view on that in terms of your planning judgment?
So you would have seen it when you did your site. The site, there is no market on this site. There is no marketplace on this site. It includes a retail unit number 10, and that's in use as a food hall, and that trades under the brand name of Marketplace. And if you look at their website, their full trading name is Marketplace Food Hall. It operates from multiple locations across London, and I believe their sites in St Paul's, Harrow and Vauxhall. So there isn't a market there, sir. There's a shop unit called Marketplace.
And then moving on from the numbers of floor space being provided in the proposed development, which you can see in your table, could you also explain, please, what else is proposed in the proposed development in terms of retail elements and retail contribution?
Yeah, I think this is a really important point, sir, because a lot of discussions about retail come to how much floor space are you proposing, what are you going to be using it for? But there's a whole raft of other sort of qualitative and also quantitative considerations that sit alongside that, and that has reference to NSP 74 and the other town centre related policies in the Southwark plan and the London plan. So I just want to take you through a couple of points. First of all, the scheme includes the provision of active frontages, and those active frontages are focused in those areas anticipated to have like the greatest footfall. So that includes ground floor retail and leisure uses fronting Rye Lane, and that's as per the existing protected shopping frontage. So in Appendix B of my proof in that retail assessment work, we've got an extract of the policies map in there that identifies the existing protected shopping frontage, kind of like the prime shopping area, really. So we're replicating that. And we're also introducing the concept of new retail circuit. And what we're trying to do is link Rye Lane through our site to the new Morrisons, through the improved connection through the bus station up to the high street to include a new retail circuit. And that's something that doesn't really exist at the moment. So that retail circuit we expect to be, a significant improvement to the town centre, anchored by the new Morrisons. We've got over 1 hectare of new public realm. And I mentioned a few minutes ago, sir, that when we were doing our pre-application consultation, one of the consistent pieces of feedback was there really isn't a great deal of green space in the town centre or places to dwell and spend time. You probably noticed on your site visit around the arch, there's some green space and some space up there, but that's basically it, really. So the introduction of a new area, new areas of public realm, including green space, is a significant qualitative improvement. We've got a range of shop units, including small shops, and so there's a definition of what a small shop is in the Southwark plan, and it sits in one of the fact boxes next to policy P32. It defines those as being less than 80 square metres. We're proposing that a proportion of the workspace that we're proposing could be used as affordable workspace or affordable retail, helping to support the sort of the blend and the mix of occupiers on the site in the future. Now, we're very cognizant that development, by virtue of implementing the site allocation, the NSP 74 policy, there's going to be disruption to existing traders, sir. And so we're proposing a relocation strategy, terms of which secured under Section 106 obligation to provide an appropriate level of support to those existing small and independent businesses that will be affected, by encourage and enable people to spend more time in the town centre, to dwell in those new public spaces, by making sure that those appropriate amenities that may not appear particularly important to some people but are really important to other people. So we've thought really long and hard about what the appropriate, let's call it, main town centre use strategy is for this site, and it's much more than just floor space and bricks and mortar, sir.
And looking at the site allocation itself, there's an issue of contention over the loss of pure retail floor space and the addition of main town centre uses. Now, we've already seen what officers thought about the principle of main town centre uses in the officer report, and Mr. Ibbott said he agreed that these were positive additions to the town centre. What's your view on the proposed development's inclusion of main town centre uses instead of or in addition to the retail floor space that will be provided?
So I think it's the right thing to do, frankly, and this is consistent with the advice we received from officers throughout the pre-application and the post-application stage, and also as reported in the officers' report. Officers are supportive of the blend and the flexibility we're proposing in terms of our uses. Now, admittedly, there is a slight increase in the amount of main town centre floor space compared to what's there at the moment, but effectively what we're doing is we're taking the existing retail floor space, replacing it and adding a bit, but diversifying the uses that that space can be used for. Now, they're all main town centre uses as per the definitions in the MPPF, the London plan and the local plan. So as a matter of principle, this is the right location to have those types of uses. We've also had regard to planning policy, the evidence that sits behind planning policy, and the advice we've received from our commercial advisors, which is, look, town centres need to adapt and diversify. The retail market and the leisure market are changing. They're changing really quickly, and they're changing more quickly than planning policy can keep up. That point is recognised in the MPPF, paragraph 90. It's recognised in ST6 of the London plan. And it's also noted in the inspector's report of the new Southwark plan, at paragraph 115, where an inspector says, look, you guys need to monitor and review these retail policies as over the course of the plan to see if they remain effectively, I pick my words, fit for purpose, acknowledging that the sector is challenging very quickly. Now, what the evidence, what the policy is all saying is it supports the diversification of town centres because they need to adapt, they need to diversify in respect to challenges and opportunities presented by these rapid changes. Now, we've looked through our commercial advisors and what the occupier demand is likely to be for Peckham now and what it's likely to be in the future. Now, the reason for that is to make sure that we're not planning too much floor space, and the type of floor space we're planning is the right form and it's laid out in the most appropriate manner. It doesn't necessarily mean that those identified occupiers are going to move to this site. It's confirming that we're kind of planning for the right type of space for which there's likely to be occupier demand. No doubt, sir, you're aware of lots of schemes across London and other cities where they have stacks of vacant ground floor commercial floor space. That's the last thing we want in this core part of the town centre. We want it to be a really positive contributor to the vitality and viability of the town centre, and that means activity. We need occupiers, so we need to plan appropriately to make sure that it's deliverable. And that's making sure we're attracting a range of occupiers, and ideally occupiers that aren't currently present in the town centre. Now, I've heard some criticism over the past few days about what the type of occupiers are that are identified, but the fact of the matter is that policy requires us to diversify and complement. And so by definition, if we're bringing forward different occupiers that aren't currently in the town centre, that is diversifying and complementing what is there at the moment. We will be having a range of unit sizes, including 10% of the floor space will be set out as small shops, and those can be used for any of the uses that are allowed under that flexible use class proposition that we've put forward. The council officers have commented on the appropriateness of workspace, not just in terms of the principle of the land use being in the town centre, but the extent to which it satisfies the requirement of policy P35 in terms of providing a service to the general public. Now, what they've concluded at paragraph 83 of the officer's report is that those workspaces will generate animation, they'll generate activity, they'll introduce more people into the town centre. So this is all contributing to the thrust of what policy P35 would be seeking to achieve. A couple of final points. We've got the bus station. Should the bus station ever come forward for development, we don't know, but if it does, NSP 74 requires active frontages onto Peckham High Street, so opportunity for additional retail floor space there. And key to this is making sure that the proposals are deliverable on day one, but also future-proofed to enable them to change over the course of the life of this development. And that's the key reason why we've introduced this flexible use class provision for those retail units. We want to make sure this is fit for purpose for occupier demand and to meet the needs of the local community for decades to come.
Just a couple of questions flowing from that, Mr. Alston. You referred to the range of unit sizes being provided in the proposed development and the 10% of small shops. In the context of that range of unit sizes being provided, how does this contribute to, in the words of the policy, diversifying and complementing and attracting a variety of retailers?
Well, different retailers need different size shops, sir. And what we're trying to do is to make sure that we can attract a mix of retailers, and let's call them occupiers, if there might be a leisure occupier, for instance. And we'd hope that some of those occupiers might be some of the existing small independent businesses. We can't guarantee it, sir, but we'd hope that some of those might want to return to the site. So we want to make sure that we're providing that range of unit sizes that are suitable for returning occupiers and potential future ones.
How does that tie in with the relocation strategy?
Yeah, so in the business relocation strategy, the intention is to provide support to the existing occupiers or the existing small and independent businesses that occupy existing retail units on the site, to include the potential access to, I'm going to use the term affordable, and also a right to return to the site. Now, those are all detailed in the most recent version of the Section 106 agreement, so which I think you have sight of. And the easy way to look at this, there's a really simple table, which I believe has been appended to the Section 106 agreement, sir.
Yes, well, let's look at that now, actually. Sir, do you have this table? I think some printed copies were handed up. I think it's a bit easier to use this table rather than the actual legal agreement. Mr. Olsen, do you have a?
Could I please have a copy of that?
Okay. I'll get one electronically.
Thank
this
you.
is my only copy.
Apologies, sir. It was one thing I didn't print out. So do you have that? Great.
So, Mr. Olsen, I'll just ask you a few questions about this. I know you're keen to explain it to the inspector. Firstly, we've got the various different types of local independent operators along the left-hand side.
Yes.
And then there's a tick or a cross as to what they're entitled to in terms of support and in terms of return to the completed development. First, in relation to relocation opportunities and the relocation fund. So that's the para 3 and para 4, which we'll look at in the legal agreement. There has been a concern expressed about what happens to these operators temporarily or permanently when the phase 2 development begins and a vacant repossession is obtained. And we'll look at the wording of the 106 obligation, but at the moment the wording is alleged to be I'm putting words into objectors' mouths, but vague, possibly, in terms of what's going to happen relocation wise. Firstly, in terms of providing temporary relocation on site, what's your view of that particular point and whether that can be guaranteed at this moment in time?
So, we've given due consideration to the feasibility to provide temporary accommodation on site for the existing retailers during construction. So in terms of the phasing, sir, obviously we built phase 1 first of all. That includes a new Morrison's store, and there's a couple of other commercial units that sit within phase 1. There's one in Block L, which is 16 and a bit square meters, and one in Block N, which is 97.4 square meters. We then have regard to is there any feasible proposition of putting something temporary in on the land which is identified as phase 2. So I'd encourage you to look at section 7 of the design and access statement. It's got some really helpful diagrams that identify how tightly constrained the site is. The Morrison's, the new store for Morrison's takes up pretty much the entirety of the phase 1 land, and there's very little flexibility left on the phase 2 land to accommodate any other temporary provision for those existing retailers. Land is required for the demolition of the existing buildings, the construction of the new buildings, reconstruction compounds, and the view has been reached that it's not a practical proposition. It's not feasible to accommodate anything temporary on the site. So we are conscious that there's going to be disruption to those existing retailers. So the means to mitigate that disruption, sir, is the business relocation strategy, and that's by making sure that they've got appropriate support to relocate off the site.
And in terms of relocating off the site, we've already discussed in evidence how this will take place circa 5 years from the grant of planning permission.
Yeah.
Why isn't there more detail fixed concretely now as to where that off-site relocation will take place?
Well, A, sir, I don't know who's going to be occupying the units in 5 years' time. As a consequence of that, I don't know what their needs are going to be. And C, I don't know what alternative accommodation is going to be available in 5 years' time. Now, what I have done is just to give you a view of the likelihood of there being some alternative accommodation available is I've taken a look at the existing vacancies within the town centre, and that's by reference to a survey undertaken by Experian. That's included as part of the appendices to my evidence.
That's Appendix B of your evidence, Mr.
Thank
Austin.
you. And what that does is it takes a look at the existing vacancies that come around about 11%, sir. And it looks as to whether there is sufficient vacant floor space, just as a snapshot in time to illustrate what would happen if relocation happened today. And it identifies that there's around 10,000 square meters of vacant floor space in the town centre. And for all of the existing retailers and occupiers, whether they be multiples or independent business, there is space elsewhere in the town centre for them to relocate to. Actually, there's about double the amount of space that they need if they go to like for like. There is a range in the unit sizes available, and I've admittedly rather crudely, sir, prepared a table that identifies where each occupier and each retail unit can relocate to.
And the cart traders in your analysis?
So the cart traders, again, sir, they would benefit from support from the business relocation strategy, and that would be either to basically move to alternative accommodation, and preferably within the town centre. And so you may have noticed in the town centre there are a number of units which are effectively subdivided into sort of smaller subunits or stores, as you were. So there may be opportunities to relocate to one of those existing units, or indeed to take their own unit elsewhere in the town centre. But yes, they would have access and support provided by the relocation strategy.
And just picking up, we'll come to look at the individual provisions for the handcart operators, but just in relation to relocation, and you mentioned the feasibility of temporary accommodation on site. What's your judgment as to the retail experience or otherwise of operating from an active building site?
So it's not ideal. That would be my best way to describe it. Construction sites, notwithstanding the provision of the considerate construction scheme and the construction environmental management plan and so on, vibration, disruption, disturbance, because it would not be a particularly hospitable site to run a shop from or for a retailer to operate from. The better solution would be to relocate to an existing vacant or underutilised shop unit elsewhere in the town centre. And dare I say it, sir, that may bring benefits to other parts of the town centre. So in your visit to the site, I'm not too sure if you walk to the southern end of Rye Lane in particular, where there's quite a big concentration of vacancies. I think it would be really helpful when looking at the town centre V&V as a whole, if we could fill some of those vacant units with existing retailers. That would be a boost to that part of the town centre.
And Mr. Olsen, policies P32 and P33 of the Southwark plan, could you just get those up, please?
Yes.
Now you've set out in your proof the units that you consider fall under the small shop protection in P32. And you've set out already that, and let me just get the table up again, it's the existing small shop units just for you and factory outlet, and also the handcart operators is what you've said in your proof. Just looking at that table and the provisions in P32, what's your view as to whether that policy is complied with in relation to small shops?
Yeah, I think so. P32, P33, P31 all kind of talk to each other. And I had to read them a number of occasions to get my head around what the policy was requiring. So the first point in P32 to me is where it says development must retain small shops where existing small shops are at risk of displacement. This is about the shop unit. This is the physical manifestation of a unit. And then the second part of the policy deals with the occupiers of those units. Now, my view, sir, is that the proposed development, including the provisions set out in the Section 106, ensure that the requirements of policy P32 are satisfied. So the first point is that we are providing small shops. I mentioned earlier, providing small shops as part of the scheme, and 10% of our proposed flexible commercial floor space, excluding the Morrison Sir, to be completely clear, is to be provided as small shops. And those small shops could be of a variety of sizes that accord with the definition in the fact box in the local plan, which is just before P32. And the relocation strategy and the provisions that fall within that are ensuring that the existing occupiers of small shops have access to the full suite of provisions in the business relocation strategy, including the right to return to a small shop within the development. And so that would be just for you and factory outlet would benefit from those provisions.
Then in relation to what's termed in the table as existing retail bricks and mortar tenants, Juicy Shoes, Wing Tie, Pack Butchers, and Image, and then the marketplace operators. Again, your view as to compliance this time with P33 in relation to existing small or independent businesses.
Yeah. So in the table, sir, we use the term existing retail BMTs. To translate, BMT is a bricks and mortar tenant, and this row applies to existing occupiers that meet the definition of a small or independent business as defined on page 159 of the new Southwark Plan. So those existing occupiers will have access to the business relocation strategy. And just to be clear, there is access to independent business advisor who advise on relocation opportunities. There's access to a fund to cover some of the costs of relocating. Now, those occupiers, just to be clear, so that's the small and independent businesses.
Sorry, the fund that you're referring to, is this the council's high street fund?
No, it's a different fund. This is a fund, a financial contribution that is proposed in the Section 106 agreement, and the amount of that financial contribution has been formulated following advice from the council's economic development officer. He's given advice on what he thinks an appropriate level of fund should be for different types of occupiers and different types of situations. So we followed their lead on defining that figure, and we can give that information, I think, on the roundtable discussion we'll have on Section 106. So that's basically a fund to cover the cost of relocation that those operators, those existing businesses, wouldn't otherwise have to endure if it wasn't for the redevelopment of the site, which is needed by the site allocation. So we're just trying to mitigate any adverse impact on them. Where was I? Yes, so the existing retail BMT, so those are small and independent businesses that occupy existing shop units, and they would have access to the relocation strategy and a right to return to affordable retail. And again, sir, by affordable retail, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, the details of what constitutes affordable retail will be defined in the Section 106, and I think we can have a bigger discussion of what the terms are of that in the roundtable discussion. So it's a slightly different provision. So you've got the existing small shop units, occupiers, and then you've got the other small and independent business that occupy bigger units. So I use that term. They both get a very similar provision, which is basically right to return and access to affordability. In terms of the handcart operators, if I go to the next line in the table, we aren't including specific accommodation that are going to be capable of accommodating the handcarts. However, we would like to explore, to be clear in terms of what I'm saying, we are committing to reasonable endeavours to explore opportunities for those handcart operators to return to the sites in due course. And that could be, for instance, that's what that might mean. It could be the stationing of market stores in Peckham Yards, which is the northwestern bit of the site, or other parts of the site. So that's the sort of thing that we're thinking we might be able to deliver. And you may beg the question, why isn't that included as part of the plan application? Does that require planning permission? I think it's reasonable to assume, sir, that planning permission would be granted for the stationing of a handful of market stores within Peckham Yard. So I don't see that as being a significant impediment to the delivery of that. So it's a reasonable endeavours provision. So first of all, support to relocate off-site, because there is going to be a gap where they can't be on site. And if they want to return, let's do some reasonable endeavours to see if we can accommodate them.
Well, just to ask a question on that in terms of the handcart operators and the wording of P32, full consideration of the feasibility of providing space within the completed, affordable and suitable space within the completed development. The handcart operators are currently within the circulation space in the atrium.
Yeah.
What's your judgment applying the test within P32 as to considerations of feasibility on this particular point?
We don't have any internal circulation space, sir. So that's it's effectively the scheme is designed in a manner where the circulation space is externalised. It's done on purpose. to make sure that the scheme's a high quality scheme and you don't have shutters down at 4 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon and things like that. So we want the site to be permeable. And so we've given due feasibility and we're making reasonable endeavours to consider if those handcarts could return.
Thank you. Were you working through just the final?
And marketplace operators. So the Unit 10 is an unusual situation that probably wasn't anticipated when the policies were written. My view, as set out in evidence, is that Unit 10 is a food hall and it's operated by a multiple retailer. And then that multiple retailer shouldn't benefit from the provisions of the business relocation strategy because they're big enough and capable enough to manage a relocation. The question then gets asked is, should the independent operators within the marketplace, should they really be treated as independent businesses on their own, or should they be treated as the marketplace, which is a multiple? It's a grey area here, sir, and a judgment needs to be made. So my view is, strictly speaking, from a plan perspective, the occupier is the marketplace. It's a single planning unit. It's registered as a single business for business rates, and the lease is from the head lease is to the marketplace. It's one entity. However, in the 106, you might have spotted that there's obligations in there which, in my view, go above and beyond what policy P33 would require, and that is to provide support to those individual marketplace operators. To be clear, not to the marketplace. They're a multiple retailer, they're out with this policy, but to those individual marketplace operators to provide them with some support through the business relocation strategy, to include reasonable endeavours to explore opportunities for them to come back to the site and other provisions. Again, with that support would have to, first of all, to provide an off-site relocation during the construction stage, and then it's almost a second move back onto the site. And as I said, so I think that's above and beyond what policy requires.
Mr. Olsen, I've got no further questions for you. I don't know, sir, whether you've got questions at this time or we should just pass.
No questions at the moment. I think that's a good idea, for a good time for a pause. Okay, we'll adjourn there. Thanks. We took a break just having heard evidence in chief from the appellants. I believe we've got cross-examination now. So, I mean, in the order of the timetable, we've got the council going first, but I'm not sure if the Rule 6 wants to go first. Okay. Mr.
Thanks,
Finn.
good morning again, Mr. Alston.
Morning.
Can I start with just some preliminary issues? You explained helpfully in your evidence in chief that your involvement with this scheme goes back to 2021.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's before the Southwark plan had been adopted.
Yep.
Yep. And it's fair to say that you have been actively involved. We see that in the pre-application notes right the way through,
Yep.
don't we? You've been actively involved throughout.
Yep.
And is it fair to describe you as the person who's led the planning case on this for some years?
Yes.
Thank you. And your involvement includes with the previous architects, the Shepherd Robson scheme?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we'll come back to that a bit later on. It's also fair to say that you've been one of the leading advocates for the scheme, haven't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. And can we just record a couple of points about the past few years? First of all, the first time that it was said that this scheme would not deliver 35% affordable housing, that was in December of last year, wasn't it?
That is the point in time where we effectively amended the plan application proposals for a reduced level of affordable housing. It was not the first time that the challenging viability associated with the proposed development was flagged and discussed with officers.
Indeed, and we went to some of those documents with Mr. Levine. I don't propose to go back through them, but it's right to note, isn't it, that from the planning perspective, the proposals for this site, and specifically Berkeley's proposals for this site, were 35% affordable housing, notwithstanding those challenges, until December of 2024.
Correct.
And that was the planning case that you were advancing in pre-app on both schemes, Shepherd Robson and DRMM, and in the planning application itself.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Can I just ask you, please, about your role in that decision? Was that a decision by Berkeley, or was that as a result of your planning advice?
To change the 35 to 12.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's a decision by Berkeley Homes. They are the applicant or the impellant in terms of where we are now. Nonetheless, I imagine I would have been asked for my advice on the matter. My advice on that matter, I anticipate, would have been, first of all, there is no point securing a planning permission if it's not deliverable.
Yeah.
So it's really important. We discussed some of the housing supply challenges over the past few years across London, and one of the reasons why the numbers are on a downward trajectory is there's lots of planning permissions that aren't deliverable at the moment. So my standard advice is you should seek planning permission for something you can build that's deliverable from both a financial and a technical and other perspectives. So if I was asked the question, Nick, we've seen the response from BPS, which was the council's independent viability assessor. They flagged concerns about the deliverability of the proposed development at 35%, and that's enclosed in their reports to the council, which are part of the core documents and referred to in my evidence. On that basis, I would have said to our clients, can we deliver 35%? Should we change this? And as per my evidence, if we were to viability test the application, go through the viability testing process I set out in the London plan, planning policy requirement is the maximum reasonable level.
Yeah, but a couple of points there. First of all, you knew that policy position, you knew that back in 2022, didn't you? That you were proposing more than the outturn of policy H5.
Yes.
Yeah. So you knew that you were proposing something which was not development plan viable. Now, when you made the application in July 2024, were Berkeley saying to you, this is an application we're making, but we can't deliver it?
No, there was hope.
Sorry, that was a no, was it? They weren't saying that.
No, there was
Hope.
Sorry, I just wanted to get the first word.
I think I said there's hope.
I think did you say no? There is hope. There was hope.
You have to ask me the question again, sir.
I just wanted to get the
Yeah,
first.
no,
I
ask
literally
the question
missed the
again.
word. Probably the transcript will get it better. Okay, so in July 2024,
Yeah.
you're making a planning application. You're leading the charge on this. You're signing off the planning statement, probably writing large parts of it.
Yeah.
At that point, was it Barclays' position that the scheme that you were making an application for was not deliverable?
There was hope that that scheme would be deliverable. And I'm using that word hope on purpose because my understanding is that the appellant was exploring all opportunities for grant funding, for instance, to address the obvious viability challenges associated with the scheme. And there was, dare I say, hope that market conditions might have improved.
Got it. But the proposal that was before the planning, before London Borough of Southwark in July 2024, was a proposal which Barclay considered could be deliverable.
Could be, yes.
Yeah, could be deliverable.
Could be deliverable. There was hope that it could be deliverable.
Hope that it could be deliverable. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm going to come back to some of that in a moment when we look at the role of affordable housing viability. Before we do that, can you pick up the MPPF, please? And again, I'm just trying to understand some points about scope and role of various tests in the MPPF. And I just want to start, please, with paragraph 11.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the mention of a tilted balance in this case, that mention of tilted balance doesn't actually appear in any of your documents, does it? Planning statement, statement of case, proof of evidence, rebuttal?
Nope.
No.
Our case, just to be absolutely clear, sir, is not reliant, excuse me, is not reliant on an 11D being triggered. Our case in respect to paragraph 11 of the MPPF is very straightforward, that the proposed development accords with the development plan.
Yeah, so you say you're an 11C case. Yeah, okay, that's how I'd understood it. I just wanted to be clear, given that we seemed yesterday to go into tilted balance and so on.
I think what I say in my evidence is that 11D could or may be engaged.
Well, but let's then just go on to 11D and understand how and why, if at all, it's relevant to this case. So you say we're 11C,
Yep.
accord with the development plan,
Yep.
approve without delay. That's
Basically, that
says that
yeah.
how you give effect to the presumption in favour of sustainable development.
Yep.
With development plan accordance, you just get on and grant planning permission. Yeah. And then 11D is dealing with the case where there are no relevant development plan policies, or the most important policies are out of date. Now, do you say that's this case?
I'm saying that on account of the information that's been shared by the council in respect to its 5-year housing land supply, very much at the last minute before we could account for that in my proof.
Well, we'll come on to housing land supply, but yeah, we made comments about that.
Is suggesting
Yeah.
that in this instance, 11D may be engaged.
Well, let's break it down. Let's break 11D down then, if we can't go to it directly. You don't say this is a case where there are no relevant development plan policies?
No.
There's a site allocation, isn't there?
Yeah.
So in terms of looking for relevant development plan policies, this isn't a case where we're searching around, or what do we do about this proposal under this development plan?
Mm-hmm.
We know site allocation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then out of date. And then out of date has this special meaning, doesn't it, in the MPPF, which we've had in slightly different formulations, but essentially the same for whatever it is, 12 years now, 13 years. Where an application involves the provision of housing, this can include the circumstances where there isn't a 5-year housing land supply or the HGT test applies, right? So that's the circumstances where something can be out of date. There are other circumstances where something can be out of date. For example, you can still find some authorities that are relying on 1996 local plans and so on. Yeah, that's not this case. Right. The test that you have to do then is look at the policies which are most important and consider which ones are out of date. Can you help me, please? Which of the policies do you say are out of date as a result of the putative lack of 5-year supply or failure of the housing delivery test?
I'm not for a second saying that the site allocation is, strictly speaking, out of date. What I'm saying is, in the absence of a 5-year housing land supply, Part D is triggered, particularly in respect to the overarching housing policies of the Southwark Plan.
So your position is that the overarching housing policies are out of date?
In the context of the council not having a 5-year housing land supply.
Which policies specifically?
It would be the strategic policies of the first part of the Southwark Plan.
So you're saying policies SP1 and SP2 are out of date? Right. Where does that get you in this case?
Doesn't get us a great deal further forward, because ultimately, as I said a second ago, the case rests upon an 11C argument. What we're saying is the absence of a 5-year housing land supply has a particular bearing on the amount of weight that should be afforded to the provision of housing as part of that plan.
I'll come on to that.
Yeah, but can I just finish?
Yeah.
But this is the reason that this information was included in my rebuttal. It was a response specifically, well, not specifically, but particularly to the evidence of Mr. Ibbott, where he said that on the basis that the council has a 5-year housing land supply, not a great deal of weight, I think he used the term moderate weight, should be given to the provision of housing. And that's the point that I didn't agree with. So
I think we've got that.
I wanted to address.
Can we just, sorry, Mr. Olsen, I know you want to expand, obviously. Fine, you've been doing that for several years on the scheme, and I understand that, but I am going to ask sequentially a series of quite focused points, and to stick with in any reasonable time estimate, I'm going to have to argue to be a bit shorter. Thank you. Right, so you say there's a point about Mr. Ibbott and the weight that he gives to the delivery of market housing. Yep. Got that. We'll come back to that. But going back to paragraph 11D, you're not saying to the inspector, determine this under 11D, are you? I'm asking the inspector to determine in accordance with development plan 11C. 11C, yeah, thank you. And although you say that the effect of what you say is a lack of a housing land supply and or a failure of the housing delivery test, you say the effect is that the strategic policies of the Southwark Plan are out of date. You don't say that that then leads to any different approach to the determination of this application. I think the key point relative to 5-year housing land supply is the weight to be afforded to new homes. That is the key point. Yeah, yeah, that was the first point. The second point is you don't say you say that the consequence of this shift, turning from 5.03 to 4.92 or whatever it might be, well, the consequence of that shift. Can I ask a question?
Yes, but the evidence is not to that, because this witness's evidence is that it is 3.89. That's the difference.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not sure. In any event, okay. Let's. I'll ask you Mr. Harris's question. He's already had a chance to ask almost 2 hours of questions to you, but he's having another chance. Assume that your housing land supply position is what you say it is 3.8 years. In terms of the presumption, in terms of the operation of paragraph 11, it doesn't make any difference to your case, does it, as to whether it's 3.8 years or 5 years? It does, because part of the decision-making process is to reach a planning judgment in the context of paragraph 215, where we have a heritage consideration. Yeah. And part of that needs to account for the public benefits. Part of the public benefits are the provision of housing, the weight to be afforded to the provision of housing. You're back to the weight point. You're back to the weight point. So let's come off the weight point, because that's how I'd understood it. Yeah. And then we started having questions yesterday about tilted balance and about footnotes to paragraph 11. And I don't understand from your case that those are relevant. Hence, if you do Control F on any of the documents you produce, you've never mentioned tilted balance. And as you know, many planning appeals, it's mentioned on every single page of every document. Yeah. So you're not saying that this is a paragraph 11D case. So the relevance of failing against the measure that you have set, 5-year housing land supply, is, you say, one that goes to weight. Yeah.
Weight in the planning balance, yes.
Weight in the planning balance,
Yes.
and not to, or not relevantly to, whether particular policies of the development plan are out of date or not.
I agree with that.
Yeah, okay.
It's about weight.
Thank you. And you see the point at 11D, the reason the five-year housing land supply comes into 11D is only to identify which policies are out of date.
Yeah. As I said, this is an 11C.
This is an
case
11C,
is the one that the
Brilliant.
entire planning application is based upon. It accords with the development plan.
That's what I thought until yesterday. Thank you. Thank you. I think that probably shortcuts what we need to deal with in 11D, but it's right to note, isn't it, that when you look at 11D, and this has been reformulated in the most recent iterations, when you look at 11D, it requires you to then look at particular policies in the framework.
Yep.
And that includes policies that protect areas or assets of particular importance,
Yes,
footnote
heritage.
7,
Yeah.
and that includes conservation areas. That's all clear. And then when you're looking at the adverse impacts of the proposal and the relationship to the benefits of the proposal, you have to have particular regard to certain policies, which is the new thing, footnote 9.
Yep.
And those policies include paragraphs 66, relevantly paragraphs 66, 129, 135 and 139. Yeah, okay. So let's just for completeness, we've got the heritage point. For completeness, we'll go to those because I'm not sure we quite did in the questioning yesterday. So paragraph 66, which is the first relevant policy in footnote 9. Just for completeness for everyone's notes, paragraph 84 is another one, isolated rural homes, paragraph 91, retail sequential test, paragraph 110, sustainable transport, and paragraph 115, highway harm. I'm not trying to mislead you by excluding those. I just don't think they're relevant on anyone's case.
So 66, yeah.
Start with 66 then, please. Where major development involving the provision of housing is proposed, planning policies and decisions should expect that the mix of affordable housing required meets identified local needs across social rent, other affordable housing for rent, and affordable home ownership tenures. That's one of the key policies identified as being relevant, even in the presumption world.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you like me to expand on that point?
Well, feel free to, but
Okay.
within reason.
Within reason. Okay. To me, my interpretation of 66 is the word mix, sir. So I'd like to just point out that the mix of the affordable housing proposed in terms of the mix of affordable housing tenures and a mix of unit sizes and types is in full accordance with the Southwark plan. It doesn't discuss proportion of affordable housing, it talks about mix of affordable housing. So we accord with that provision.
Sorry, but so is it your suggestion that the phrase meets identified local needs means that you have the right unit sizes?
No, first, I'll talk about the word mix. The scheme, the proposed development is meeting local needs because that's what's been identified by the council in its local plan policies.
Right.
And we are meeting those needs through the mix of affordable housing proposed.
Okay, now this might be important. So your proposition is that when the NPPF says should expect that the mix of affordable housing required meets identified local needs, that means not in percentage terms, but in terms of whether you propose 1% or 50%, that those that are provided are in the right proportion of
Social rent to intermediate, 1,
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms.
Okay.
That's
your reading of paragraph
my reading
66.
for that.
Okay. If you're wrong about that,
Mhm.
there's an alternative way to read that, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
That you could read mix of affordable housing required to meets identified local needs. You could read that as identified local needs being the identified split between market and affordable. Yeah.
If you were to approach it that way, my point would be that we accord with that point as well, because affordable housing as part of the scheme has been provided in accordance with the London plan and the fast track approach, which is
Understood.
the mechanism to ensure that schemes such as this appropriately contribute towards those overarching affordable housing needs
Right.
across London.
So you say that you meet that the expectation is met because you provide, well, it would be met if you provided 0%.
Strictly speaking,
Well, no, not
yes,
strictly speaking. I think that's the whole thrust of your case, isn't it? Your policy plus case. You say that your position, I think, on that analysis is that paragraph 66 would be met with no affordable homes in this case.
If you're in this conjunction with the London plan, yes.
Right.
But we're not
Okay.
proposing zero affordable housing.
I know you're not. I know you're not. But
I take a
but
point.
give me the ability to test the case, and I'll do that occasionally by way of testing propositions by suggesting alternative analyses. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. That's helpful. And then if we just go to paragraph 129. So you've got the planning policies and decisions should support development that makes efficient use of land, taking into account, and then there's a whole series of things. Identified need for different types of housing and other forms of development, and availability of land suitable for accommodating it. So when there's that reference to different types of housing, that identified need is talking about, inter alia, the need for affordable versus market.
Yes, I'd say different types of housing encompasses tenure and the unit's typology, so the size of the home and so on. And again,
but you need to take into account here identified need, don't you? So that would include here identified need for, I think, 70% affordable.
70% affordable.
I think 71% in the SHMAR. 71%
okay,
the
so
identified need in the SHMAR.
That's the evidence base, the SHMAR.
Yeah,
and there's similar figures.
50%. It doesn't matter.
Whatever. Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
There's similar numbers in the London SHMAR as well. But ultimately, that's the evidence base, and we need to respond to the policies that respond to the evidence base.
We're going to come to the policies, so don't worry about that. And also, the inspector's got your evidence in chief and your proof, so you don't need to say everything in response to each question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just break it down. Paragraph 129A, we are agreed, are we, that when it says identified need for different types of housing, that phrase, that is referring, amongst other things perhaps, to an identified need for affordable versus market?
It encompasses tenure, it encompasses unit size, and it encompasses different types of housing. For instance, so student housing, senior living, etc.
Okay. It encompasses affordable and market, doesn't it? Is that simple split?
Mm-hmm.
Affordable housing types and market housing types.
Sure.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So that's something that has to be taken into account in the paragraph 129 test.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you. And then local market conditions and viability. We've got the viability stuff. We're going to come back to it. So that's one of the factors.
Yeah.
And then infrastructure, desirability of maintaining the area's prevailing character and setting, and or of promoting regeneration change. No doubt you say promoting regeneration change is one of the things that you are trying to do.
Absolutely.
And the importance of securing well-designed, attractive, healthy places. Yeah, so that's what 129 tells us. And we're looking there at the question of the efficient use of land. Agreed?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And then if we just go to the last set of references, it was 135 and 139. We don't need to go into them in detail, but they are the design policies, and of course your case, reliant I think on the evidence of others in large part, is that you meet the requirements for good design and high quality design both in 135 and 137.
Yes.
Yeah. But one of the components of 135 is sympathy to local character and history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that includes their thinking about conservation area impacts and so on.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And when we're looking at paragraph 139, and it refers to taking into account local design policies and government guidance on design, you see in 139, that includes, doesn't it, design guidance given in the conservation area appraisal?
Conservation area appraisal is a material consideration.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't form part of the development plan and doesn't form formal planning guidance.
No, but it's talking about local design guidance, isn't it, there?
Well, it's not strictly speaking local design guidance. It's an evidence base that is informing local plan policy.
So when the conservation area appraisal says gives design guidance, you say that's not design guidance within the meaning of paragraph 139.
No, I say it's a material consideration. It's not badged as a design guidance. It's a conservation area appraisal. Okay. And that can be, there's content within that does provide
design guidance.
Design guidance,
yeah. Thank you. And when we're also looking at other documents, we need to think about things like London Plan Tall Buildings design guidance, don't we?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's put the MPPF down for one moment. And I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the housing land supply position. The housing land supply position, as you put it in your proof, was that you were saying you're not sure that Southwark can demonstrate a housing land supply.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that was the extent to which it was put in issue. Yeah, and that's paragraph 9.13k of your proof.
I'll take your word for that.
It is, but just so everyone's got the note, you weren't sure that Southwark could show a 5-year housing land supply. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that that issue was not raised in the statement of case?
On recollection, we don't raise that point in the statement of case.
Yeah. And it wasn't raised in the planning statement either?
Nope.
No. Thank you. So the first time it's called into question, it's fair to recall, is paragraph 9.13k of your proof.
Yeah, effectively, it is a rebuttal to the information provided by the council in its evidence.
Well, this isn't your rebuttal. It's in your proof. You say you're not sure they can demonstrate.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that point. Yes, that's correct.
And that's the first time you call into question the existence of a 5-year housing land supply.
I'm not sure what we said in the planning statement. We may have made a short reference to 5-year housing land supply in the planning statement, but if we did, it would have been along the same lines of you have just described.
Okay, and help me then on this point. In terms of this site's trajectory, what do you say is the contribution of this site to the 5-year housing land supply?
At the moment, this site isn't part of the council's identified 5-year housing land supply. You would have noted from the information that I provided in my rebuttal that the appellant, Berkeley Homes, have advised me that it's going to take, on a typical site in London of high density development, it would typically take 5 years from the grant of planning permission to the first completions. So there's a big question mark, and it's probably quite unlikely that this site, if granted planning permission, would actually deliver completed homes within the next 5-year period.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions then about specific sites. Malt Street.
Yep.
I think you accept the point about the treatment of Malt Street, but you're drawing a distinction between Malt Street and the approach that's taken on Nyes Wharf. Is that right?
They're basically the same site.
Okay. And in respect of Nyes Wharf, there has been a new planning application, but there is an existing planning permission, isn't there?
That's correct.
And you say that the point is that development under that existing planning permission you don't think is likely to come forward in the 5-year period.
It's not deliverable.
Right.
Effectively,
that's not going to be delivered, but there is a new planning application.
There's a planning application pending determination at the moment for the balance of the Malt Street regeneration site and Nyes Wharf. Effectively, It's one scheme.
Yeah.
And so the new planning application has been submitted because the remaining part of Malt Street, which is the majority part, together with Nyes Wharf, are not deliverable. They're not viable, and that is made very clear in the application documentation. Hence why a new application has been submitted to address those viability challenges.
The particular facts are that there is an existing grant of planning permission, but the evidence is that that is not going to be built out.
Correct.
And there is a new planning application in front of the council pending determination. Thank you. Thank you. And then NSP 81, that's the Canada Water site. So this isn't Berkeley, is it? This
is not Berkeley.
So the point you're taking here is not based on Berkeley knowledge, because this is a British land site.
This is knowledge from Mr. Levine, who spoke the other day. And as I explained to the inspector earlier, I did seek some advice from the team as a whole to see if they had any intelligence on other schemes that they were working on or involved with to help inform my analysis of the council's review.
And so, again, the position is that there's an existing permission.
Yeah.
There is a proposal before the council through a Section 73 application to reduce the amount of affordable housing.
As part of other amendments.
And other amendments, of course. Other amendments, Section 73 application, including a proposal that will reduce the amount of affordable housing. The applicant's position on that application is that that lower level would be deliverable.
I'm not personally involved in the application, but I think that's a fair assumption for you to make. That this is I imagine their fix to the viability issue that is basically stored in the development.
Precisely. There's a problem with the existing permission, and they're putting this forward as their fix. Yeah. There is two possibilities, aren't there? Or at least two possibilities. Three possibilities probably that we need to consider. First of all, planning permission could be granted, but
it might not be.
It might not be. If it's refused when it comes for determination in the next few months, it could be appealed.
Yes.
And it's a scheme which the landowner thinks is a deliverable scheme, so they'd probably want to appeal it.
We're making assumptions about something that I'm not involved in, but I think
but we're dealing with these particular circumstances. Yeah. So let's just see. And the alternative, one of the other alternatives is that obviously it could be called in, couldn't it?
It could be
by the GLA. Yeah. And then they can make a decision.
They could.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move on then to this scheme and the relevance of viability and deliverability matters for this scheme. The reason why viability matters in planning is because the deliverability of proposals is important. Agreed?
Yes, and in particular, it's the mechanism through which the planning system ensures that development includes the maximum regional provision of affordable housing. The key component of viability for most plan applications relates to affordable housing provision.
Well, some of them, yeah, depends, doesn't it? Depends what the proposal is. Yeah.
Well, it depends if you're going down the fast track route or
not. No, but I'm talking about planning generally. If you're proposing a supermarket or a shopping centre on its own, consideration of affordable housing just isn't on the table, is it?
Oh, it's only if it's a residential scheme.
Precisely. So agree with me on the main proposition. The reason why viability matters in the planning system generally is because the deliverability of proposals is important.
Yes, and viability is a key consideration at two stages. One is at the plan making stage to ensure that the policies in the local plan as a whole are deliverable. So that's where the viability process
we'll come on to this.
And then at the plan application stage, with the odd exception, viability is a relevant matter for determining affordable housing contributions associated with residential development. Yeah, that's where viability comes into play.
Let's come on to those two stages. But first of all, we're just in the foothills, and then we can run up all the mountains you want to run up. The true question is not whether the development is viable per se, because that's just about landowner economics and their back pocket, but the planning consequences of a development not being viable. Agreed?
Repeat the question.
The true question here is not viability per se, but the planning consequences of a development not being viable. This is a proposition that Mr. Levine agreed with me on.
When he answered that question, I wasn't quite sure how I would answer.
Well, you've had a couple of days
to reflect on that. To me, the role of viability, like I said, at planning application stage, is to determine the application of affordable housing policies. That is what its role is at the plan application stage.
I'm trying to take you into viability generally. Okay, so I'm trying to ask you as a planner to think about why viability matters before we get onto affordable housing policy.
Well, viability from a plan decision making perspective is relevant to affordable housing contributions.
Yeah, it is. Like but if you try and answer this question, just so I can test the proposition, you may find it easier to not think about affordable housing at all and just answer this question, because I'm testing the general proposition. Yeah.
Okay.
So the true question is not whether a proposal is viable, but what would be the planning consequences of it not being viable?
Okay, I'll go with that. The planning consequences of it not being viable is development will not be delivered.
Yeah, precisely. So that's the real question, because in many planning applications, nobody asks the question, is this viable or not viable?
Correct.
Because it may just be irrelevant.
Yeah, I said, for the purposes of plan application determination, the role of viability is, with the odd exception, only relevant to affordable housing.
And people might propose things that they want to build
absolutely
that are not viable,
correct,
but they decide they want to spend their money in a bad way.
because you do not need to test viability in plan applications, with the exception of affordable.
So why viability becomes important, and we'll get there, but the Supreme Court say it. So that's why I've been really careful about phrasing the true question in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Supreme Court say it. The true question is not whether the development is viable, but the planning consequence of it not being viable. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then it's possible to have a development which is viable but not deliverable because there's some other impediment.
There might be another reason why it's not deliverable.
Yeah, precisely. And on the other hand, it's also possible to have a proposal which is not viable but is still deliverable.
Yes, on the face of it, somebody may choose to build a scheme that is not, on the face of it, financially viable for other reasons.
Yeah, and that's this case, isn't it? That's what Berkeley's choice is here.
Berkeley's choice is to take forward a scheme that does not achieve the relevant viability benchmarks that are established in the relevant guidance and so on, as relevant to determining the appropriate level of affordable housing.
Yeah.
And I don't want to stray into Mr. Levine's
No, I'm not arguing you. I'm going to get you to focus on the planning consequences. This is a scheme that the inspector can record is not viable, but is nonetheless deliverable.
Yes.
Yeah. And indeed, Mr. Levine said that is what he was given an optional choice, unusual or usual, by Mr. Harris, and he opted for it's a usual position that you get to in London, where development plan viability is below the line, but the scheme is still deliverable.
I would say it occurs often.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure I would go so far to say it's the usual.
Well, no, that's fair. Maybe Mr. Levine wouldn't have done if he wasn't only given two choices. Thank you. And it's fair to say also that the position in July 2024 was again that this was one of those schemes which was not viable, but nonetheless deliverable.
At that time, there was, I think I'll remember my words, as I said a few minutes ago, the hope is that it would have been deliverable.
Yeah. And the financial viability appraisal, as Mr. Levine explained, does not show the point at which the scheme would not be deliverable, does it? It shows that it's not viable, but it doesn't show the point.
That's not a requirement of the development plan to do that.
Yeah, but but just to be absolutely clear, so the inspector's got the note. No, it doesn't show that, but that's not what the development plan requires.
Right.
Thank you. But you do understand, don't you, the position being taken against you on this, you collectively, the appellant, on this appeal, is that on the facts of this case, the development plan viability position alone can't be the answer.
Well, of course it must.
So that's the case being taken against you. So you say, I know what your position is, but you understand the case against you, don't you?
The case against me doesn't make any sense, sir. The application needs to be determined in accordance with the development plan as per 38.
Well, so that's the proposition I'm going to test. Yes. So you do understand what that case is, don't you?
I am slightly not bewildered.
Right.
There is a lack of logic to the alternative case against this proposal, on the basis that the proposal, the appeal before us all, should be determined on the basis of the development plan. The approach that has been taken in the application follows the development plan in terms of its policies, its procedures and processes, and it has reached an outcome which has been subject to independent scrutiny, a great deal of scrutiny, to arrive at an end position.
Mr. Alston, please, we're going to. I know you want to advocate, but this is not the time for it. Yeah. Sorry. No, he's not. He's not. We need to get through the cross examination. Right. Let's just break this down. Planning 101. I know you know this, and not trying to patronise in saying it, but just so we take the building blocks in turn. Right. Determination in accordance with the development plan.
Yep.
That's the starting point, but other material considerations may indicate otherwise.
Agreed.
So saying that you don't understand the case because the development plan position in your view leads to one conclusion you necessarily need to accommodate that other material considerations may indicate a different conclusion.
They could, and
They
in this
could.
instance, my
You don't
view,
believe they do?
they do not.
Yeah, but you do. So we've got this basic point, haven't we? Which is that even if you're in accordance with the development plan, it doesn't mean you grant planning permission. And the issue on this appeal is whether to grant planning permission, not solely whether you're in accordance with the development
There
plan.
can be other material considerations.
Precisely.
That
Thank you very much.
actually at that point.
But then let's go back into it. Accordance with the development plan has to be read as a whole.
Yep.
Yeah. So the potential is that you could accord with some or indeed many policies of the development plan, but nonetheless be found to be contrary to the development plan when taken as a whole.
Sometimes there are tensions between different policies, which require the decision maker to make a balanced judgment with regard to those tensions.
Precisely. So you may identify accordance with certain policies, full accordance with certain policies perhaps, but nonetheless conclude that you're contrary to the development plan because of other policies.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, okay. So it's not enough to say, I comply with policy H5 and therefore I should have planning permission.
And well, my view is we accord with policy H5, etc., and the relevant policies in the Southwark local plan in terms of affordable housing delivery. And there are, looking at the local plan as a whole, there are no other planning policies that suggest that a decision should be made in any other way.
I think we have that point, but the point is that you can't say that the consequences that you must grant planning permission, because there's always going to be a wider consideration about what the other policies in the plan are telling you to do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. And can we then just pick up what the NPPF and planning practice guidance say about viability? And I just want to start with paragraph 59 of the NPPF. This is the point that has been touched on a number of times, but the basic point is that this contemplates there may be circumstances in which you don't give full weight to a viability appraisal because there may be other considerations at play.
This is what paragraph 59 is saying, but let's not forget that the development plan must have primacy. And viability is so deeply embedded in terms of the policy mechanism to provide the affordable housing that Londoners need, that in my view, the greatest weight should be given to policy H5. That's very clear. And in that instance, significant weight, full weight should be given to viability evidence submitted, because that's the evidence that is needed to satisfy the development plan policy.
But you see what's happening here is that the NPPF is contemplating the role of viability evidence.
Yep.
Yeah. And when plans are adopted, they're tested for soundness against the NPPF.
And the London plan's been found sound.
Yeah, precisely. So it must be, you're not trying to draw a wedge between the two, are you?
No, what I'm saying is this is national planning policy.
Yeah.
Material considerations, determination of the application. The London plan policy, the London plan has been adopted, and the Southwark plan has been adopted admittedly a few years ago, but on memory, this provision in the NPPF hasn't changed significantly since they were. I don't think
it has. So we can conclude, can't we, that the question, the point that's raised here, which is that ultimately the viability appraisal, the weight to be given to viability assessment is a matter for the decision maker in all the circumstances of the case. That applies to London Plan Policy H5 and to Southwark Plan Policy P1.
No, I think we need to backtrack a second, just to pick on your point, which is actually very helpful, that the London Plan and the Southwark Plan are pretty consistent, and they are confirming that viability is an absolute core part in determining how much affordable housing should be proposed as part of schemes. That has been tested through the examination process of the London Plan and the Southwark Plan in regard to paragraph 59. So that test, that exercise has already been undertaken to determine how much weight.
No. Okay, let's please deal with paragraph 59, because if every witness had in answer to a question about the NPPF referred to a whole load of different policies, we would still be on day one of the inquiry. So can we just please focus on the question? Paragraph 59 of the NPPF says that the weight to be given to a viability appraisal is for the decision maker, not the plan maker, the decision maker. And that applies whether you're in Southwark or whether you're in Birmingham. Agreed? Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. Good. Let's go to the PPG then. And this is the PPG on viability. I don't think it's any. I don't think it's in the. Is it? I don't think it's in the core documents.
I'm sure I put it up on the
So
internet. Give
I
me a
think you
second.
just have to look it up. Sorry,
That's okay.
I think that's what we're told to do, not to include the PPG. So you got the PPG, the guidance headed viability.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Yeah, the one that's dated, last updated 12th of December 2024.
Brilliant.
We
Thank
did
you.
the same thing. Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask you a couple of questions about that. If you just scroll down to the second bold heading, or it's the third bold heading, I suppose. You've got a bold heading, viability and plan making, then a smaller text heading, and then the next one after that, next bold one after that is how should plan makers and site promoters ensure? Do you have that?
No, hold on, I'm lost.
It's paragraph 002. It's just go.
Okay, under big heading, viability and plan making.
Yeah,
And then second,
the second small heading.
yeah, how should plan makers and site promoters? Yeah.
Thank you. So if you, yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, I've always found the PPG impossible to coherently reference.
Letter from Mr. Brown has instigated the revision date of the paragraph numbers for the reference IDs. It's the worst piece of reference in British history.
I'm sure you wouldn't be saying that if he was sitting across the room. Anyway, with that, we're all in the right place. And that says, first of all, the role of viability assessments primarily at plan making stage.
Yeah.
And that is reflecting the fact that what you should do is you should test a plan for viability, and you test it for viability to work out whether your proposals are deliverable and therefore sound.
Yep.
Agreed. And then you adopt your policies accordingly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. And then the next, the third paragraph under that, policy requirements, particularly for affordable housing, should be set at a level that takes account of affordable housing and infrastructure needs.
Yep.
And allows for the planned types of sites and developments to be deliverable without the need for viability assessment at the decision-making stage. That's the intent.
That's what the guidance
Yeah.
says.
You set your policies, you say how much affordable housing you want, and then you shouldn't need to come back and test it.
However,
Yeah.
if you look at the process of making sure your plan is sound, it needs to be appropriately justified. Now, if we look at the viability appraisal, the whole plan viability appraisal of the Southwark Plan, sir, that was undertaken by BNP Paribas, I think that's referenced by Mr. Levine. This demonstrates that there will be sites within Southwark that cannot viably propose 35% affordable housing, and therefore, in order for the plan to be sound, it needs to have the subject to viability provision incorporated into that policy. And therefore, as I said a few minutes ago, the key role for viability is at the plan making stage. That's what the whole plan viability assessment is about. And by setting the policy requirement at a sort of 35%, that would not be sound unless it had a subject to viability provision in there. That's what the evidence says, and that tallies with what the PPG is saying.
Yeah. And if you say, hang on, my site won't be able to meet the expectations of the plan, the task of landowners and site promoters is to tell the plan making authority in the first instance, and to tell those who are examining the plan.
Well, I'd say the onus is on the local planning authority to ensure that the plan they're preparing is appropriately justified.
Just scroll down. Whose responsibility is it? Last paragraph in that section. It is the responsibility of site promoters to engage in plan making, take into account any costs, including their own profit expectations and risks, and ensure that proposals for development are policy compliant. Policy compliant means development which fully complies with up-to-date policies. Yeah.
And as we discussed, the proposed development is fully in accordance with affordable housing policies.
Yeah. These sorts of, let me tell you how great my scheme is comments are just not going to help get through the evidence. So let's just do it. We just do it step by step.
Good question.
Sorry? Well, if he can just do answers, I'll stick to just questions.
Time you make a question, then make a comment on it.
Okay, I'm sorry that I wasn't clear in the question. I think you were able to answer it. You did answer it, then you added a comment, and I just want to focus on the question. So look, what this identifies, doesn't it, is that at the plan stage, those who promote sites need to come forward and say, look, I can't meet these expectations on this site because there are particular constraints.
But let's not forget that.
Sorry, that's what it's saying, isn't it?
That's what it's saying.
Yeah, okay. And then what do you want me to not forget in the process?
That the typical operating period of a local plan is 15 years. So, for instance, at the time that sites were being promoted to the Southwark plan, the site wasn't owned by the appellant. Adopted in 2022, the examination was in 2021. So the appellant came in right at the end of that examination process. So yes, the onus in the guidance is dare I say, purposely placed on promoters to say, look, you've got a role in this process.
Yeah, precisely. You say this is a really difficult site, and the consequence of it being a really difficult site is that this site, as opposed to others, should deliver only 5%
challenges. Now, what I don't know, because I'm not aware of the extent of any involvement a previous landowner may have had in the preparation of the AAP back in 2014, or indeed the representations and so on that the previous landowner had in respect to the new Southwark plan. What I do know is that the council's evidence base very, very clear in saying that there's a number of sites in Southwark that are very challenged from a viability perspective for all sorts of reasons, and they're not going to be able to get to that 35% figure. That's why you must have a subject to viability provision in there.
Very much. Let's continue with our slow progress and go down to paragraph, the heading viability and decision taking, big heading, and small heading, should viability be assessed in decision taking? Yeah?
Yes, I found it.
Thank you. And that says, where up-to-date policies have set out the contributions expected from development, planning applications that fully comply with them should be assumed to be viable. Okay, so that's the starting point. You assume viability if you meet the policy requirements. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is up to the applicant to demonstrate whether particular circumstances justify the need for a viability assessment at the application stage. Policy compliant to decision making means the development fully complies with up-to-date policies. Yeah. So it follows from that, doesn't it, that what is being said is that the starting point is an assumption you don't need to look at viability again, because you should meet what the policy has set as the requirement.
The policy requirement is 35% subject to viability.
Well, no. What is being...
It is, that's what the policy requires.
Can you stop offering answers? It is.
You were interrupting.
It is. Well, object to the interruption, not offer the answer that he may or may not have given. Well, sir, matter for you, but Mr. Alston is obviously enthusiastic, and we've already had 2 hours of evidence in chief when it was supposed to be 1 hour. My estimate was 2 hours of cross-examination, but that was assuming that at most stages questions were answered with short clarification, rather than the witness feeling like they had to go on the front foot and reassert their whole case. So I am going to struggle if Mr. Harris insists that Mr. Alston is entitled to restate large parts of his case in answer to every question. Just some good to please, Mr. Harris, can we just have some guidance from the inspector, and then we'll follow it.
Yeah, can we try and reduce the number of interjections if possible? But the witness was giving a short answer during that last one.
Thank you. Okay, so where up-to-date policies have set out the contributions expected from development, planning applications that fully comply with them should be assumed to be viable. It's up to the applicant to demonstrate whether particular circumstances justify the need for a viability assessment. The application stage, policy compliant and decision making means the development fully complies with up-to-date policies. Now, what that contemplates is that viability only comes into play if you're seeking to depart from the full expectations.
The full expectation of policy is subject to viability.
No,
there can be situations where there's a fixed requirement that does not apply in this instance.
Right. Okay. Well, I asked Mr. Levine about this. Which policies are not subject to viability?
There could be an instance in a local plan, which is not in London, which requires a flat requirement of, let's just say, 30% affordable housing.
With no reference to viability?
There could be a situation where that could be in a local plan.
Wouldn't that be unsound when measured against the MPPF?
Well, I imagine so, but don't forget
Yeah.
that some local plans, as you mentioned earlier, were prepared in the 90s.
Yeah,
So we
but-
just don't know. So that would be an instance where an applicant could come forward and say, I see what your local plan policy says, 30%, let's say, but I can't meet that. Here's my evidence to justify deviating from that policy requirement. That is what that's saying.
Generally, affordable housing policies are expressed to be subject to viability.
That is the most common situation that I've experienced. Bearing in mind, my focus is in London and the South East.
Yeah,
can't
well, I
comment
work all
on
over the country,
as a
so
whole.
I think, and so does the inspector. Generally, subject to viability.
I'll take your word for that one.
Yeah, okay. And so what the PPG, which of course is last updated this section in 2019, but is capable of being updated if things change along the way, what the PPG is saying is that where the policies are up to date, i.e. where they meet the MPPF requirements.
Mhm.
So this is dealing with circumstances, not your 1996 local plan, those policies not up to date, but where you've got up to date policies, that viability assessment is the exception rather than the rule at application
No, I
stage.
fully disagree. Viability is not the exception at the plan application stage. Policies in the London Plan and the Southwark Plan are explicit that viability is an integral part in applying affordable housing policies. The development plan must take primacy. The PPG is a material consideration. The development plan is explicit that viability is a core part of applying and testing its policies.
And if we go into the next paragraph, how should viability assessment be treated in decision making? Do you have that?
Yes.
Where a viability assessment is submitted to accompany a planning application, this should be based upon and refer back to the viability assessment that informed the plan. The applicant should provide evidence of what's changed. So again, it's saying plan viability is your starting point.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Which says that some schemes aren't viable.
But okay.
It does. But yes, I agree with your point. That's the starting point.
Yeah, that's maybe the technique that will avoid further problems in this is for you to provide an answer and then to add your clarifications. Yeah. The weight to be given to a viability assessment is a matter for the decision makers. That's the same language as the paragraph 59. Yeah?
Yes.
Having regard to all the circumstances, including whether the plan and viability evidence underpinning the plan is up to date, site circumstances, including any changes since the plan was brought into force, and the transparency of assumptions behind evidence submitted as part of the viability assessment. So those are the factors. Those are expressed to be including, so it's not an exclusive list, is it?
I agree.
Yeah. So there may be other factors which are properly treated as material to the question of weight to be given to a financial viability assessment, which are not listed in that set.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'd agree with that.
Thank you. Southwark plan, please. Just to make sense of this, I think it probably isn't a huge point here. I expect it doesn't matter at all, but Southwark plan is after the London plan.
Yeah, there's a sequence. It's 22.
And so if there's conflict, you prefer the later adopted one, the Southwark plan over the London plan.
That's the
Yeah, okay.
norm.
So the helpful starting point is to look at what the Southwark plan says, because that's the one that's going to take precedence if there's conflict.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's most recently adopted components of the development plan.
Thank you. The policy intent is to deliver 50% of housing
Half of new
as
homes.
affordable,
Yeah.
half of new homes.
Yeah.
Thank you, SP1. And that's a deliberate policy choice, isn't it? Not to say 50%, but the maximum reasonable amount. And the minimum then is expressed as 35% subject to viability.
Yes.
Thank you. But the policy expectation in 2022 was that the maximum could be more than 50%, but in reality, it would be 35 to 50%.
Yeah, it could be. Southwark has a slightly different policy to the London plan,
Yeah.
where it says, you know, the minimum subject to viability expectation is 35%, but if you get over 40, you're not required to provide viability evidence at your pre-application stage.
Let's just check that, because I'm not sure that is quite what it says. If you just go to policy P1,
Yeah.
Again, it may not matter, and it probably doesn't matter. But as I'm sitting here with Southwark's hat on, if they have hats. I just want to double check that's right. What it says, I think, is that there are exceptional circumstances where it will not test viability. Do you have that reference? Sorry, I'm just scrolling back through myself. You probably beat me to it.
Yeah, it says basically in exceptional circumstances, development can follow the fast track route, and those exceptional circumstances then effectively set out. And the first one is where the development provides 40% affordable housing.
Yeah. So it's identifying their certain circumstances. They're different across the two, across different parts. So the Aylesbury area core action doesn't allow that sort of fast track. So there's a specific limitation on when you can follow the fast track in Southwark.
It's defined in the policy.
So you can't, in Southwark, you can't come forward with 35% and say, don't worry about viability. You would still need to test viability at 35%. Thank you. Good. The policy expectation, as we already touched on, was that you'd get from this 35 to 50% affordable housing across most schemes.
I'd say hope, but yes.
Yeah.
Aspiration. Aspiration's a better word.
Fine, aspiration. And the policy performance up till now, Mr. Ibbott's evidence was about 40% of grants and about 38% of delivery. It was in affordable tenure types since the adoption of the plan.
Yes, I've got similar data in my evidence, and it reflects back to this point about a golden rule. Generally speaking, most planning permissions granted in Southwark have 35% affordable housing, or some have a bit more, but 35% tend to be the lower level.
Yeah, but do you remember the additional point, the Ibbott additional point, which is delivery? 38% of housing has been delivered in affordable tenure types.
Yes, I agree, but I also note that the conversion rate, if I can use that phrase, from planning permissions to completions, there's a very big gap. So the ones that have been completed have those, broadly speaking, 35 or so percent within them. But the key issue to me is that there's a significant proportion of planning permissions granted at 35% that haven't been built. And that's the difference between permissions granted and completion. So we've clearly got a challenge, or a question to be begged: why are the planning permissions at 35% not converting into homes built at 35%?
Yeah, and that would require an assessment of what are the delivery problems for any particular site and how.
There's a clear trend.
Thank you. The scale of these proposals, they involve, they're major proposals, and they are major in the sense of the scale of housing that's being supplied.
In which these
proposals, this appeal.
Yes, so it's a major scheme.
Yeah. And the constraints on land availability in London mean that there are limited opportunities to meet housing needs, and that they all need to be taken up along the way.
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
The constraints on that, and this goes back, Mr. Harris put the point the other day, that I'll do it in two steps. London has a very significant need for housing.
Yep.
Land is a constraint.
Yep.
And therefore, where land is available for residential development, you need to take it up for that to go anywhere near to meeting those needs.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And NSP 74 is an example of a very important opportunity for housing delivery.
Absolutely. It's a key site.
And once it is built, once it's built out, you can't go back into it and deliver more affordable housing, can you?
Not when it's built, no, but we do have review mechanisms to determine if the scheme is able to provide a greater proportion of affordable housing, and that's secured under the Section 106 agreement.
Yeah, understood. Understood. And you just send some other points of context. You can agree, can't you? There's a particularly acute affordability issue in Southwark and in Peckham.
Right, so there's an acute affordability issue across all of London.
Yeah, but you could also answer the question. Yes, and
yes is the answer.
Thank you. Yes, and across London. Yeah, okay. And these proposals amount to what in reality is not in proportion meeting local housing needs, because local housing needs are in the majority for affordable tenure types, and these proposals are in majority not for affordable tenure types.
It is making the biggest contribution the scheme can make.
Well, that's not the answer to the question. These proposals are not meeting those local housing needs because they are predominantly for market housing, whereas the need is predominantly for affordable housing?
It's providing 77 affordable homes, which is meeting local housing need.
Yeah, you're still not answering it.
I have answered the question.
No, you haven't.
That's the answer.
So was it a yes, but?
Yes, it
A
is
yes,
meeting.
but.
It is meeting local housing need.
Oh, it is a no. So it's a no.
It's meeting local housing need.
Okay. So put the question again. These proposals are not meeting local housing needs because they are predominantly for market housing when the needs are predominantly for affordable housing.
I disagree with the plan application proposals are addressing local housing need. They include 77 affordable homes for which there is a need, and they include market homes for which there is a need. The housing market that we should be considering is London as a whole.
Right. Do you have the point about local housing need, though, that local housing need here is predominantly for affordable housing?
It's set out in the Southwark Schma, so I agree. Around 2/3 or so of identified need is for affordable housing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So agreed, it's predominantly for affordable housing.
Yep.
Once this site has gone for market housing or gone for 88% market housing, we're not going to get more affordable housing out of it.
No, you're not.
No. And as a result, that this site is not going to meet those needs as well as if it was providing more affordable housing.
An individual site obviously can't meet the entirety of a local need.
Answer first.
The answer to I'll just repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. This is the problem. Just listen. The site is not going to meet those local housing needs, is it? Because it is going to come forward, if these proposals are allowed, at 88% market housing.
The site,
and as a result, it can't contribute further to meeting those local
can't
housing
contribute
needs.
any further, but it is addressing local housing need.
And you say it's doing so because it's delivering some affordable.
Absolutely.
And the logic of your position is that if it was delivering one affordable unit, then you would say it was also meeting local housing needs.
One affordable unit and any number of market units both contribute to meeting local and London-wide housing needs.
So just to be absolutely clear, your position is that when we look at the NPPF as a whole and we look at other references, wherever they may be, to meeting local housing need, your answer would be, if this was an entirely market scheme, this is a scheme which nonetheless meets local housing needs.
There's all sorts of different...
Sorry, just answer the question.
Yes, it's addressing local housing needs.
Yeah, okay. So in a sense, I don't need to test whether that's at 5%, 12% or 50%.
It's meeting housing needs.
You say
there is a need for
houses.
houses.
Okay, fine. We can make submissions on that. If this proposal was increased to 20% affordable housing, do you remember the exchange yesterday when Mr. Ibbott said he thought it was about 50 units? What's your contrary position?
Well, if the mathematical sum, if you followed the same unit size mix, is if the 20% of habitable rooms in the scheme were affordable, that would equate to about another 50 units.
Okay.
If that's the question.
Yeah. Do you remember yesterday Mr. Ibbott said it and Mr. Harris said, well, we don't accept that, and where is it written down?
It's the mathematical
It's the maths. I thought there was, thanks. It's the maths. Thank you. Can we turn up policy H5, please? Of the London plan, that is. And I just want to make sure that we're agreed as to the role of this policy hurdle. I lost my London plan. Just go to F. Where an application does not meet the requirements set out in Part C, it must follow the viability tested route. It requires detailed supported viability evidence to be submitted to show. Now, the must here is a must to provide the evidence, isn't it? You must provide that evidence.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Does this policy include a must grant permission if you provide that evidence to a
Just the
satisfactory
development
result.
plan needs to be read as a whole.
Sorry,
The London plan, the development plan needs to be read as a whole.
I think that's an answer to the question. Does it include a must grant permission?
No, it does not.
No. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And what that's testing, I think we agreed with Mr. Levine, and I think you agree, is that showing what the development plan says is a reasonable maximum provision. It's not, is it, telling you that a site is deemed to be deliverable if you've tested it through that means?
No, the term deliverable isn't in there. What it's testing is what is the maximum reasonable level of affordable housing that that particular scheme can provide.
Well, what it's testing is its expectations about the reasonable level of provision, that policy expectations.
The reasonable level of affordable housing.
And it's not saying that more than that would render a scheme undeliverable, is it?
No, it's got a standardised methodology that's set out in the Mayor's SPG that requires applications to follow, and it adopts a standardised process on purpose to enable decision making, effectively to determine what's fair and reasonable.
Yeah. Now, in your evidence in chief, you said or agreed with a question, I think it was, but you adopted the words, the planning system cannot require more than, and then the output of the H5 requires. Yeah. Now, what you mean by that is policy H5 cannot require more than that. Is that fair?
Well, the planning system requires plan application to be determined in accordance with the development plan, and the development plan says what the requirement is. So,
just to be clear, I thought we went through this. Planning system as a whole doesn't say that, does it?
well, if you start at section 38.6 that says if you submit a planning application, it should be determined in accordance with the development plan. The development.
Sorry, you missed a bit. You've missed a bit.
In respect to
what's the rest of the section 38.6 test?
Having regard to other material, unless material considerations indicate otherwise.
It doesn't tell you to determine in accordance with the development plan, does it? It says determine in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise.
It's very clear that the development plan has primacy.
Primacy is the effect.
One of the foundations of the planning system.
It's awesome. The role of the development plan is clear, but also when you refer to the planning system, you're referring to the terms of policy H5, aren't you? Because of course the planning system can lead to outcomes which are different from the terms of policy H5.
But what the planning system can ask for is set out in the development plan having regard to national policy.
Yeah, so far as the development plan is concerned. And then there are other material considerations.
There are other material considerations that a decision maker can have regard to in a situation where a plan application does not accord with the development plan. The starting point is...
I'm sorry, just to be clear on this. You can have regard to other material considerations, even if the development does accord with the development plan, can't you?
Of course you can, yes.
Yeah, okay. So this is planning 101, and I know you understand it, but I think we just need to be absolutely clear in the answer you're giving, because you said earlier the planning system cannot require more than the outturn of policy H5, but the correct analysis is this, isn't it? The development plan, in the London plan at least, we'll come on to policy P1, doesn't require more than the outturn of policy H5.
It doesn't require applicants to provide more than is proposed, and as a consequence of that, it doesn't require anything over and above what the policy requires.
It's the development plan that doesn't require more than policy H5. In other words, that is the development plan viability threshold. Yeah, but the planning system as a whole may require more.
But the development plan is the mechanism set within the planning system that determines what is provided.
Oh, gosh.
But I take your point. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be my answer is the development plan takes primacy, and that's what development plan policy requires.
Yeah. I think everyone understands the role of the development plan in the planning system. I just want to isolate this point because what's clear from the foregoing analysis in terms of the MPPG and the MPPF is that When you say the planning system cannot require more than that, more than H5, what you mean by that is policy H5 as part of the development plan cannot require more than that. That's a fair summary, isn't it?
That is a fair summary. Okay, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Policy H5 cannot require more than that.
Thank you. So I'm going to move on to heritage matters. I just wondered, it's 12:55. I don't think I'll finish my cross-examination before a sensible lunch break. Would it make sense to adjourn now?
Yes, I think so, unless anybody else has an objection to that. No. So yeah, we'll adjourn for 1 hour and reconvene. Just a reminder that the witness is in a further period, so he's not to discuss aspects of the case with anybody. Thank you. Mr. Turdy, please continue.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go very shortly to CD 7.1, Part 1. Not quite yet, but it's the biggest of the PDFs, I think. So could you click and then wait, and I'll ask you a couple of questions whilst that's waiting to load. So, heritage matters. You're not the heritage expert. No, sorry, I think that's me. I didn't switch that to airplane. Apologies. And you defer to Mr. Eldridge on heritage matters.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And similarly, you're not the architect, and you defer to Ms. Stricknoth on that.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you were asked some questions about how you saw the Rye Lane frontage and the impacts, but can we just agree that if you're proposing to demolish something and build something in its place, the correct assessment is the net position, i.e. what's there at the moment versus what's proposed to come?
Yeah, baseline versus proposed, I would describe it.
Baseline versus proposed, or net position. Thank you very much. You understand the point, of course, that it's not that the development of the site per se is harmful. That's not the point that's been made by the council. It's that there is harm to the conservation area from these particular proposals.
Yeah, part of the proposal affects part of the conservation area. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to ask you about the Rye Lane. I mean, you said that when you're looking up Rye Lane, so you're looking northwards, if you've come out of Peckham Rye station and you head up Rye Lane, and you get to, say, the viewpoint 9 position, which is around the Baptist Chapel, and you look northwards. Did I hear you right to say that the existing building blocks the view of the clock tower?
In some, it's almost like a kinetic view as you're walking north along Rye Lane. There are certain points, and it's shown in the image that we had in the architect's presentation.
Yeah.
It shows that the entry to the Aylesham Centre has got the blue pop-up canopy. That does block part of the view. It's shown in that image.
If you're walking up the right-hand side of the road, the east side of the road.
I can't guarantee exactly where that view is taken from. It's on that particular image shown as well. And I think it is the eastern part of the site.
You know the site, you've been there hundreds of times,
yeah.
No doubt a lot more than me. But I think you'll remember as well, when the architect was giving her evidence, she accepted that at the moment, if you walk up the west side of the road,
I think you're right.
You can see the clock tower from the Baptist Chapel until you get to it, save for where there's a tree in the way.
I think you're correct.
Yeah. Okay, well, the inspector would have seen it, so let's park that point there. So at the moment, the blocking of the viewpoint is potentially confined to the right-hand side of the road, the east of the road. Thank you. Now, having recognised that point, you see, don't you, that one of the changes of this scheme is to now, if it comes forward, to block that view when you're walking up the west side of Rye Lane from the Baptist Chapel until about 150 metres up the road.
Yeah,
I think
I'd say if it's a kinetic view, it's going to reduce your ability to see the side of that clock tower from different points as you're going up and down Rye Lane.
And you won't see it from the Baptist Chapel, you won't see it from number 57 to 59, and you won't see it until you get about half or 2/3 where we agreed to it, and everyone will make their own judgment. And we were told by Ms. Stricknoth that it had been assessed, but we don't have that evidence. But she accepted the principle that you've got to go quite a long way up that road before you then see it in the scheme. Thank you. Now, this is where I just want to pick up, given your earlier involvement in the Shepherd-Robson scheme, I just want to pick up the pre-application position. So could you open CD 7.1?
Yeah.
I don't know if people have managed to load it in the time available. Where I find out, having loaded it, it's disappeared. No, I've got it here. Here we go. And will you kindly turn up page 27? Do you have that?
It's sort of loading bit by bit.
Okay.
Sorry, give me what I want. Got to 20. 6. Hold on. 27 is now downloaded.
Okay, thank you. So you see there this sort of Rye Lane cultural importance.
Yes, the black and white photographs.
Yeah, and on the right hand side, 1905 Rye Lane, looking up Rye Lane, south to north, and you see the clock tower as well as the central part of the Jones and Higgins building, which didn't survive.
The clock tower's poking out sort of at the top on the 1905 image.
Great, thank you. Okay, and then you've also got number 37 to 49 Rye Lane, so that's the bank end, and again you see that relationship.
Yep, it's popping up.
Yep, thank you. Now, just go forward, please, in that document to page 30. And you'll recall this because obviously this was a scheme that you were promoting through pre-app.
Yeah.
And you see what was proposed there in terms of the strategy at this part of the site. I see there that what's being presented is a improvement to the view of the clock tower from the position around the bank buildings.
As a consequence of widening that road, yes.
Yeah, precisely. And so part of the design intent at that stage was to improve that view of the combination of bank building up to clock tower.
It was actually a consequence of widening the road to address conflicts between buses and cyclists and pedestrians. That's a very busy stretch of Rye Lane. So the reasoning for widening the road was to basically put a wider footpath and a cycle path through there. One of the consequences of widening the road is that it improved visibility of the clock tower.
Yeah.
So the visibility wasn't a driver. Well, it was a consequence of doing that.
But you were positively advancing that as a benefit of this scheme, weren't you?
As I said, the lead consideration was widening.
You've said that, yeah. But answer the question. You were positively advancing that as a benefit of the Shepherd-Robson scheme, was that you were going to have a better view of the clock tower from southerly points of Rye Lane.
That's fair.
Yeah. And if we just go to page 144, sorry, this again might take a bit of time to load.
144 was that?
144 of that PDF. And these images do repeat because we've got sets of slides from various pre-application consultations, but tell me when you're there.
I'm still not there.
144.
Is that PDF 144?
PDF, yeah, I think it's both. It is PDF 144 and page.
I think the internal page is missing.
Oh, is it?
143 to 145.
Yeah, there's a number 26 in the bottom right-hand corner. You might be able to see, and then there's in my version I can just about see 144, but it's written across an image.
Just going to try and download it a different way because this is stuck at the moment. So give me 1 second.
All right. Is everyone else there? Can we just show Mr. Alston the image? It's a small point, and it's the last point I need on the document. I'm just going to describe it. Oh, sorry, one of your colleagues is kindly
super, thank you.
Assisting you. Thank you very much for that. It's a very small point in terms of the document, but a point I want to pick up with you. On the right-hand side of that document, you see the phrase "setting the buildings back creates a new vista towards the clock tower." Yeah, okay. And that in that part of that presentation, that's the positive point that you're drawing from that part of the scheme, isn't it?
Yeah, that from a heritage perspective, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. That's all. I'm sorry, it's a big PDF, a small point from a big
downloaded
PDF.
the whole thing now, so we can refer back to it if you ever want to.
You're going to might regret that when you're trying to clear out your cache later. Let's then just pick up position on planning on heritage benefits. Sorry, so you have from Mr. Eldridge's evidence the proposition that he says no harm to conservation area and read as no net harm because whilst there might be negatives, the positives outweigh. That's his evidence for the inquiry.
In essence, that's his evidence.
Okay. I just want to understand from your position, the heritage benefits, because you might remember with Mr. Eldridge, I was trying to get him to show me where he'd set out the heritage benefits. Can I just pin you down on that? I think it's your proof at 14.6 where you set out what you consider to be the heritage benefits of the scheme.
Let's just open it to make sure I'm referring to the right paragraph. 14.6, yeah. So this is where I've effectively done an eternal heritage balancing exercise.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say, and we can go to the document if we want, is it fair to say that you list more heritage benefits there than you listed in the planning statement for the application?
I think you might be right, actually.
Okay, good. I'll take that. We can obviously go to it if you want to, but
I think you're right.
you're willing to accept that, so that's fine. Let's save time.
I think I've been more specific in here than we were in the planning statement. I think that's how I would describe it.
Okay, thank you. And in your evidence in chief, you talked about the Morrison's North Service Area. That's a reference to what would become known as Peckham Yard.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And that was the specific point you addressed in response to those questions. Yeah. So the Morrison's North Service Area becomes Peckham Yards, and that's one of the identified benefits. Thank you. I just want to understand, though, please, in the planning statement and in the statement of case, do you recognise, and indeed in your proof, do you recognise the Eldridge proposition that this is a harm case where the harm is outweighed by heritage benefits on the internal heritage balance?
In my proof, what I've done is taken Mr. Eldridge's evidence where he reaches the conclusion that there'll be, on balance, a neutral effect on the conservation area, but he reaches the view that there is a low level of less than substantial harm on the setting of 58 Peckham High Street. So that's what has triggered my MPPF 215 assessment that's set out in my proof. And as part of that process, I have been cognizant that Historic England, the GLA and the Borough have reached a different conclusion to Mr. Lewis, that the proposed development...
Still Mr. Eldridge. But that's you're not
Eldridge, in that the proposed development would have a less than substantial harm on the conservation area. And so I've done the 215 assessment on the back of Mr. Eldridge's conclusion in respect to 58, and then taking account, what if other parties, what they do have a different view?
Well, let's just be absolutely clear on this. So your position in up until your proof was no harm to the conservation area. And it's right to say, isn't it, you didn't say that's because there is some harm, but there's heritage benefits that outweigh internal heritage balance equals no harm. You didn't say that, did you?
I think I said that in my proof.
In your proof you did, but before that was not
in the we didn't we relied upon the Townscape visual and heritage impact assessment to go through the detail of
which doesn't contain that reference to, as Mr. Eldridge agreed, there's no reference in that to the idea that there is harm that is then outweighed by countervailing heritage benefits within the internal heritage balance.
Okay, I'll take your word for that.
Well, and Mr. Eldridge, because we asked him about it. Thank you. So can the inspector record that the first time that you say, in a document at least, that this is a internal balance Stonehenge type case is your proof? That's
the first time as I set it out in that kind of structured way.
Have you always recognised that there is heritage harm?
I've always been driven by the conclusions, the advice of Mr. Eldridge that there is a low level of harm that is offset by the benefits, the heritage benefits of the proposed development to reach that neutral position.
Yeah, but you say you've always been satisfied by that conclusion. As we explore with Mr. Eldridge, that's not in his documents until he gets to proof stage. I just want to understand from you, did you understand him nonetheless to be saying at that stage, there is a low level of harm unmentioned, but it's outweighed internally?
Yeah, my understanding position is as with, I think, pretty much any major scheme in a conservation area, there's going to be a tension. There's going to be some negatives and some positives. So my understanding overall is that there would be some low level, less than substantial harm to the conservation area, but that would be offset by the benefits.
Thank
It's
you
always
very
been
much.
my understanding of the position.
Thank you very much. If there is harm, if there is net harm,
Yep.
you've applied what you call a section 215, paragraph 215 balance. Okay, we
Yeah.
understand that public benefits and weighting and things come into that in terms of the weight we give to particular public benefits. And I'm not going to try and persuade you that you've got the weighting wrong on these things. That's how you do it. The inspector will do it himself. Can we just look at some other consequences of there being harm, please? Sure. The first consequence of there being harm, if we get there, net heritage harm, if we get there, the first consequence is that you should ask, shouldn't you, can you avoid that harm?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
That should be part of the design process.
Thank you. The next consequence is that because there's harm, because there's net heritage harm, you are in breach of the development plan policies that seek to avoid that harm.
My reference point to respond to that would be the MPPF, which takes you through a process which the starting point, I fully agree with you, is that one should avoid harm to designated heritage assets. You know, great weight should be given to the objective of preserving and enhancing heritage assets. I'm cognizant that any major development in a conservation area is likely to give rise to some harms and some benefits. And so my view on the matter is that the scheme is designed in a manner that is sought reasonably to avoid any of those negative elements or those harm to the designated heritage assets, and is designed a scheme that optimises the benefits to that heritage asset.
Thank you. That's your MPPF answer. Do you remember I was asking about the development plan?
Sure.
Yep. So I know we had a bit of to and fro. I think you were on the other, you were the to and I was the fro in the earlier bit, and we switched roles. Policies of the development plan, if there is net harm to the heritage asset, the conservation area in particular, then those policies that seek to avoid such harm in the development plan are breached.
Subject to the provision that harm to a designated heritage asset can be acceptable if the benefits outweigh the harm, the public benefits outweigh the harm.
But that balance is not part of the policies here, is it?
It is the national plan policy that regard needs to be had to. It's a material consideration when applying the development plan. Actually, no, sorry, I'm teaching you to suck eggs now.
Well, but no, I think you're taking exactly the points I was taking on affordable housing. You're aware of it. Do you understand the point, right? Yeah. Policy HG1 of the London Plan wants to avoid heritage harm, and therefore, if you harm heritage assets, you breach that policy. There may be other policies that you accord with, but you are in conflict with that policy, aren't you?
Well, should we have a look at the policy?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we can.
Which policy do you want to go to, HC1 or?
Policy HG1, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's been slow. It's all right, I'll get there. Thank you. Do you see limb C?
Yeah, got it. Limb C.
Now, if the inspector concludes that there is harm to the conservation area, he should also conclude, shouldn't he, conflict with policy HC1 of the London Plan, because that says that in limb C, development proposals affecting heritage assets and their settings should conserve their significance by being sympathetic to the asset's significance and appreciation within their surroundings, the cumulative impacts of incremental change, etc. Development proposals should avoid harm and identify enhancement opportunities. So you get conflict with HC1 if you have heritage harm.
there is clearly a tension with Part C, but as I agreed I think I accepted your point earlier about NPPF paragraph 58, sorry, I forget now. I think the same principle would apply here, that the NPPF is a material consideration in the application of this policy.
Yeah, okay. So the MPPF is a material consideration, but can you you accept, don't you, that when the inspector's looking at development plan compliance, he's going to have to do the exercise, and you have to do the exercise when you're looking at development plan compliance, of looking at all the policies that might bear on the application and working out which policies are breached and which ones aren't. Now, in London, the heritage policies are framed in such a way, and you'll know this, you come across this the whole time, it's framed in such a way that they don't include the countervailing balance. So if you've got heritage harm, you've got breach of HC1.
Well,
but there might be other parts of the plan that pull in a different direction, or there might be other material considerations.
Yeah,
but
I agree with that. I mean,
okay, thank you. So if we're right on heritage harm, the inspector should record a breach of HC1.
HC1 Part C requires development proposals to conserve their significance. Now, arguably, one could argue that there could be harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset while still conserving its significance. But the objective of HC1, sorry, go on.
Sorry, just to be clear, that would be the Eldridge analysis of internal balance, where you say, I've done some harm to my asset, but I've made it better in some other way.
So I've compensated, or not compensated for, I've balanced it.
Net, no harm, right? I'm testing here the proposition and the development plan consequences of our conclusion on our side of the room, which is that regardless of any countervailing heritage benefits, you're still left with net harm to the conservation area.
If a conclusion is reached that there's net harm to the conservation area, that would not be in accordance with the objective to conserve the significance, but that needs to be considered in the context of paragraph 215 of the framework.
Yeah, so you'd say breach of HC1, but then that might be outweighed by what the MPPF tells you to do about countervailing benefits.
I could go with that, yes.
Yeah, and just, I mean, can we agree that it's the same position under the Southwark plan? We'll go to it so that we do get it right.
Yeah.
I've also lost my Southwark plan tab. So I have to get back. Thank you.
It's P19 and P20, the key conservation policies.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Go to P20, please. Conservation areas, page 140 of the Southwark plan. And this includes a provision that says, in 1, development relating to conservation areas will only be granted where it preserves or enhances ... And then 3, any harm to the significance or its setting must be robustly justified. But it's right to approach this policy in this way, isn't it? That if you cause harm, you are contrary to P20.
I think part 1 and part 3 should be read together.
Right.
So part 3 is almost like giving you the well, it does. It says it allows for harm where it is justified. So, we need to be given great weight. We don't just be great weight to the preservation and harm of the conservation. That's understand why the first part of the policy
I think I'm just trying to make sure we've got the development plan consequences right of our finding on our side of the room that there's harm to the conservation area net, right? Do you see limb 1 of P20? Just read it again. Will only be granted. Yeah. So what you're in the circumstances that we're testing here, you would be inviting the inspector to grant permission, notwithstanding a failure to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area.
I think we can't sort of cherry pick one bit of the policy as opposed to reading the whole thing.
Just tell me what the phrase "will only be granted where" means.
I think part 3 qualifies that to allow harm to the significance of conservation areas and their setting where it's robustly justified.
Okay, so what your position is, in those circumstances, there would be no breach of policy P20 because
If there is any harm.
That phrase, development relating to conservation areas will only be granted where it preserves or enhances the character, should be read as unless you've justified the harm.
That's what part 3 of the policy says.
Well, it's not, it doesn't say it though, does it? Because it goes on to say any harm will have to be robustly justified.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that if there is a robust justification, then there'd be no breach of the policy. Do you see the phrase? The phrase that I'm honing in on will only be granted. Yeah.
I'm saying that if you adopt that strict approach and interpretation of the policy, it would not be reading the policy as a whole. And we need to read the policy as a whole, which understandably seeks to preserve and enhance the character and appearance of conservation areas and their settings, but acknowledges that there are instances where harm to the conservation area can be justified. But if you're seeking to justify that, robust evidence needs to be provided.
So you read this as an or in this policy?
No, I'm reading that as 1 and 3 read together.
Yeah, but you're reading them as an or. You either don't cause harm or you robustly justify it.
Yes, okay, I'll
Okay.
agree with that.
And if the inspector, I can make submissions on the meaning of the policy.
Yeah.
And obviously we take the contrary view. But if the inspector concludes that we're right, that this is a policy that says development related conservation areas will only be granted where it preserves or enhances the character or appearance, and reads it in those terms, then that would be a conflict, and that would need to be taken forward into the decision about compliance with the development plan taken as a whole.
Yes, I agree. If that is your conclusion. Sorry, if that is the inspector's conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on, please. Can we deal with retail now? Thank you. Now, you fairly note in your proof, we can look it up if you want to, but in your proof at 7.8, which is page 21, you fairly note the comments of the planning policy team.
Yes.
Of the London Borough of Southwark. I don't want to go through it in detail. Can I just, for the record, it's CD 7.15.
Yes, it's a typo, apologies.
14, but that's just for if anyone needs the cross-referencing. But the issue about the loss of retail floor space was raised in terms, wasn't it, in October 2024?
Yes, by the planning policy team. Yeah. It was discussed with the development management planning officers, and their advice to us from that part of the council is that those officers were happy and they were not concerned about our proposed non-residential.
Understood. I just wanted to get both sides of the coin, because you were taken in your evidence in chief to the position of the development team, development control team, and you were keen to emphasise that they'd expressed that they were content. But other officers within the council were expressing a contrary view, weren't they?
In the policy team, they'd raised that, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Policy NSP 74. Do turn it up, although I suspect you've read it more than anybody else. That policy has a heading site requirements, or a row site requirements. Retain the supermarket and provide at least the amount of retail floor space currently on site. That's a policy requirement, and that's expressed as a must.
It is a requirement. And must, sorry, yes, I agree.
And the phrase amount of retail floor space doesn't actually produce any difficulties for you, does it, in terms of what's meant by that phrase?
No, but it's in its application, I would read it alongside policy P35.
Okay, well, we can come to that in a moment. But if the people drafting this policy wanted to refer to main town centre uses, then they would have known that that phrase was available to them and indeed defined in the NPPF and elsewhere.
That phrase would have been open to them.
Yeah.
If we take it back all the way back through the process to the evidence base that underpins the Southwark plan, we've got the Southwark retail study, which was done in 2015. There was an update in 2018, which identified a amount of floor space capacity that should be planned for in the local plan based on a standard approach to calculating these things in terms of population growth, expenditure, translating that into floor space. That's then carried forward into the strategic policies in the front part of the Southwark plan, which sets out the global target for net additional retail.
And Peckham specific.
And Peckham has this, yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the allocations, if it cascades down to that, it's seeking to accord with that capacity. Now, that assessment looks at retail in terms of convenience and comparison retail alongside food and beverage, and that's been badged together as retail. So the policy wording is stemming from the evidence base. So it's logical that the word retail is used in there. Had consideration been given to the merits of a more flexible approach, perhaps the wording at that point in time, perhaps wording might have been different, but that's not what's in the policy.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's that. We may all sit through inquiries wishing that policies said different things than they do, but can we just hit the nail on the head, please? Here, this is not a policy that requires the retention of main town centre uses generally. It requires the retention of retail floor space.
That's what the policy wording says.
Yeah, and it could have chosen the words main town centre use instead of retail. And I think the point you just made only goes so far as saying, well, elsewhere in the evidence base, retail and food and beverage are treated as one.
That is what the evidence base that underpins the policy considers in terms of the capacity for additional floor space.
So you might make a case to say that the word retail there means retail, food and beverage, but you can't make a case to say it means retail and any other main town centre use.
The wording says retail, and we've had some advice from the planning policy team which backs up your point. Actually, in the old use class order, as A1 to 3 is what's considered as retail by the planning policy team.
Right.
I think I may have flagged in my evidence in chief. I think it's paragraph 115 of the inspector's report to the Southwark plan, which sort of echoes what's said in the London plan, which is you need to keep these policies under review. The retail and leisure sector is changing very rapidly. Be agile, etc. Yeah,
but can we just get this clear?
Yeah,
there is a difference, isn't there, between a main town centre use being appropriate in this town centre location and a specific policy requirement to retain retail floor space.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is not difficult for us as, I was going to say us as planners, I'm not a planner, but you as a planner to understand, because you know that retail doesn't mean hotel and casino and anything else that's a main town centre use. It means retail.
Yeah,
and you may have arguments around the edges about some aspects of retail and use classes and so on, but it doesn't mean offices.
That policy in NSP 74 doesn't mean offices. However, as I said, I have read this in conjunction with P35, which does allow retail to change to alternative uses where a case can be made.
Yeah, so P35 is dealing with where you're making a change, but the site-specific policy here is must retain at least the amount of retail floor space. Yeah, and just it's basic point, but you're in breach of that.
With that particular limb of the site allocation, we are not in accordance with that. But a bit like the points I made earlier, it's not a sort of checkbox exercise. We need to look at the overall accordance with the site allocation as a whole in the context of the development plan as a whole.
Right, but okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's you accept that you breached that must.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
For good reason.
Okay. Now, the site-specific allocation in terms of retail proposals, were dealt with. The policies as a whole in the plan also include P32 and P33.
Yes.
And so they make specific requirements in respect of small shops and in respect of business relocation development proposals. And those should be read as imposing additional requirements to those which are in policy. Those which are in NSP 74.
They're additional requirements.
They're not additional.
They should be read alongside.
So NSP 74, in terms of small shop provision, it doesn't make any detailed provision, does it? Does it say what percentage needs to be small shops?
No.
No. So when you're understanding what the retail mix needs to be in your proposal, you need to judge it against P32 as well as addressing NSP 74.
Read the two together.
Yeah, read the two together, precisely. And the same goes for P33, business relocation. We're not told in this policy, and you must relocate, because you don't need to duplicate what's already in P33.
The policies all talk to each other, so they all need to be considered in the round.
Precisely. And it would be unnecessary and unhelpful for this policy to say, and cut and paste P32 and P33. Okay, thank you. So let's see where we get to then. Statement of common ground, we record a quantitative loss of 1,800 square metres of retail floor space. Is that right?
Depends how you calculate it. So should we just open the statement of common ground? So we refer, because we tried to make this as straightforward and transparent as we possibly can.
Agreed.
And I don't think, can you remind me the CD of the statement of common ground? Sorry.
It is 8
It's 8 something, isn't it?
8.04. 8.04.
Thank you.
And you're on page 12 of that document.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
So. Have you got that table?
Yeah, I've got it open. I think it's the same one that's in my. Yes, it is. It's like the identical table.
And what you see there is on the right hand side, you've got the retail row.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've got that figure minus 1,836.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the loss of retail, isn't it?
That's the reduction in retail floor space. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And thank you. Let's just make sense of that. We'll come into small shops in a moment, but a small shop in the plan is 80 square metres.
That's right.
So just to give a sort of measure of 1,800 square metres, that's equivalent to about 22 small shops, isn't it?
If those units were set out as small shops, yes, that's what maths would get you to.
Yeah, no, precisely. So if you were in small shops, the loss could be quantified as 22 small shops, and
or
if they were bigger
one big shop.
Yeah, it could be a supermarket. Yeah. It could be 1,800 square meters. I think pretty much every Lidl and Aldi out of town is 1,800 square meters, having challenged lots of them. So it could be a supermarket.
Yes,
but in terms of the policy, it's equivalent to 20 small shops or so.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then we are going to deal with the further caveat on that. And I know Mr. Mohammed had other points that we heard from Mr. Holloway, but let's just deal with it on the terms in this table. It's right to note, isn't it, that 1,800 square metre loss is measured against the provision of what is called flexible retail.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that could include uses such as a gym use.
Yep.
Yeah. And the condition that's been agreed, I think, by the applicant is, I think, that 75% of that flexible retail should be shop, effectively.
Yeah, that's a proposed condition.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be talking about that in the round, aren't we?
Precisely. I don't want to get into the detail. There are also restrictions on the amount of food and beverage and the amount of drinking establishment that are proposed.
Yes, we've proposed caps of 320 and 350 on memory.
Can we just agree this, though, that loss of retail, the figure of 1,800, there could be further space that is used for non-retail uses within that flexible retail category, such as a gym use.
Just so I answer correctly, can you just rephrase that?
Yeah. So again. Yeah. So you've got your figure here. The best way to do it is hard when you talk about the negative, but the figure, your proposed figure, that gets you to a net position. Your proposed figure, 3,812 square meters. Yeah.
Yes.
Those retail units would include, for example, a gym use.
Yeah, they could do.
Yeah.
We don't know for definite, but it would allow for
it. It would allow for it. And up to 25% of that figure, in fact, could be for uses other than retail.
Yes.
Yeah. So the minus 1,800 square meter figure is essentially a best case, assuming that all of the flexible retail comes forward as shop.
Yeah, the best way I would describe it is that minus 1,836 is floor space in shop units.
Yeah. So
what shop units could be used for a variety of uses.
Got it. So what the inspector can record is, in terms of loss of retail, the loss is at least 1,836, and it could be more if a gym came forward, for example.
That's correct. But if it was more, it would be an alternative main town centre use, which is in the mix of uses proposed in the planning application.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I just want to look at how that fits generally. Obviously, the ambition of the Southwark plan is to deliver more retail floor space in Peckham. Agreed?
Yes.
And you don't identify, do you, the impact of this proposal of loss of retail floor space on that ambition to deliver more retail floor space?
Well, the key consideration for town centres is vitality and viability, and I'm using that on purpose because that reason for refusal was introduced. We have provided information in my proof of evidence, which is over and above the information provided in the pre-application package, to deal with the impacts of the proposed reduction in retail floor space on the vitality and viability of the town centre.
Right. Okay. But back to the point, the plan expects retail growth in quantitative terms, increase in the amount of retail floor space in Peckham. Your proposals result in the reduction of the amount of retail floor space in Peckham.
Yes.
And you don't identify how that is going to be made up in the context of the ambition.
No, we don't set out how that shortfall or that reduction might be made up. The reason for that is the evidence that we've submitted as part of our plan application provides the justification of moving away from a restricted use class for town centre floor space and sets out the benefits to move to a more flexible position as a mechanism to enable the town centre to prosper in the future from a V&V perspective through its ability to adapt and diversify. And one of the reasons why it's flexible in terms of those uses is to ensure that the town centre could be adaptable for unknown future changes to retail, leisure, etc. trends over the life of the development. It's a sort of a commonly accepted principle that there's a danger of having too many shops and not enough occupiers. And what we are anxious to avoid is that we are contributing the best we can to town centre vitality and viability by ensuring that the scheme is able to accommodate an appropriate range of uses that makes the optimum contribution in the context of an 11% vacancy of existing retail units across the town centre.
Right. Can we go on to, please, your appendices?
Yes, of my proof.
Where you set out appendices to your proof, where you provide us with the CF commercial report, which I think is part 1 of your appendices, CD 8.07-1. And you need to turn to page, 77. Thank you.
Are we in my proof of evidence or the rebuttal?
Proof appendices, CD, I did give you the number, lost it now. Yeah, it's appendix C. The CF commercial
Yes,
report.
that's what I've got open. That's what I'm just checking.
Do you have it?
Yes.
Page 78 of the PDF, or 77 and 78 of the PDF.
Oh, what's that in real pages, please?
No idea.
Should be the bottom of the page.
My version's not paginated. My assumption is it would be page 77 or 78. Assuming you start at page 1 in your appendices.
What's the paragraph number?
Are you in the CF commercial report? Thank you. I thought you were trying to get to that. Right.
Oh, no.
CF commercial report. I just want to ask you, first of all, the CF commercial report, is that the best evidence for the inquiry as to the likely mix of occupiers?
It's an indication of occupier demand at present. And that might change in the future. We are several years away from phase 2 being completed. Now, with the exception of the Morrisons and a couple of units, the majority of this flexible commercial floor space will be in phase 2.
Thank you.
That's fine.
No, go on, carry on.
I was going to say, what the exercise has done is identify potential occupiers that might be interested in taking space now, and suggested the extent to which that broad range of typologies of occupiers might want to take space in the development in the future.
Now, you'll see, and you know, won't you, that CF Commercial, in preparing this, didn't look to see whether the existing displaced occupiers would want to take the space in the scheme, did they?
It wasn't their brief to do that.
Yeah. Okay. No, they didn't look at that, and their reason is you didn't ask them to.
Their brief was to look at occupier demand over and above existing occupiers.
And then if we go to page 24 of that document, page 101 of the PDF, you see the heading 5.10 existing tenants.
Mm-hmm.
You see the recommendation says there are first of all, following are existing Aylesham tenants potentially suited. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They are multiple operators.
Yes.
Now, it then says dialogue with them, and then we get a list, which is Greg's, Holland and Barrett, JD, and Nando's, which I think we probably all know. Some of us know some of them better than others. If we look at that list, that doesn't include any of the independents, does it?
It's all multiples.
Yeah. And if you reread 5.10.1, the following are existing Aylesham tenants that are potentially suited to taking space in the new scheme on the Rye Lane frontage.
Yep.
Yeah. And we can take it from that the CF did not consider that any of the other operators are suited to that location, the existing operators.
I mean, it's referring to the Rye Lane frontage, which is obviously isn't the only retail frontage in the proposed development, but this section of report is focused on those four multiples.
Yeah, but it doesn't identify that any of the local independent operators would be suited to that location.
It doesn't because it's silent on it.
Yeah, well, more than silent, isn't it? It says that the following tenants are potentially suited, the inference being that the other tenants are not potentially suited.
I mean, it reflects those are the existing tenants that are on the Rye Lane frontage.
Well, it excludes the local independent operators who are on the Rye Lane frontage.
It excludes, which is Deuce's Shoes.
Right.
The other independent operators aren't on the frontage.
So it's your position that they wouldn't be suited?
No, it's not my position. This is the report from CF Commercial that's identified some of the existing tenants that might potentially be suited to take space on the Rye Lane frontage in the proposed development.
Yeah,
I acknowledge, and I agreed to you a second ago, that it doesn't consider these small or independent businesses.
Yeah.
Indeed, it doesn't consider all of the multiples that are on site at the moment. It is selective.
Yeah, and then 5.11 we get a bit more detail on the tenant mix.
Yep.
Yeah, and this goes through each of the proposed retail units.
It does.
Identifies potential occupiers.
It's to give it's about making sure that what we're proposing is fit for purpose and fit for market.
I've understood what it's trying to do. Yeah. That's fine. But when we look at that list, it doesn't identify any of the existing operators, does it? If we go first of all, let's go to the affordable retail units.
It gives an indication of a vintage clothing store. I think what I would point out is it's specifically identifying local operators. So
yeah, which of the locals?
They're not specified, but what?
No, but do they exist at the moment? If you just pick up the list of them, so you go to Peckham Yard,
yeah,
and you look at the affordable retail. Mm-hmm. Affordable retail suggested a vintage clothing, beauty products, kitchenware, zero waste, juiced bar, and health food.
I mean,
who do you have in mind? Which of the displaced tenants are in mind there?
It's given a category. It's it's purposely indicative to make sure that the unit size, mix, and quantum is appropriate.
Well, but the appropriate unit size, mix, and quantum would be one that would accommodate the existing tenants. Yeah.
We can't guarantee that the existing tenants would want to return.
That's true, but the appropriate mix, size, and quantum would be one that suited them, so that if they did want to return, they could.
I think
do you agree?
Ask the question again.
The appropriate mix, size, and quantum of units would be one that suited the existing tenants, so that they could return if they wanted to do so.
My view is that the proposed development will offer in the future a range of unit sizes, which we would expect to be potentially suitable for any existing occupiers that may wish to return.
You've got the schedules of existing occupiers.
Yep.
You've got their floor space requirements. You've got their rents.
We've got their existing floor space in terms of
all of that
they currently occupy.
Precisely. And you're not proposing to give them any more. See the section 106. We'll come on to that tomorrow. You know what they need at the moment.
We know
know
what
what
they
they-
have at the moment.
Yeah.
That's different to need.
Oh, you don't know what they need at the moment.
No, we know what they have at the moment.
And you don't know what they need.
In 5 years' time, I don't know if they're
No,
still.
I'm not asking about 5 years' time. Do you know what they need?
Now or in the future?
Either.
Well, no.
No. Okay, so
You
you
know-
haven't established what they need in the future.
Well, because that would be a nonsensical task. We don't
Really?
know if those occupiers will be there in 5 years' time.
Yeah, that,
And
but
we
you,
don't
you,
know what
keep,
the
you
needs
keep making
will
that
be in
point.
5
But
years' time.
if they were there,
Mhm.
when you're finalising the layout of your scheme and
Yeah.
the unit sizes
At the
and stuff,
detailed design stage, yeah.
right? Well, when you're doing that,
Yeah.
you need to know, don't you?
We will be asking the question of those existing operators at that point in time, and that's one of the provisions of the business relocation strategy.
But you, at the moment, you're not able to point to any evidence, are you, that you've taken into account their actual needs in the design of the scheme?
Because it would be premature to
No,
do.
sorry.
No, actually, not.
Just answer the question, please.
We have, because we haven't
Show me how.
we
then.
have not specified the size of each individual unit. So it is clearly accommodates a broad range of needs of a broad range of potential occupiers.
Mr. Alston, is there any evidence that in this work by CF Commercial or in some other document that I haven't seen, that there is an attempt to size or distribute the units to meet the requirements of the existing occupier?
No, because the unit sizes haven't been specified.
No. Okay. Well, you say the unit sizes haven't been specified. CF Commercial have suggested unit sizes. The viability appraisal suggests unit sizes. So there's a process already underway, isn't there, of identifying unit sizes?
From a plan application
Yeah.
perspective, the disposition of each of the retail units is not defined on any floor plans.
Well, you say that. That's not right, is it? Some of the units are defined. You're able to identify the retail spaces.
That's very true. For
The,
instance,
the detail of the subdivision.
subdivision.
The
Yeah,
detail of the subdivision is not defined.
that's correct.
Right.
And therefore, that is open, leaves the opportunity open to accommodate a broad range of occupier requirements.
It leaves the opportunity open, you put it, but can the inspector add, but does not account for existing or likely future requirements of the existing operators?
Because we will find out what the
Yeah, is that yes? Yes,
will
so
be
no,
in due
because
course.
Mr. Turner, you're right. Good point. But
No, it is deferring the point to a more appropriate point in time in the future where a more accurate assessment of requirements and needs can be made. It would be premature to do that at this point.
can you say to the inspector now that there are a sufficient number of units to accommodate each of the local independent operators within the scheme on terms, well, within the scheme, first of all,
Yes.
and that they've been sized accordingly?
So the units haven't been diced and sliced, so they haven't been set up, with the exception of one or two of the very smaller ones. What we have is large areas of retail, which would be subdivided to meet occupier demand in the future.
So if you were to be subject to a specific requirement to provide replacement units, you wouldn't have a problem with that?
We've committed to...
Just answer the question first, and then you can tell me what you committed to.
Go on, ask the question again then.
A specific requirement to provide replacement units wouldn't cause you a problem?
We have included in the business...
Would it cause you a problem?
Not necessarily.
No. Okay, thank you. Can I then ask you about paragraph 6.1.1 of that document? Do you see the...
commercial document?
Yeah, you have scroll forward to page 29, page 106 of the PDF. Do you see this heading barriers to entry for occupiers?
Yeah.
And do you see under the heading real estate barriers, high fit out costs?
Yeah.
The single biggest barrier in today's market is the capital cost of fitting out space delivered in shell and core condition.
Yes.
Many occupiers, particularly independents and SMEs, struggle with the upfront expense of having to bring a unit into trading condition.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
I do.
And then if you just scroll down to 6.1.2, you've got recommendations being made by CF Commercial. And do you see under the heading affordable retail?
Yeah.
And it says as per retail. So that's incorporates what goes above for the design and configuration recommendation. It says consideration should be given to the provision of white box specification for the affordable retail. Tenants can then put their own stamp identity on the space. Basic fit out should include, and then list various matters.
Yep.
Do you accept that that should be imposed as a requirement? for this affordable retail?
I mean, what we have in principle, the affordable retail accords with the principle of what this is saying in terms of providing a discount on rent, including first year being rent free.
That does, no, sorry, none of that. I'm talking about the real estate barriers that were described. None of this refers to rent levels.
No,
do you
but
see the table?
effectively-
Do you see the table that I'm talking to? Sorry, you
do.
must have misread. Bottom of page 30.
But you're asking the
affordable
question
retail.
whether or not shopfront WC, staff amenities, and base level M&E and level 4 ready to take finish should be included as a commitment in the Section 106 agreement. I think that's a matter we need to discuss in the roundtable discussion about Section 106 to determine what is appropriate and reasonable.
Okay, well, we may do, but for now, we'll answer the questions.
Answer the question.
So, do you agree that this should be a commitment, given the advice you've received from CF Commercial, do you agree there should be a commitment that is made now to take on that advice and ensure that that barrier to entry for the existing traders is overcome?
I think it's a bit specific.
It is a bit specific. You didn't mention that in your proof, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. So you put forward the CF Commercial report, but you didn't identify bits where you said, actually, I don't agree with that.
No, what the CF Commercial report is doing is identify the barriers, and then you are suggesting in the table headed anticipated handover specification. Anticipated is what they are advising and suggesting the developer in terms of how they may want to specify their units. At the planning application or the appeal stage we're at right now, we need to have regard to what's the appropriate way to ensure that the purpose of all of this, which is to overcome the barriers to entry on purpose.
But do you see the phrase basic fit out should include colon and then 5 listed matters?
Yes.
Yeah. So the advice of the commercial agents here is that you should include that. In the circumstances, you should commit to it, shouldn't you?
I don't think it's as cut and dry on that. In terms of the principle, in terms of addressing barriers to entry, that is what, in my view, should be considered in the Section 106 obligation that has been offered.
Thank you very much. Can you then pick up the Southwark Plan P32, please? Which is PDF page 161. Now, let's just understand this. If you're going to lose, or you create a risk of losing small shops, then they must be retained. That's the first part of the policy.
Yeah, just to be clear, my interpretation of that policy is that's the physical shop unit as opposed to an occupier or a retailer. That's my interpretation. So yes, there are small shops on the site at the moment, and small shops are going to be provided on the site in the future.
Well, let's just be clear though. A small shop is not necessarily just a bricks and mortar small shop, is it? Because it includes a market stall.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah,
it does.
We get that in the back box.
It includes the card.
So must retain small shops. That means in using it must retain a market stall or shop measuring less than 80 square metre GIA.
Yeah, it's the hand carts that I'm referring to. So small shops and the hand carts meet the definition of a small shop.
Yeah. So the policy obligation is to retain.
Yes.
Yeah. Where are the hand carts going to be retained?
Okay. In that situation, we've made a commitment in the Section 106 to make best endeavours or reasonable endeavours to accommodate the hand carts in the future. Now,
and that does not include, does it, any obligation to in fact retain them?
It's reasonable endeavours is the word of the draft 106 at the moment. They will have benefits to the business relocation strategy to enable a move to an alternative location during the construction stage, and then reasonable endeavours to identify opportunities for them to return to the site in the future. In the future.
And I think the position you got to in your evidence in chief is that you need to make a new planning application to accommodate them in the scheme.
Yeah.
So just that's right. I think new planning application, but isn't it fair to say then? I mean, you could have sought consent for that in this application, couldn't you?
We could have done.
And the reason you didn't is because you didn't think at that point that hand carts were small shops.
No, I think we've always considered hand carts to be small shops.
Always said they're small shops. So tell me then, please, how you say P32 has met the obligation to retain.
In that instance, in respect to the hand cards in particular, I accept the strategy to mitigate the displacement of those hand cars is to support them relocating to alternative locations, alternative accommodation, with reasonable endeavours to accommodate them in the scheme in the future.
You could have designed them into the scheme, couldn't you?
They could have been designed into the scheme.
Thank you. And can I just ask you then on the stalls within the marketplace?
Yes.
Now, your position is that, just to understand, they are market stalls, aren't they? That's a fair description of them within the terms of the policy.
No, they're food counters in a food hall.
Well,
In my view.
they're independently trading, each of those small businesses. Yeah.
In my view, and this is
Sorry,
a
just
matter of,
answer the question first. They are independently trading as small businesses, aren't they?
my view is from a planning perspective is the relevant business is the marketplace.
Well, why is that any different from any market?
It's the marketplace is the shop, is the operator of the shop.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that they have some form of license or similar agreement with a number of parties who operate food counters within their shop.
The people operating the stalls pay a rent or a license fee.
I don't know the details.
To occupy it, yeah?
I don't know the
And that's
details.
how Marketplace, the company, makes their money.
I don't know the details.
Yeah, but that
their
is
arrangement.
in the real, well, you know,
From a planning perspective,
we could take a point there because you're supposed to know the details, but putting that to one side, that is the way in which these market operators are working.
that is my understanding.
Yeah.
However, my view, as I set out before, is this is one of these points where a judgment is required.
Well, what?
And-
Just pause for a second. The handcart operators,
Yes.
Barclay own the area that they operate in. Barclay pay the business rates on that land.
Yes, I anticipate. I imagine so.
They're paid a license fee by the stall holders.
My understanding is that is the arrangement. They pay a license. They're allowed to station their cars there on a license basis.
And they're a PLC, not a local independent operator, but the people who own the stalls have small shops within the means of the policy.
Because in my view,
And there's
those
no
parts meet the definition of a small shop.
there's no relevant distinction between the position of those people who pay their license fee to Barclay and the man who gave evidence about his bubble tea stall, who pays a license fee to the marketplace.
I think there is a distinction, but
Explain the distinction.
my view in the distinction is that the marketplace is the relevant unit for the purposes of applying this policy. Marketplace is the business, marketplace is the leaseholder, marketplace is the business for rateable purposes, and all the rest of it.
But so Barclay's in exactly the same position for the atrium of the Aylesham Centre, isn't it?
The carts that are stationed within the Aylesham Centre are clearly standalone little businesses. There is no Barclay cart whore banner over the front door that brings them all together. The marketplace is a brand that has multiple outlets across London, and it is a food hall operation. It has an arrangement with a number of parties who operate counters within that food hall. Now, my view is the relevant unit for the purpose of the policy is the marketplace. But what I want to get to is it almost doesn't matter because what is being proposed in the Section 106 is above what I consider as necessary from a planning policy perspective, in that those operators within marketplace will have the right to return and with reasonable endeavour to the site with reasonable endeavours to bring them back. So we're arguing about something
Mr. Alston,
which doesn't matter.
Okay. Right. You say they have a right to return. What you mean is that you're willing to assume an obligation to take reasonable endeavours to find a space for them.
Yeah.
That's not the same as a right to return, is it?
Okay, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Thank you.
They'll have the opportunity to return to the site.
No. Okay. They only get the opportunity if your reasonable endeavours prove fruitful.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And in terms of those operators, you are not, therefore, meeting the requirement of P32 to retain, are you?
I agree, but we are mitigating that through the business relocation strategy.
Thank you.
Although operators
No
will
more
have
questions,
access
sir.
to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turney. Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try not to cover a great deal of what my learner friend has already covered again. Could I just start with we're going to need your proof, your rebuttal, and you'll need NSP 74 close by. And what else are we going to need? I think we should be able to do a bit of that now through those two documents. My first heading is just your involvement, Mr. Alston, in this site and your experience with this site. I think you had agreed with my learned friend that you are a proud advocate for this development.
Absolutely.
And I've read your experience and expertise as well, and you've been attending multiple community meetings in relation to this site.
I've attended a few, yes.
And you have got to know the community quite well. You've been involved since 2021, and I think we got the clarity that you were involved before the local plan was adopted.
Just before.
Just before. Did you have a role in that process of? Okay, so you weren't there promoting it as part of the examination. Okay. On your experience, you describe yourself as having expertise focused on, and this is from your website, not on your proof, focused on using the planning system to add value to his client's property assets and to unlock development opportunities.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell?
That's what's said on my company's website. Yeah,
Yes.
I agree with that.
So if I was to transpose the situation we're dealing with so that we can just understand why you're here, using the planning system, presumably you mean this process, NSP 74, this application?
Well, NSP 74. Yeah, yes, and answer your question.
Yes. To add value to your client's property assets, this property asset that we're talking about is the Aylesham Centre?
Yes.
And then to unlock development opportunities to essentially get this permission done. So that's the framework in which you see this process of giving evidence and dealing with this issue.
I think I haven't got my company's little website in front of me, but I think there's another sentence that seeks to add value through the planning process for not just the clients we work for, but the communities in which we
Not
work.
a single word about communities. Not a single word about communities. Not a single word about adding value to community issues. Not a single word about townscape, heritage, benefits, thinking about the impact on the community. Nothing. You say you use, your words, use the planning system to add value to your client's property assets and to unlock development opportunities. That's what you're here for as the advocate.
And by value, because I can't vouch for what somebody's written on my company website. By value,
Sorry, are you not responsible for what's on your website?
It could have been edited by my marketing team.
Right.
That description does not form part of my proof of evidence. What I would say is my view as a town planner is to deliver the objectives of the planning system, which is to deliver social, economic and environmental benefits to society. So your use of the word value isn't purely a financial one. I'm looking to generate social, environmental and economic value through the work that I do.
Insofar as your website is concerned, I hear what you say now. The word value is tied to your client's property assets, nothing else. Can I then also ask you, you were here on the first day when a number of the local community members were speaking?
Yes.
And in terms of understanding this question, there were a number of people from the local community who turned up and were speaking about the various public meetings that they had attended. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Now, in one of those meetings that was described, I understand, and I wanted your thoughts on this. There was a meeting where you attended and members of the public, a huge number of the members of the public attended, along with two representatives of Barclays.
Okay.
You were wearing your gilet, I think, in the I've seen the video footage of it. But you were asked who are you building this development for, and you passed the question on to one of your clients, but from Barclays, and they said that this was a development for young professionals and foreign investors. Do you remember that?
I do remember that meeting.
And that's an accurate description of how the Barclay representative described this development for young professionals and foreign investors. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not sure if you used the word foreign investors, but I'll give you the benefit of doubt and I'll just agree to it. It was something along those lines.
Okay, good. And so if I'm wrong, it's available on our Instagram page for you to see, with your gilet as well. Thank you.
Must have been cold in there.
So that's the context in which we're hearing from you, and it's important that we understand that from the community's perspective. Next is I want to just deal with this idea, because I think you deal with this in your evidence quite extensively, this idea of the do nothing scenario, because I just want to give the inspector an understanding of if he's with us and with the council, and he concludes that this commission should be dismissed. I just want to be clear about what you're saying to him. You will also have heard what Ms. Gordon had said yesterday in relation to this. So the first thing is just to understand a couple of things. First, we know that your clients have owned this site outright since 2021. Mm-hmm. Yes? And so there isn't that kind of scenario that I'm sure you've dealt with where there's an option agreement that can...
My understanding is that the appellant owns the site.
Okay. And so when we think about the viability evidence and this question of the reasonable developer not bringing this development forward, that's a purely hypothetical analysis. You're not saying this, when you're talking about a reasonable developer, you're not talking about Barclays' words are, we will not bring this particular development forward if we don't get planning permission.
I think the question we need to ask ourselves is would a reasonable developer bring the site forward?
I understand that. Yeah. I'm just trying to understand whether when you're talking about a reasonable developer, are you talking about Barclays specifically, and do you have authority to say that's Barclays saying that, or are you just saying in general?
In general.
In general. So when the inspector can record that you're not talking about Barclays specifically, you're talking about.
If I've used the terms any reasonable developer would or would not do something, I'm talking about in general a reasonable developer.
Understood. And in terms of any evidence that if this appeal were dismissed, Barclays would walk away or not bring forward anything of an alternative, there's no evidence to that effect.
I don't know what Barclays would do if this appeal is dismissed.
Good. And so also can we agree that if a refusal were to result from this process, it's fair to record, isn't it, that a refusal does not in of itself, and indeed it can't, immunize or sterilize the site from any future policy compliant development from coming forward?
Of course not. I think the first point is it would delay something happening.
Yep.
That would delay over 800 new homes, 77 affordable homes from being brought forward. I've referenced in my proof of evidence that the council have been seeking to bring forward this site for about 15 years now.
I understand that.
This is the third attempt. So I think that if the appeal is dismissed, there is a greater prospect on this site compared to perhaps some other sites that development won't happen, certainly for the foreseeable future.
Okay, but again, insofar as there is any evidence to support that, you're not speaking on behalf of Barclays.
I'm not speaking on behalf of Barclays. I'm reaching a judgment.
Sure. So in terms of then the best you can do is say there will be delay.
I think that's a reasonable fair assumption.
And then any refusal, were it to result there, it would also simply avoid banking a suboptimal, harmful version of a development now.
And I think that is a really important consideration.
But am I right? That's the most it can do, is simply avoid the banking of a suboptimal development now.
I'm not sure what suboptimal is that you're referring to. To me, this is the optimal proposal that's on the table right now.
In the scenario it's dismissed,
okay,
by definition it would be suboptimal.
Okay, I will go with that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So in terms of then thinking about the evidence, again, in the do nothing scenario, we know that Barclays has told us through the financial viability assessment that they conducted themselves, that they have the experience in regeneration, they have every confidence that they would make a development work, which at the time in July 2024 was not viable. Do you remember that? That nothing has changed in terms of Berkeley's
I mean,
position.
Berkeley is one of the biggest home builders in London. It has a great deal of capability. It also has lots of sites across London, and in making its decisions on where to deploy its capital, it is understandably going to go and develop out the sites that are viable. And hence the danger of over-promising. I was asked earlier
like putting in an application for a scheme that you know is going to be unviable, but still promise 35%. Like, I think you mean like that.
Yeah, in my view, where you are putting something in, it's fine if there's a reasonable prospect, perhaps in terms of changes to market considerations and all the rest of it. But if it's clear that a proposed development is not viable, it's better to change that development.
And not put in a planning application.
No, to change the development.
But not put in a planning application.
In that situation, the planning application had been submitted. So
did you submit that?
Yes.
So when Mr. Pascal, surname I forget, forgive me, was saying this was a poor decision, was he talking about you?
Not me. I'm not the client. I'm not the appellant. I'm the planning consultant. So I don't decide if an application is submitted. I am the person who does the submitting, but I'm not the decision maker.
Sure. And so again, going back, we know Berkeley's one of the biggest developers in the country. They're in the business of making a profit, but they also have a contractual arrangement with Morrison's. So that's another question to put into the picture in relation to whether or not they'll walk away.
Well, at the moment, it's what I would describe as a retail asset that's generating an income for the landowner, which is Berkeley, and that could be retained as a perfectly functional asset.
Yeah.
For the foreseeable future.
But that's on their books now.
It is on their books.
Yeah. So that's another reason why we should understand whether or not they'll walk away. Is they've got that asset that they've acquired that's on their books.
Yeah. I mean, there are a host of different scenarios, and I don't know what Berkeley would do if the appeal is dismissed. But one of those scenarios is sell the site. Another scenario might be retain the site. I just don't know.
We have also we know that they've sunk a significant amount of money on this process, including this appeal.
Yes.
We have no evidence of another developer they're talking to if they didn't get this scheme and walk away and not develop it. We don't have anyone else who's in the wings waiting to take over.
I'm not aware of anybody.
So, final question on this: when this inspector then comes to understand whether this do nothing scenario is a realistic one and whether or not it's a relevant counterfactual. It's right to say, isn't it, the most he can say is that you've brought forward a scheme, and if he thinks that it's not the right scheme, you might come back again with something better. That's also a realistic possibility.
It is a possibility, but I don't know what you mean by better. I don't think it's like
a scheme that isn't this. Well, it doesn't have to be. I don't have to calibrate it for you. We're talking about a scenario where the do nothing scenario, where if this inspector were to refuse this scheme, for whatever reason, the most he can take from the evidence we've got is if he dismisses it, in all probability, Berkeley will come back with a better scheme in comparison to this one.
I don't think it's safe to assume that. This is the third attempt, sir, to bring a scheme forward on this site. No,
it's the first attempt.
Second attempt by Berkeley, because we had the Shepherd Robson scheme that we've spoken about.
Yeah,
that was changed to the current scheme.
But did that go in with an application?
No, it was
so this is the first application.
The first application.
So there can be a second one.
There could be.
Right. So again, insofar as we're able to understand a counterfactual, there is a counterfactual that is realistic that they will come back with a better scheme than this one if they refuse it.
There is, in one of the eventualities, could be a new application in the same way as there's a host of other eventualities, sir. And I don't want to mislead anybody because I just don't know what is the most likely thing in the future.
Sure. But it's just because you talk a great deal in your evidence about this do nothing scenario as a counterfactual. And so we've just tested that. That was the point of that.
And the point that I made, I think a couple of minutes ago, is this principle about delay. Many hours ago this morning, I made the impassioned point that the need for new housing for London is both significant and it's urgent, sir. We can't afford delays.
Sure.
We need to be bringing forward new homes now.
not in an unnamed future date in the future.
But there is a need to also bring good schemes that work for their location, that respond, that responds to policy, that responds to the local need, that responds to people's particular areas and character and unique qualities. There's lots of considerations, not just bring a scheme with housing on it.
Yeah, these are all points that are all embedded into development plan policies. And my view is that the proposed development, of course, with the development plan as a whole.
Yes, well, that's what this inspector is going to be deciding. Let's move on to my second topic now, please. My second topic. So my third. We dealt with your involvement. We've done with the do nothing scenario. Let's deal with NSP 74, please. NSP 74. Again, I'm going to try my best to not duplicate the questions that my learned friend had asked. Again, just as a matter of fact, can we just agree that I just want to go through the policy in terms of what this inspector must take away from it, and then we'll see where we go. In terms of the word must, can we agree that the word must necessarily should be read as meaning a higher expectation that these particular bullet points will be met?
I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But what I would like to say, though,
I don't understand what was funny about that.
What I would like to say is that we shouldn't be going through the site allocation like a tick box. It's like not a mechanism.
I didn't say that.
I know.
So I don't understand why you're telling me that. We're at 320. You've been on the stand for quite a while. I want to echo my learner friend's admiration for your enthusiasm. But let's focus on the questions I'm asking. So must is, there's a higher expectation that those bullet points will be met. Whether all of them will be met or not, it's a different point. Yes?
There's a higher expectation as a consequence of the use of the word must.
Yeah. And a failure to meet those elements will require a stronger justification than not meeting requirements to say may, for example.
Yes.
Thank you. The mandatory elements that we are talking about, again, failure to meet them, again, subject to the justin, would necessarily attract a higher order of harm.
Sorry, you have to rephrase that question.
So we agreed earlier that must means a higher expectation to meet them. Then we agreed that failure to meet it would require a stronger justification than the may.
Yeah.
And if you don't meet this higher expectation and you don't have a justification, it attracts a higher order of harm.
Yeah, if you say non-compliance with the plan, you're attributing harm as a consequence of non-compliance. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, but in particular, those that say must.
Yeah, must carries more weight than may.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
I think
by definition, it carries more harm if you don't meet those bullet points. Yeah, good. And then in terms of the allocation itself, can we also agree that the allocation site area, the actual area that you've applied for, does not align with the red line that you've applied for, does not align with what the red line shows in the allocation?
Yeah, the planning application boundary, it's about 2.8 hectares, and that forms the majority part of the allocation. It excludes what I call the TfL land, the bus station land. But this is something that we discussed with officers in depth at the pre-application stage. And we agreed that there's no requirement in the site allocation for the plan application boundary to cover the entirety of the site allocation. And we've provided information within the plan application suite of documentation that demonstrates that our proposal would not prejudice the ability of the TfL land to come forward in the future. And therefore, we are still delivering comprehensive redevelopment.
Okay, I'm going to come back to this TfL point that you've made again today, but just again, as a matter of fact, the two don't align. I understand that. I'm not here for the acting for the council, so I can't comment on what your conversations were with them. But the second point in relation to this is this: the reason why the TfL land was excluded was down to commercial reasons.
No, it's TfL at the moment.
Is that a no? Are you sure about that?
TfL have no aspiration to bring forward that site at the moment. Now, it's more of a technical reason than a commercial reason. I'm not dismissing your commercial points, but discussions with TfL were, are you interested? I'm going to paraphrase this.
Yeah.
Are you interested? Do you have any aspiration to bring forward your land for redevelopment at the moment?
Yeah.
There are significant technical challenges in terms of redeveloping a bus station.
And the conclusion of those discussions with TfL were no appetite to bring forward the site forward for the redevelopment at the moment, technical challenges associated with it, and therefore, from a commercial perspective, there was no marriage to be had.
Okay, so put aside any particular technical reasons for whether or not you can develop a bus station, putting that for one side. Ultimately, the reason why it didn't come forward is because you couldn't write a big enough check for them.
No.
So
TfL didn't have the aspiration to bring forward their bus stations. If you look at the planning policy and TfL's aspirations, they're a transport provider.
Right.
That's their principal objective. The principal objective of the site allocation is to retain the capacity and functionality of the bus station, which the proposed development does. TfL confirmed to us that they have no aspiration to bring forward their site at the moment. That might change in the future.
No, I understand that. I understand that. So what you're saying is everyone can have an aspiration, but equally the Morrisons might have had a different aspiration for this site themselves. Yes?
Essentially.
But you were able to reach an agreement with them.
Yeah, the proposed development calls for a spec given to us by Morrison.
So insofar as then we can record it, is that you've had conversations with them, they were not interested, and that's the reason why it hasn't been included.
They have no aspiration to bring forward the site at the moment, but I suppose there could be a situation where a deal could theoretically have been done now or in the future. But
well, that's what I was getting at. A deal could have been done and it hasn't been done, but I won't labour the point. Can I just deal with the next bullet points in the NSP 74, please?
Sure.
So again, just as a matter of fact, I know you have explanations for why these elements have not been met, and we've gone through a lot of them with my learner friend, but I just want to be clear so that I know what I'm going to say in the closings. But insofar as failing to provide at least the same amount of floor space, you're not doing that, and I think you've accepted that.
We're very open about that.
Okay. And then in terms of, but more than that, at least suggests that you could exceed it. And here you have a net reduction.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then in terms of the diversification, the diversification and the complementing of the existing retail offer and town centre, that's the debate that we're having about you introducing the workspace and other uses. And again, I don't want to go, but insofar as the council's case is concerned and our case is concerned, you're falling short of that. That's right.
Well, it's an interesting one. The officers at the council agree with our case that we're complementing and diversifying the town centre, which we think is the right thing to do. Slightly alternative cases been put forward by some of the council's witnesses. So that's that. Yes. So we have a difference of opinion on that particular point.
I'm interested more in what my learner friend was talking to you about rather than what the officers said many months ago, but I think I got the answer for that.
Sure.
Just in terms of the CLT as well, Can I just deal with this? Another, as a matter of fact, you're not providing a CLT. That's another one that you fail.
We have...
yes or no, please. You fail to provide intermediate housing through a CLT.
There is an opportunity to provide CLT through the Section 106 obligations.
Well, that's news to me. Since what CLT do you have on board right now?
There is a provision.
Do you have a CLT on board right now?
No.
So, as the matters currently stand, we do not have a CLT provision.
We have a CLT, and I think as Mr. Levine discussed when he was giving evidence, the requirements to provide CLT needs to be considered alongside P1, which means that all of affordable housing is subject to viability. CLT is affordable housing, so it's all wrapped up together in terms of the subject to viability. And we know the viability without re-rehearsing this again.
Well, I wish you wouldn't, but you can't. You can't seem to resist.
So I'm sure you got.
So I'm trying not to interrupt you. Okay, so just on the CLT, this is a specific and locally targeted allocation requirement.
Yeah, it's the only allocation.
It's specific, locally targeted allocation requirement. Yes or no, please?
I'm not sure if it's locally targeted, but it's part of the allocation requirement.
Well, if it's the only unique mention of a CLT to NSP 74, could it be anything other than specific and locally targeted?
Specific.
Yes.
And the future occupiers of the CLT will come from Southwark. So in that respect, it would be locally targeted.
It's specific and locally targeted to this site because it's the only site allocation that mentions it, Mr. Alston. That's not hard to understand, is it?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. And then and in terms of where we are, again, you say about the future, but as matters currently stand, there is a policy conflict with that, isn't there?
Well, now, as I was saying, that should be read in conjunction with policy P1, which means it's subject to viability.
The 12% that you're providing, do you have a CLT organisation that's willing to take it on right now?
No.
So you are not meeting that bullet point right now?
The requirement, I don't want to try not to repeat myself. The requirement for CLT needs to be read in conjunction with P1. That's my answer to your question. And no,
I don't understand that. You're offering 12% affordable housing, and we're going to get to that. But as currently matters stand, that 12% you're offering is not through a CLT.
That's correct.
So that means that bullet point that specifically says provide new intermediate affordable housing through a community land trust is not being met as a matter of fact.
I'm not going to budge on this point because we're providing 12% affordable housing.
Not through a CLT.
Which is 12% more than planning policy requires us to provide. We're voluntarily providing 12%, which is composed of a mix of social rent and intermediate housing. The intermediate product that's been selected as voluntarily as part of that 12% is shared ownership as opposed to CLT.
So you are not providing intermediate housing through a CLT, whether it's the 12% or not?
Correct.
Right. You are budging. On the active frontages point, looking at the site allocation again, I don't need to spend too much time on this, but I think we heard from your the architect, where it says introduce active frontages throughout the site and retain and enhance frontages to Rye Lane, taking Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area into consideration. I think the answer we got, and I'll be forgiven if I get it wrong, is what she was saying was that she interpreted that throughout the site as meaning internally and not necessarily all around the site. Do you remember that?
I do remember that question.
I won't hold you to it if you don't remember it. But if there is an alternative interpretation for what is throughout the site, i.e., both internally, externally, on all the blocks that the site development is going to encompass, then that would be a breach of this policy, wouldn't it?
I don't think we're a breach of this policy. I'm reading the bullet point that says provide active frontages with retail, community or leisure uses as defined in the glossary at ground floor facing Rye Lane and Peckham High Street. Is this the point you're referring to?
Yeah, but I'm looking at the text that helps us understand what that means. So the text just where it says design and accessibility guidance.
Yeah.
And then it says redevelopment or refurbishment of the site to introduce active frontages throughout the site, comma.
And I think that's what's, I don't think I know, that is what's proposed. There are active frontages throughout the site.
On every corner, including Block L.
Throughout does not mean every frontage.
But that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying if we say that that's what it means.
It does not mean that.
That's your view.
It's my view, yes.
I'm telling you, if I say that that's what it means, you would be breaching that.
My view is...
But hang on. You've told me what your view is. I've just told you what my view is. I'm saying to you, if my view is right, it would be a breach.
Of guidance.
Okay.
And can I add?
Sure.
I would say that in the same way as often you break up a town centre frontage into a primary shopping frontage and a secondary shopping frontage, we have been very cognizant of the existing primary shopping frontage that's defined in the Southwark local plan. And we've replicated that, which is Rye Lane. And if you look at the diagram, that primary shopping frontage comes into the site, which is where the internal atrium is. We have extended in sort of in principle that primary shopping frontage through our site up to the front door of the proposed Morrisons to create that retail circuit that I was.
We saw the video
about.
We saw the video.
So what we've also done is we've made sure that where the frontages aren't retail, leisure, etc., where it's a residential frontage, where we've made sure that is activated with front doors and windows overlooking the street to make sure that if it's not a retail or town centre use the ground floor, it's still an active frontage insofar as you can have an active frontage with residential.
On the Bussey building and tall buildings approach, we can see, again, the evidence we've heard from both the architect and Mr. Eldridge. But again, can we agree that the views to the city being specifically highlighted there, again, that's a specific local context that has made its way into a particular site allocation.
Yeah, look, the guidance is suggesting that massing should be directed to the east of the site to
Yeah.
minimise impacts on the view to the city.
I can read it. I'm asking you questions. If this inspector says that the net result is not that it hasn't been the impacts have not been minimised, that's also another part of the policy that's breached.
Well, it's guidance, and I think my personal view, my professional view, is we need to treat this in context. That the Bussey building rooftop is a privately owned space.
You don't need to repeat all the evidence of everyone else that we've been hearing.
Okay, but let me just finish my point. It's privately owned space. There's restricted access to it, and our development will impinge in about a 10-degree view here. The other 350 degrees all the way around will not be affected by our development.
I'm sorry. Where's the other 360-degree view on the opposite side of the view to the city mentioned in this policy?
It's not. I'm just.
So it's completely irrelevant telling us about the 360 degrees. Can you try and focus on the question, please?
Sure.
The question is, if this inspector finds that you are not minimizing the impact to the views that are very specifically said to the city, not behind you, if it's found that you're not minimizing the impact, it's a breach.
It is.
Yes or no?
Not accordance with the guidance. I'm not going to use the word breach. It is not according with the guidance.
So if you're not in accordance with, so you don't read not in accordance, you read not in accordance with the guidance as being not a breach. Okay.
Yes.
Final bit is, again, the elements, careful consideration would also need to be given to the neighbouring residential areas and important local heritage buildings. And I guess that will rely on Mr. Eldridge's evidence on what we've heard on that. Thank you. Heritage now. Again, my learned friend has dealt with a great deal of this. I'll just pick up a few other points. First things first, in terms of the internal heritage balance question, I think my learned friend has picked up a great deal of this, but can I ask you this? In terms of your evidence, I know that you eventually get to a point of what would happen in a NPPF 215 scenario, but your initial starting point is this question that there is an internal balance and the harm that you're removing and what you're going to be replacing it with comes out of an outcome of no harm.
Yes, agree.
And if you're wrong on that, it means that you've got to find more benefits later on for the balancing exercise.
Because that's where your 215 balancing exercise.
And that's where you will get to 215. And 215 is where you're being asked, you must have clear and convincing justification for the harm that's caused.
Yep.
And against those public benefits in terms of what that looks like. That's great. Again, I noticed in your evidence, similar to Mr. Eldridge's evidence, you do not grapple in any serious way what Historic England had said, because you don't see what they had said as being an objection.
I don't read Historic England's letter as being an objection. I read Historic England's letter as saying, if I get their word correct, they have concerns about the development on the basis it will give rise, in their view, to harm, and they point towards paragraph 215 in suggesting that the harm would be less than substantial, but they don't sort of quantify the level of harm. And that's not saying that it's unacceptable. What they're saying is that if, in that point in time, the council, now the inspector, is minded to reach a view on this, they have to make sure that the public benefits outweighed that harm. And if that's the case, it is acceptable.
Okay, so can we agree that they don't say it's an acceptable development? They don't say it's acceptable, and do you agree with that?
I agree.
They don't say it's acceptable. They highlight a number of harms in those letters.
Yeah, suggesting they are all not substantial.
Do you know the difference between substantial harm and less than substantial?
Yes.
Is there any realistic scenario where they could have ever said it would be substantial harm?
There could be a situation where a development appraisal.
Is anyone in this inquiry saying it's substantial harm? No. So I don't understand.
Always less than.
Okay, so I don't understand. I really don't understand the answers and the relevance to the questions I'm asking you. So they don't say that it will be no harm. They have raised a number of harms. Mm-hmm. Those harms align with the harms that have been raised by the GLA, by the council, and by the action group.
There's consistency, particularly in respect to ABC.
Yeah. And they were looking at the exact same proposal as what's in front of this inspector.
Yep.
And yet both you and Mr. Eldridge do not try and grapple with their issues and actually say, this is why we disagree with what Historic England had to say.
What I have done...
No, answer the question, please.
Agreed.
Neither you nor Mr. Eldridge grapple with what Historic England had said and say, this is why they're wrong.
No, that would be for Mr. Eldridge's evidence to cover as the Historic Buildings and Heritage Act.
Okay, sorry, carry on. I don't know what the qualification is going to be, but carry on.
No, it's fine. You keep going.
So insofar as then you agree also, and the law, it turns out I was right on it, but we can leave this for submissions. But insofar as the weight to be attached to what Historic England had to say, that's significant weight?
I think it's certainly a material consideration. Yeah, it's a material consideration.
No, you attach what they have to say. What weight would you attach to what they have to say?
I would say that the weights to be afforded to Historic England's advice needs to be considered alongside that of the council and the GLA and the evidence of Mr. Eldridge.
Hang on. Do you remember what Mr. Eldridge said to that question?
No, have to remind
He
me.
said significant weight. Are you going to offer something else?
No, I would agree with Mr. Eldridge.
Okay. Where do you grapple with that in your evidence and your balancing exercise?
I recognise in my balancing exercise that GLA, Southwark and Historic England have reached a different view to Mr. Eldridge, and I say something along the lines that even if the inspector were minded to reach a similar conclusion to Historic England or GLA or the borough, that the public benefits of the scheme are so substantial and significant that that would outweigh the harm that could be suggested by one of those three parties.
Okay, next topic, affordable housing, please. Affordable housing, and my learned friend picked up the PPG, but I am going to pick up the MPPF 59 just to add a few other bits to that. So I won't be troubling you with the PPG, but I've got a few particular questions to just contextualize this. Yeah. Okay. Are you okay to carry on for about another 10 more minutes?
Yeah.
Have a short break. You're sure? 59 on page 16 of the MPPF. So again, just hopefully we'll deal with some of these points. So again, just dealing with this objectively and try not to tell me about the viability evidence if you can resist it. But just in terms of objectively speaking, you're providing 77 units of affordable housing against a incredibly acute need locally for this type of housing.
Yeah.
Yes?
I agree.
And when you look at the number that you're providing and what the local need looks like, your number is a significant shortfall. How you justify that is a different point.
I'm not going to agree to the word shortfall. There is a big difference between the level of need and the proposed number of homes that's been provided, but the proposed number of affordable homes is contributing towards meeting that need.
I'm asking you about the local need to the context of both Peckham and Southwark.
Yep.
And 77 units to what the local need is about is by any stretch of the imagination a significant shortfall.
It's not a shortfall. The scheme cannot meet the housing needs of Southwark in one hit.
Okay, so
it is obliged by planning policy to contribute to the identified housing needs, following all the policies we've spoken about before in terms of H4, etc. And it does.
Okay.
It makes a contribution towards that need.
And you told us earlier that even one unit would be a significant contribution.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That household that will be receiving that affordable home, that will be a significant public benefit to them.
Do you agree that that must also be understood in the context of an area of high deprivation?
My view.
Yes or no?
Ask the question again.
What we need to understand your contribution in the context of an area of high deprivation, 50% of people living in social housing, 93% of incomes needing some sort of intermediate housing.
My view is the housing market is London, and I'm contributing to the supply of affordable housing in London.
Okay, so when you're providing the housing that you're providing, and when you read policies that talk about meeting local need, you've never read that as meaning Peckham or Southwark. You've always understood that to mean London.
The starting point is London.
No, please listen to my question. I need an answer to my question. when you were looking at what housing need you're meeting,
Southwark is the answer.
Southwark is the
Which
answer.
part of London?
Okay, so again, going back to what I'm asking you about, the context of 77 units compared to what the local need looks like, and you've disagreed with me as a significant shortfall, that's fine. But that must be understood in the context of a local area in Southwark of high deprivation.
Deprivation doesn't necessarily correlate with housing need.
Let me write that down.
Go for it. The housing need is calculated from a planning policy perspective at the London wider than the borough wide level. That's what the planning policies are requiring us to address, or any planning application to address. And the council have nomination rights to provide households with those new 77 affordable homes in accordance with their nomination procedure and process.
Okay. Thank you. Deprivation does not necessarily housing need, and you were talking about Southwark in that context.
Yes, I mean, as I said, my starting point is London's a housing market, and the planning policies require affordable housing to be provided, and that affordable housing in terms of who will live there is determined by the borough at a borough level.
MPPF 59, again, we looked at this through the PPG's eyes, but I just thought I'd touch upon a couple of things. Where up-to-date policies have set out the contributions expected from the development, planning applications that comply with them should be assumed to be viable. And I think this is the point that my learned friend had taken you to earlier in the PPG. Mm-hmm. The point being, when it was allocated, and given that NSP 74 we agree is an up-to-date policy, it's assumed that you're expected, it's assumed that you're going to be viable. That's what that's saying. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because at the time, sorry, yes.
And no, that's fine. And then it says it's up to the applicant to demonstrate whether particular circumstances, and this is the bit I wanted to just touch upon. I'm going to read it out because I'm going to give you a list of things and see which ones you agree with. It is up to the applicant to demonstrate whether particular circumstances justify the need for viability assessment at the application stage. That's us here. The weight to be given to the viability assessment is a matter for the decision maker. I think we agree there. Having regard to all the circumstances in the case, including whether the plan and the viability evidence underpinning it is up to date, and any change in circumstances since the plan was brought into force. So what that is saying is that in terms of this inspector's judgment on what weight to attach, he can have regard to all the circumstances in this case, all of the circumstances. And I think earlier on you agreed with my learner friend in the PPG, that doesn't represent a closed list of things.
I think so.
Do you remember that?
I think I remember that.
Okay, so what I want to try and see now, if we can agree, is when it's all the circumstances in the case, including whether the plan and the viability evidence underpinning it is up to date. We have an up-to-date plan. You have an up-to-date viability assessment, and any change in circumstances since the plan was brought into force. Yeah, you follow?
Yeah.
You're going to say your change of circumstances, the economic climates, the emergency document. Fine. But here is what the list I have, and I want to see if you can agree that these are circumstances, that these are factors that can feed into that
consideration.
Yes.
All right.
When it says all the circumstances in the case. Number one, since it's been 3 years since the plan was adopted, and the plan is still up to date. Yes.
Subject to some of the discussions we had earlier about 5-year housing land supply, but yes, for the purpose of affordable housing policies, yes.
Okay, and then the situation in terms of since the plan was adopted is the affordability question in London and in Peckham in particular has got worse, not better.
I'd say the need for affordable housing, the need for all housing has increased.
Has increased. That's good enough for me. The socio-economic circumstances of Peckham haven't improved.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. That would be a question for Miss Gordon.
As far as the need is concerned, you will have heard from Mr. Venning, that remains acute, if not worse.
I agree there is an acute need for housing of all tenures.
But it's got worse because...
It's getting worse, yeah.
It's getting worse. That's good enough for me. And then the 12%, again, thinking about what all the circumstances mean, the 12% you're offering, which I'll come back to, remains completely unexplained, other than it's in a commercial decision.
It's 12% more than the planning policy requires.
I'm not interested in you giving speeches again. 12% remains unexplained to this inquiry.
I've given the explanation that it's a corporate decision.
Corporate
from
decision.
A socially responsible developer who wants to live and contribute to.
I picked that up earlier. Where do you say that in your evidence that it's a corporate social responsibility judgment made by Berkeley?
I don't think I do provide.
You
that in my
don't?
evidence.
No,
I'm
no.
responding to questions that have been asked of me today, and I'm giving you a response to those questions.
Okay,
the best
so-
I can to help the inspector.
But we can agree that the 12% figure that's a corporate decision, in your words, is something that we don't have anything in front of this inquiry as to what's underpinning it.
No, there's no requirement in planning policy for anybody to justify a provision of affordable housing that is over and above what planning policy requires the applicant to do.
We'll see about that when the decision comes out. On the question of the CLT position, and again, that the fact that there is no CLT at this time is relevant to all those circumstances.
It's a relevant consideration, and as I said, that needs to be read in conjunction with policy P1, and it is subject to viability, and the applicant or the appellant, has opted to provide its voluntary affordable housing as a mix of social rent and shared ownership.
You're doing that thing again. It's nearly 4:00, but we really must try and make up time. On the site circumstances, again, it talks about the weight to be attached to given viability assessment as a matter of the decision maker, having regard to all the circumstances in the case, including whether applying and the viability evidence update. And then it says, and any change in circumstances since the plan was brought into force. Do you see that? So that also includes the fact that your client signed the contract with Morrison's since the plan came into force?
I don't know the date at which my client signed a contract with Morrison's.
The basement question and the viability evidence that I went through with your viability evidence included the basement, the Morrison's contract, the other choices that they'd made that now puts pressure on the viability evidence. Do you remember that?
I do remember that discussion.
Those are also factors to take into consideration as part of this analysis.
If there were material considerations that influenced the viability appraisal,
Yes.
that would have been a question that Ms. Levine would have dealt
No, I picked this up with him, so that's fine. Sir, is this a good time? Because I still think I have a bit more. I probably have another 25 or so minutes. Is this a good time, or should
I think it's a good time for a break. So
Thank you.
We'll break for 20 minutes, and the witness is still impaired. Thank you.
Mr. Ralston, I was just still on a bit more on the affordable housing question, and in particular, I'm just, sorry, I might have disconnected. No, I'm okay. It's not my fault. There was a buzzing sound as well earlier. Right. Mine seems to be working.
Yeah, back.
Okay. Thank you. It was just to kind of get more clarity so that I know what to say on the 12% figure that you told us today, that it's a sort of a commercial decision related possibly to this corporate social responsibility. Is it your understanding that that's also something that the Berkeley might be considering as part of its CSR program, that could be potentially part of a tax deductible program that they've got, or was it just something that you understand to be?
I have absolutely no idea.
You have no idea. So insofar as then this figure of 12%, I've got a few questions to ask about that. One is, do we know sort of what's the trade-off? What's the rationale? Why is it 12? Why is it not 6? Why not 7, 10?
I can't answer that question. It's, as I said, it was, I used the word, it was a corporate decision, not a commercial decision. I suppose there are slight differences in use of that term. And it's the decision by Berkeley Homes that this is the proportion of affordable housing that they voluntarily wanted to provide on this site.
And has that been tested by the sort of metric of how, what type of registered provider or CLT might be interested in that number, whether it's an optimum number for who might take that on at all?
I understand that there has been initial conversations with RPs.
Do we have that in front of us?
I don't believe we have that information as part of the application package, but to be considered at this
and insofar as then the actual layout is concerned, do we have an idea of how that 12% will be distributed within the site?
Yes, there's 50 of which raw social rents are to be provided in phase 1. The remaining 27, which are intermediate, are to be provided in phase 2. And if I remember correctly, they are identified on the accommodation schedule or in other drawings as part of the plan application package.
Yeah. Thank you. I might have missed that, but that's helpful. That's helpful. And then on the original financial viability assessments showing 35%, we've dealt with it with Mr. Levine, but I've got a couple of questions on it, which is that when it was submitted, you were part of that submission.
Yes.
And was the intention to honour that as part of that application?
Yeah.
And what changed in terms of, we spoke yesterday with Mr. Levine about the politics and trying to see if this could get past members. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
So what was the intention, to see if members could approve it locally and then you'd come back with a Section 73 application later? Or what was it that...
No, I used the word hope earlier because I think that's the most appropriate word to use to describe the thinking at that point in time. And the hope was that significant grant funding might have been made available to support the 35%, and that market conditions would improve viability. And the reality is the opposite happened. The market conditions became worse, and it became clear that grant funding wouldn't be available for 35% affordable housing. That was compounded by the independent review of the FBA by the council's independent advisor, so BPS, and they raised the concern that the scheme was unviable.
But that agreed with your assessment. So I don't understand how that made it worse.
Well, no, it was reinforcing the points. These things all sort of happened at similar times.
Reinforcing what you already knew.
It was reinforcing what became more apparent, because things do change over the course of time between the submission of the application over the few months before we got to December 2024. And the decision was made that the relying on hope was not an appropriate strategy, we need to be able to build this thing out, which is the most important thing to me, sir. There's no point having planning permissions that aren't deliverable. We've got to have a planning permission that we can build to meet the needs of Londoners now. No point having something sitting on the shelf.
Okay, so in terms of then the 12%, can we agree that it's beyond just hope? It's a serious intention.
12% is a very serious intention, which, as far as I'm aware, Berkeley Homes have full intention to build out.
Okay. Thank you. Then the next bit about mixed and balanced communities, MPPF, please. Can I just start with, my learned friend took you to 62. Can I just deal with 61 first before I deal with the mixed and balanced community point?
Yes.
I think you dealt with this, but can I just be clear? Your understanding of mixed and balanced can also refer to the unit sizes? Is that what you were saying earlier?
In essence, yes. In terms of creating a mixed and balanced community, it's not just tenure, but the range of types of housing that are appropriate. So by type, I mean unit size mix. So a mix of 1-bedroom homes to 2-bedroom homes to 3-bedroom homes is going to attract a different household composition, as opposed to a scheme that may, for instance, just have 1-bedroom flats in it.
Okay, so when we see the MPPF at 60, I'll come back to 61 now, but 64,
yeah,
where the only place that the MPPF mentions mixed and balanced communities, the only place that the MPPF mentions mixed and balanced communities is in relation to affordable housing. 64, B, creating mixed and balanced communities, and that's in relation to where a need for affordable housing is identified. Planning policy should specify the type of affordable housing. In this case, we know it's either the intermediate that's mentioned in the CLT or some other tenure. And then it says, including the minimum proportion of social rent, except and expect it to be met on site unless, and it mentions A and B, the only place it makes mention anything to do with being a mixed and balanced community is in relation to affordable housing. And that's inconsistent with your understanding of what mixed and balanced community means.
No, not necessarily. This paragraph 64 relates to the type of affordable housing required or being proposed in this instance, and it's expected to be met on site unless the agreed approach contributes to the objective of creating mixed and balanced communities. So the provision of Part B applies if you are bringing forward a proposal that you're meeting the affordable housing off-site.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying to you is the only place that mixed and balanced communities is mentioned is not you can be a mixed and balanced community in a, say, for example, a fully market development, and you can be a mixed and balanced community because you're offering a 1-bed to a 5-bed, and therefore you're a mixed and balanced community. Do you understand?
I understand your point. I'd say the mix of unit sizes and types contributes to being a mixed and balanced
Only
community.
if they're in affordable context.
No, that's not what this is saying.
Okay, so just to be clear then, you could take it from me. Trust me when I say the only place it mentions mixed and balanced communities.
Say we do a word search. I'll agree with that.
But that's fair. But the we can record it that your understanding of what it means to mixed and balanced communities is that one of the things that contributes to that is the unit sizes.
Yes.
Okay. And
One of the things.
One of the things that but crucially, one of the things that contributes to it is unit sizes, and not necessarily anything to do with affordable.
Tenure also contributes to mixed and balanced.
No, I understand that, but what I'm trying to get at is how I understand mixed and balanced community is in the context of a market and affordable. And in order for you to be a mixed and balanced community, it's a sort of a sliding scale of what that percentage looks like.
Mm-hmm.
But it's specifically in the context of affordable housing. But what you're saying is that that's not right.
No, it's more than that.
Okay, that's fine.
It's part of it, but it's more than that.
And then just in terms of what 64 is saying, it says where a need for affordable housing is identified. In this case, a need for affordable housing is identified.
Yes.
and the type of affordable housing is identified by NSP 74 by specific reference to intermediate housing in CLT?
Starts with P1, NSP 74 should be read in conjunction with it.
Thank you. And then in terms of contribution, when it talks about contributing, that we agree is a sliding scale.
Sorry, we're referring to paragraph 64A.
64A is about financial when you're going off-site, but B is, for example, the agreed approach contributes to the objective of creating a mixed and balanced communities.
Now, part B is the case if you
Off-site.
It's off-site.
I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is the first expectation is on-site.
Yes.
And if you're going to provide it on-site, you still have to meet the objective of being a mixed and balanced community.
64B applies to providing your affordable housing off-site.
No, listen to my question.
Yeah.
64, without getting to A and B, relates to the first expectation that it should be met on-site.
Yes.
You're trying to seek to meet on-site.
Yes.
And I'm saying to you that the mixed and balanced community also equally applies to on-site.
On this particular paragraph, and I'm noting your point that apparently mixed and balanced communities doesn't appear anywhere else in the NPPF, but this particular point, B, is suggesting that if you wanted to provide it off-site, that would be acceptable if that approach contributed to the objective of creating mixed and balanced communities.
I understand what
we have an established principle, which, as I said, I'll take your word for it, that may not be written down in the NPPF, but there's an established principle of the objective, one of the objectives of the planning system is to deliver mixed and balanced community.
But what I'm saying is if you're doing that on-site,
the
objective is also to contribute to mixed and balanced communities.
That's a general planning principle.
Yes.
Yes.
And that contribution is a sliding scale. The question is, at what point are you genuinely mixed and are you genuinely balanced?
It depends on the context.
Yes. And the context here being that you're providing 12% in an area.
No, I was referring to the context of the community as a whole.
Yeah, fine. A context of a community that is in desperate need of affordable housing.
Yeah.
In which
that's different to a mixed and balanced community. That's a different metric.
Hang on. In a context of a desperate need locally, and in a scheme that's only meeting 12%, and you're saying that does contribute to the mixed and balanced communities.
Of course it does.
Okay.
The existing community is mixed. It includes a range of different housing types, sizes, and tenures. But we are introducing over 800 homes of a mix of different sizes and tenures. So by definition, we are contributing a mix of houses, a mix of homes to an existing mixed and balanced community.
We completely disagree on whether or not the unit sizes is a contribution to that. That's
we can agree to disagree on that point.
But the point I'm making is you're contributing 77 units out of 867 in an area where 93% of the income needs social and intermediate, in an area where there's 50% of people living in social housing. That's the context.
We're making a significant contribution. Yeah.
Okay. Next topic is in relation, and my learned friend has dealt with the SP1, P1. I'm not going to go over that. And he's also dealt with H5. Can I just be clear that I don't know where we got to on this at the end, but I think it's an important point. You agreed with my learned friend earlier, and I just want to record this as well, when he said to you that reference to the planning system not requiring you to provide more than the policy requires. Do you remember that?
I do.
His proposition to you, which I think you agreed with, was what you mean is the planning system through policy H5 cannot require you to provide more. And you agreed with that.
I remember there was a bit of back and forth on that particular question.
But you agreed with that proposition.
Policy H5 cannot require more than the maximum viable level, and I said that the planning system as a whole cannot require more than policies in a development plan.
No.
Or something along those lines.
No. You agreed with him that what he said, that what he followed up with, which is very, very specifically worded, and I got this down right.
Okay.
What he said to you was, what you mean is, when you're talking about the planning system cannot require you to do more, what you mean is policy 5 can't require you to have more.
And I know
you agreed with that.
I think I agreed that policy 5 can't, H5 can't require us to do more.
No, but
well, that's
we got that bit.
Yeah.
But when my learned friend Mr. Harris refers to the planning system, my learned friend, Mr. Turney, says to you, what that actually means is it's policy H5, not the planning system as a whole.
Well,
and you agree with that?
In the absence of another development plan policy making a different requirement, planning policy H5 and policy P1 is the mechanism through which the planning system can secure the provision of affordable housing. If there was another policy that made a different requirement for affordable housing, then that other policy theoretically could require something different, but that policy doesn't exist. So in the absence of another policy, H5 is it, read in conjunction with P1.
So are you suggesting that policy H5 speaks to the whole planning system?
It is the strategic development plan for London, so
Yes.
it doesn't speak to the whole planning system
Correct.
across the entire
So
country.
when you say the planning system cannot require you to provide more, what you mean is policy H5 can't.
No, I'm saying the planning system relies upon the development plan to set out the planning policies through which affordable housing can be provided. In London, we have the London plan,
Okay.
and this borough, the Southwark plan. The policies align.
I know what you say, and I know what I heard, and we'll make our submissions on that. Retail now, please. I will avoid going through the minutiae of the various tables, but I've got a few things to pick up. Mr. Holloway's evidence of paragraph 33 and the loss of floor space is there. But I think I just wanted to pick up one thing, which was that you don't think the petrol station can be characterized as an existing retail.
And that's petrol station.
Okay.
Sells petrol.
Is that the only thing it sells?
It sells ancillary sweets and snacks, I dare I say, from shop, but they're ancillary to the principal use, which is a petrol station.
Okay. Planning policy, obviously, again, NSP 74. I just want to pick this up. We've covered this with my learned friend. I just want to pick up two other things. That policy seeks to prevent the loss of existing retail floor space on this site.
Yeah.
And the reason it does that is because the objective is to sustain Peckham's distinctive and retail independent character.
No, they're two different matters.
You don't think that the policy that is specific to this site in this location, when it seeks to prevent the loss of existing retail floor space, has got nothing to do with Peckham's distinctive independent retail?
No, this is a quantitative measurement that responds to the evidence set out in the Bowes retail study, which is carried forward.
Peckham.
Yeah, which is then carried forward into the strategic policies, which is then carried forward into the Peckham area policy, which seeks to deliver 7,000 square metres on memory of net additional.
No, I understand all of that.
Quantitative point.
I understand it's a quantitative,
but
but
nothing to do with the character of the town centre. It's a quantitative point.
nothing to do with the Peckham's character.
That is dealt with in other parts of policies
Okay.
in the local plan.
So what you're saying is that when this particular policy for this particular location says at least the amount of retail floor space that currently exists on the site, that's got nothing to do with the particular distinctive independent retail character of this location.
No,
Okay.
it's a quantitative measurement.
So presumably that its reduction, the absolute reduction that we know and we agree on, what you're saying is that it doesn't matter because that's just about numbers, nothing to do with what's being lost.
There are other policies.
No, but is that what you're saying?
This particular bullet point
Yeah.
is purely about quantum of floor space.
But nothing to do with what that will consequently lose in that particular location.
No, this is about floor space.
I'll try this one more time. We know this is a site-specific policy in this particular location, a location that has independent retail shops and floor space, yes? You're being told to ensure that you do not lose this and re-provide at least this amount, yes? And what you're saying is that that's got nothing to do with the character of what's there.
It is purely a quantitative. The word amount is the key word in that bullet point.
So it's also it's completely irrelevant that those particular small independent retailers that are serving diverse and lower income communities, that's also a completely irrelevant factor when you're just looking at this numerical exercise.
That is dealt with by other policy.
Is that
provisions.
irrelevant to this?
For purely from a quantitative amount of floor space, it's not a relevant consideration.
And-
It's dealt with by other policies.
But again, my learner friend, I was trying to resist doing the same thing, but my learner friend a number of times said to you, Planning 101, we should read a plan as a whole. We should read it not just in one policy, but all the other policies.
That's the point I'm making.
Okay, so when we're at as a whole, what you're saying is that this is just about numbers, nothing to do with the character on the site.
Yeah, we're going through effectively parts of this probably like a tick box exercise, and that particular bullet point deals with quantum of retail floor space.
That's fine. I've got that, and I'll make my submissions on that. But the point I'm making to you is then the fact that those retailers and what's on site now, the fact that they specifically serve diverse lower income communities is similarly irrelevant, is what you're saying.
It's a different policy matter.
Is that irrelevant?
But the quantum of floor space on that bullet point
Is the only thing that's relevant.
Separate consideration.
That's the only thing that's relevant to you reading this is the quantum.
It says on that particular bullet point, it requires provide at least the amount of retail.
I'm going to try this one more time, Mr. Alston, and I'll move on. What I'm trying to explain, and maybe it's my fault, there is a specific requirement to retain at least this level of floor space. That level of floor space relates to what's currently there. Yes?
Let's be clear. The word retain relates to the supermarket. So the council has decided that it's really important to retain the supermarket as a specific type of retail.
Sorry, hang on. Supermarket uses one, and then it says provide at least the same, the amount of the retail floor space on the site.
It's not retain, it's provide.
Provide at least the amount. So what you're saying is that relate to the supermarket and nothing else?
No, let's take this one at a time. The first bullet says retain the supermarket.
Yes.
Okay. A different word, provide, is used in the second bullet point, which relates purely to the quantum of floor space and retail use on the site. This has got nothing to do with occupiers. That's dealt with by a different part of the policy.
I'm not asking you about occupiers. Please listen to the question. When it says provide at least the amount of retail floor space currently on the site, what I'm asking you is, has that got anything to do with the independent retailers that currently exist? Yes or no?
And my answer to that is no, it's a different consideration.
I get that. So I've got that. So then the next question is that it's completely also irrelevant what those particular retailers are doing currently on site from your perspective.
Well, that particular bullet point, yes, because that point is dealt with elsewhere.
Fine. In terms of the health check, should we just bring up the health check in your rebuttal, please? Yeah. This is, I think, in your first part of your rebuttal. Appendix. Bear with me.
On my proof.
I felt like it was part of the appendix to your proof. Yes, not your rebuttal. Your actual appendix.
Yes, appendix B, I think.
It's appendix B, paragraph page 50 is the SWOT analysis.
Yeah.
It begins. Yes, it begins on page 39, appendix B.
Yeah, do you want to give me the paragraph number?
Yes.
I'm on a
So
copy. I've got paragraph 3.26.
No, I'm going to start with. I'm going to start with the list of occupiers, and then I'll highlight a couple and then I'll come back to. So the list of occupiers begin at 2.12 on page 43, and then this is the existing occupiers as updated on September 2025.
Yeah,
and then if you scroll down to the health check that begins at 3.1 on page 46.
Yeah.
And it tells us the town centre has a vitality and vibrancy which gives its character that is distinctive from many other town centres. The high proportion of independent retailers, growing nighttime economy, etc. And then it also focuses on creative industries and cultural events anchored in the Bussey building, etc. Now, again, your conclusion, hopefully we can take this quickly, is that the centre is demonstrably healthy.
Yes.
And you have a current vacancy of about 11%.
Yep.
And that is against a sort of average of 15%.
Yeah, it's below the national average.
So we have a demonstrably healthy centre that has a lower than national average vacancy. Yes?
Yes.
And so when we think about this idea of you rebalancing it, the baseline is that it's pretty healthy, it's doing quite well, and it's got a vacancy rate that is less than what you might find elsewhere.
It's a demonstrably healthy centre in my view.
So insofar as there's a need to rebalance it,
What do you mean? Can you clarify what you mean by rebalance?
well, you talk about rebalancing it away from retail towards workspace.
Okay, fine.
For example, the point being that the baseline is that it doesn't require any rebalancing. It's already quite healthy, and it's already quite, in your words, doing pretty good from compared to many other town centres.
Yeah, I agree. My evidence indicates that the town centre is doing pretty well. It's demonstrably healthy, but we need to be cognizant, as set out in the London plan, etc., that town centres are changing. They need to adapt. They need to diversify to ensure that they are appropriately successful in the future and remain healthy. And as part of that need to remain healthy in the future, there's a need for those town centres to evolve. And as part of that evolution even, is through the diversification of uses and being perhaps a little less reliant on retail, and to attract alternative main town centre uses into town centres.
Okay. I understand that.
Yeah.
But the point is that we're starting from a baseline that is pretty healthy.
Yeah.
We're starting from a baseline of a pretty low vacancy rate compared to elsewhere.
Yeah.
And then when we get to this idea of rebalancing it away from workspace, my learner friend has dealt with this idea of workspaces and its relationship to main town centres. But the thing I wanted to pick up with, as a matter of fact, the site-specific policy that we've been looking at doesn't specifically mention that workspace is what's needed moving forward.
It doesn't specifically require the provision of workspace, but as set out in National Planning Policy, the Southwark Plan and London Plan, the principle of workplace being located anywhere within this town centre is supported by planning policy.
Okay, and again, I'm focusing on what we're dealing with here as a site-specific point, and insofar as there is any evidence for that rebalancing away from retail towards workspace, what evidence do we have that there is a particular need for that rebalancing in this location?
Well,
do we have any evidence for
we have a
that?
stack of evidence submitted as part of the plan application in the main town centre use strategy, which is appended to the plan.
All workspaces.
That sets out the requirement to diversify the.
No, Mr.
Let me finish.
Mr. Olsen, you're not answering the question.
I am answering.
You're not answering the question.
I am. So let me finish. There's an evidence base that encourages the diversification of main town centre uses in town centres. Workspace is a defined main town centre use. Annex 2 to the MPPF, there's a similar definition in the Southwark Plan and the London Plan. There is no obligation in planning policy to demonstrate need for office uses or indeed any other main town centre use in a town centre. As I said, no requirement to demonstrate need. As a consequence, we have not included evidence of specific need for workspace as a specific main town centre use as part of the application.
So back to my question, you have not presented any evidence for a need for the workspace.
Because there is no
requirement. Answer the question first.
No, I'm going to qualify it because
you need an answer before you can qualify it.
The answer is no. The reason is because there's no development plan policy requirement to demonstrate need for workspace in this location.
But there is a development plan policy that says you need to provide at least, if not more, retail floor space.
I agree with that, but the development plan policy does not resist the provision of workspace on this site. It is an appropriate use as a matter of principle.
The reason why it's important is because you're providing a net loss of retail floor space and you want to introduce a workspace for which you have not presented any evidence. That's the point here.
We've demonstrated evidence of the need to diversify the mix of uses in the town centre.
Still with retail, and I want to deal with this point about, and again, my learner friend has dealt with whether retail means offices, so I'm not going to labour that point. But just in this question that you keep repeating, and you repeat it again, that there was a suggestion that a bus station proposal could come forward to compensate for any retail loss. Do you remember that?
There's no compensation.
No. Do you remember saying that? I haven't asked you a question, so
I don't remember using the word compensate or compensation.
Okay. You have suggested that there could be a potential development on the bus station.
Yes.
To deal with any loss of retail or not?
No, there is a requirement in the site allocation. Again, requirements is the phrase that requires active frontages onto Peckham High Street. Now, typically, that would involve a main town centre use, whether that be retail or leisure or what have you. So there is an opportunity for further retail to potentially be brought forward on the bus station land if TfL have the appetite to bring forward that land.
As matters stand, insofar as it's being suggested there could be something that comes forward on the bus station that could deal with a retail point, where we are now, there is no evidence of that. It's purely speculative. We don't have any evidence from TfL. And insofar as this inspector is concerned, your scheme has to wash its own face based on what you've provided here and now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. And as I mentioned before, we're making, we're not hiding from this change in the mix of uses and the contour of non-residential uses on the site. We feel very strongly it's the right thing to do, having regard to the changing nature of town centres and the need for them to remain resilient and adapt to the changing nature of retail, leisure and other town centre uses in the future, not just now, but over the lifetime of the development.
Okay, I'll move on to the next elements here of where we are. Dealing with the displacement of the businesses, please.
Mr. Mohammed, I'm just thinking about timings. Do you have long left?
I've got another 5 minutes, if that's all right.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to fit in re-examination.
Of course, yeah, of course, of course. Just dealing with the displaced businesses, in your rebuttal, you deal with this on page 14, 3.7.
Paragraph 3.7?
I think so. Yes, paragraph 3.7.
In my rebuttal?
I think so. I've got it here as where you have revisited this issue of the two businesses for Just For You and Factory Outlet. Have I got the wrong reference?
It's a little bit later, I think.
Is it? Um, 3.7 of, I think your appendix is what I meant. The existing small shops.
In my appendix to my proof?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Existing small shops.
Give me 1 second.
It's an is it as an appendix to the rebuttal? Yes, I think it's an appendix to the rebuttal.
I've got this is about convenience retail. Paragraph.
Yes, the bit that begins, I have revisited measured floor space evidence. 3.7 existing small shops.
We're in different places here.
Page 13 of 113. I've got, let me have a look at what I've got here.
So are we in appendix B to my proof?
I think this might be your proof, appendix 2 or 1. The one that is 113 as opposed to the one that's 500.
I'm on the hard copy, so do you want me to jump on?
Sorry, say that again.
Rebuttal. Okay. Okay, so which paragraph do you want in the rebuttal?
Well, I've got it at 3.7 of your rebuttal.
Okay, I'm talking about measured floor space evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
3.7 of your rebuttal. I've got that. Here, you're saying that you have revisited the measured floor space, and I just want to deal with something you said in your chief, just on 15B, Just For You and Factory Outlet.
Yeah.
And this is the definition of whether or not they qualify as a small shop.
Oh, right. Yes, I'm with you now.
Remember that? So I just want to deal with, I know what we know what SP 32 says. We know the definition of what that is. But here you're saying you're not clear, maybe.
Yes.
And I just wanted to, have you got Mr. Holloway's
we're including them. We're treating them as if they were small shops for the Section 106 provisions.
Okay, so why does it still say not clear, maybe?
Because for the purposes of the definition of the Southwark Plan, it's a bit of an odd definition. It's 80 square metres GIA excluding storage.
Yes.
And the data that I have is GIA, which includes storage.
Oh.
So what I've suggested, these two units, 15B and 16, have got GIA. One is 82.9 and one is 93. So previously, I discounted them, sir, because they were more than 80 square metres. But then on re-looking at the definition that excludes storage, I've said, you know what, they might be.
Okay. Do you have the appendix 1 of Mr. The evidence that was presented by Mr. Holloway, where he included the email from Berkeley Homes?
Well, let me open it up so I'm looking at the right thing. So can you tell me the CD reference?
Yes, CD reference 815. 815 of Mr. Holloway's proof.
Do you know if it's part 1 or part 2?
It's the CD reference is 815, and that's where the appendices are. And then if you go on
is it
to
part 2 or part 1? Do you know?
dash two.
Okay, lovely, thank you.
And then page 13 of 18 on the PDF.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Here we go, 14th of January.
And this is from Berkeley Homes, 14th of January of this year. First sentence. Further to your most recent email, please note that there are 3 stores with a GIA of less than 80 square meters, excluding storage, and that includes just for you and factory outlet. So this was known in January of this year.
The email from Berkeley Homes sets out that as far as Berkeley Homes is concerned.
But you didn't see this?
I don't recall seeing this email. I may have done, but it doesn't matter because we are accepting them as
no, you're accepting them now, but you've just told us that you didn't have the evidence, but your clients had the evidence as far back as January of 2025, and it's taken you kicking and screaming to get to this point.
Well, I wouldn't quite say kicking and screaming. However, we are in agreement for the purposes of which units will be subject to the small shops policy provisions.
The point for us as a local action group is that we've been telling you this for ages, for a significant period of time, and only in your rebuttal do you for the first time acknowledge this issue and now include it in the section 106. And the explanation you've just given to this inspector is we weren't sure what the measurements were. Your clients were aware, and they're the signatories to the section 106, aren't they? And they were aware as far back as January.
Apparently so.
Final point.
It doesn't matter because they're.
Well, it matters to your credibility. I'm sorry, it does matter to your credibility and your inability to include things that you should have known when you should have known them. But now you claim it doesn't matter because you've accepted it. But if that sort of thing was available to you earlier on, you wouldn't have been able to. If you knew then, we wouldn't be able to deal with these points up to this point. That's the point.
Well, no, I don't agree that it has an effect on my credibility. In the absence of the data and factual information, I've reached an assertion in my proof as to which shops fall below 80 square meters. As I said.
Final point about off-site relocation. You said in chief that, and my learner friend has dealt with this, about what you know now and what you might know in 5 years' time and all the rest of it. But I just wanted to pick this up. One of the things that you said was earlier on in chief that actually the off-site relocation of some of these developments would actually be good for them because of the fact that they'll be taken away from the disruption and what's going on site, something along those lines.
That was when we were talking about the opportunity for temporary reprovision.
Yes.
During
yes, that's the point. That was the point. Yeah. So what I was trying to understand there was, have you actually undertaken an assessment of whether this type of temporary relocation is appropriate for the individual businesses, and have you got an assessment of that?
I haven't personally. It has been considered by the architects and the client team as to the practicalities and feasibility of providing temporary provision on the site. And my understanding, sir, is that due to the tightly constrained nature of the site, there just simply isn't space.
Sir, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Harris, would you like to re-examine?
Yes, you'll need the NPPF, the PPG on viability, CD42, which is the local plan, and CD31, which is a report to committee. Can we start with the NPPF, please? And you asked a number of questions about paragraph 11 of the NPPF. You remember those?
I do.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask you questions about the legal meaning of that, but can we look at footnote 8, please?
Yeah.
Footnote 8 comes into play where policies are most important for determining the application are out of date. Footnote 8, it says this includes for applications involving the provision of housing, situations where the local planning authority cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites, brackets, or where the housing delivery test indicates that the delivery of housing was substantially below the less than 75% of the housing requirement over the previous 3 years. Now, by the time of the inspector's decision in this case, are either or both or none of those situations potentially relevant to the circumstances of the case?
11D would apply if the housing delivery test gives out a score of less than 75%, and equally if the inspector was minded to agree that the council doesn't have a 5-year housing land supply. 11D would also apply. In that situation, the decision-making framework changes in that it tips the balance in favour of the proposal and requires a balanced judgment to be undertaken.
Okay, thank you. Next, and separate from that, you said to my learned friend, if there's no 5-year land supply, the weight to be given to provision of housing overall would be increased.
Absolutely, yes.
Why do you say that?
Because it's demonstrating that the need isn't being met, and we need to do more to meet the need moving forwards by identifying and bringing forward additional sites and making them deliverable.
Now, Mr. Ibbott, in his proof of evidence, concludes only moderate weight because of the existence of a 5-year land supply. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you here when he gave his evidence?
Yes.
And where he agreed that he'd need to alter the moderate weight upwards if there were no 5-year land supply?
Yes.
Why do you think he came to that conclusion?
Because the need is there, as sort of what I just said, sir, that there is a much greater need, particularly moving forwards. There aren't enough sites that are deliverable to meet the need over the next 5 years, so we need to bring forward more sites. Right. It basically means that anything that does come forward has a much greater benefit, and much more weight should be placed on that as a consequence.
Thank you. We saw from the PPG that it's for local planning authorities robustly to demonstrate their 5-year land supply in hearings such as this, inquiries such as this. First, please, Nyes Wharf.
Yeah.
On the evidence before the inquiry, is there any prospect of delivery on Nyes Wharf in the next 5 years?
No. And that is set out in the planning application documentation that we've submitted, which confirms that Berkeley Homes, the landowner and the developer, will not be implementing and delivering that planning permission because it's not a viable proposition in the current circumstances. A brand new plan application has been submitted to attempt to resolve that, but that will not be delivered within the next 5 years. So the 153 homes that is retained has been included within the council's 5-year housing land supply in the version that was shared the other day. Should be reduced by 153.
Thank you. And just if you take that one off, have they got a 5-year land supply?
No.
Thank you. The fact that the evidence establishes that there's no prospect of dwelling in the 5 years was put to Mr. Ibbott yesterday. Do you understand him to challenge that in any way, shape or form?
No, he agreed.
Thank you. Next, please, Canada Water. Same question. What's the evidence before the inquiry that as to whether that site is deliverable in the next 5 years?
There's a Section 73 application pending determination which confers that that development is not fundable, it's not viable, and it's not going to be delivered as a consequence. It has stalled. So that is not deliverable in the next 5 years.
Any challenge to that from Mr. Ibbott, or did he accept it?
No, he accepted.
Thank you. And the third thing, please, there's an entire category of cases where the local authority accepts there's no planning permission.
Yes.
Where there's no planning permission, where does the onus lie to establish that the sites will come forward in the 5-year land period?
The definition in Annex 2 of the NPPF places the onus squarely on the local planning authority to provide the evidence to demonstrate that sites without planning permission are deliverable over the next 5 years. No evidence has been provided to demonstrate their deliverability, and in round numbers, that's about 2,500 homes sit within that kind of category.
Thank you. And is there any consideration of that category selection on a case-by-case basis, either by Mr. Ibbott or by the people who not before the inquiry, in terms of those putting together the AMR?
No evidence has been provided on a sort of site-by-site or considered basis to demonstrate deliverability or otherwise.
Thank you. That's the end of that case point. Next, please. The sort of general heading here is, should a proposal be refused because it should provide more affordable housing than is set out by Policy H5 and other policies?
No, policy
just bear with me, because that's the heading. Here's the question. Here's the question. How is a decision maker to decide how to burden a site with affordable housing requirement and to what extent?
It has to follow the development plan. The development plan key policy is London Plan Policy H5, read in conjunction with Southwark Plan Policy B1, which are pretty consistent.
Right. Well, they both use the term reasonable maximum provision.
Yes.
Is there any good reason why two London development plan documents which use that same term should come up with a different test, affordable homes?
No.
Is there any other methodology identified which would allow the inspector to come to a different reasonable maximum provision, or whatever it's called, in order to judge whether the reasonable maximum position was insufficient?
No, there is no other mechanism or policy to deal with that point.
Thank you very much. That's the end of that. Can we go to PPG next, please, on viability? You were taken to a number of paragraphs here.
I need to download it, sorry.
All right.
Okay.
And you remember it was put to you that ordinarily that when you're looking at a plan, that you should assume the plan is up to date in terms of viability unless there's good reason not to.
Yes.
Remember that? What you weren't taken to is, and it's not a criticism because it can't be taken to the whole lot, but paragraph 5, which says, why should strategic sites be assessed for viability in plan making?
Yes, I got that.
Is the application site, in this case, a strategic site?
I'd say so, due to its scale.
Thank you very much. Were you here when Mr. Levine said, this site has never been the subject of a viability assessment, neither so far as he was aware originally, but definitely not in the up-to-date development plan?
That's right. So in the BNP Paribas viability review of the whole plan, it tests sort of hypothetical sites in different locations at different scales across different parts of the borough. It doesn't specifically test the viability of NSP 74.
Thank you. Now, if it's not been tested through the development plan, how important is it properly to understand the viability of the development of a site, particularly bearing in mind the subject to viability position set out in the both limbs of the development plan?
Well, it's really important. It's the crux of the policy requirement in terms of delivery of affordable housing. The evidence base acknowledges that there's likely to be sites across the borough that aren't going to be viable at 35%. Hence, the planning policies in both the Southwark Plan and the London Plan are subject to viability. So the role of viability in decision making in determining the maximum reasonable level of affordable housing is absolutely critical. That is the determining consideration.
Thank you. Next point, please. My learned friend put to you on a number of occasions in a number of different ways, once granted for this site, the opportunity's gone forever to meet local needs. Or once it's gone, the 88% affordable housing is not going to be capable of being addressed. Do you remember that line of questioning? Okay. In one of your answers to my learned friend, you said, well, you've got to consider the review mechanisms.
Yes.
Can we look, please? What is the estimated time of delivery of this development at this location going forward?
It's several years, sir.
Yeah. If there is an enhancement in the market position in that 7 years, does that enhancement fail to be captured by the development and its Section 106 agreement?
No, sir. There's early, mid, and late stage reviews in the Section 106 agreement. They follow a pretty standard approach to Section 106 obligations in London, where should the viability of the scheme improve over the course of the delivery of the development, it will trigger additional affordable housing contributions following a standard methodology of calculating whether or not the scheme can provide additional affordable housing. So 12% is not the end of the story. That will be retested as we go through the process to determine if the scheme can provide more.
And if there are blue uplands where the sun shines and there is significant economic growth and value growth and maybe even costs start falling, how does the review mechanisms operate to reconsider what is the reasonable maximum provision over the lifetime of the permission?
But it retests viability, and if the scheme is more viable in the future than it has been assessed to be now, it triggers additional affordable housing contributions. And in the first instance, with the early and mid stage, that would be additional affordable housing provision on site, following the terms that we'll go through in detail, no doubt, in the Section 106 roundtable in due course, sir.
Thank you very much. And if planning permission is refused now, what is there to review?
Well, nothing. There will be no scheme. There'll be no 867 homes for households who otherwise won't have anywhere to live, and there'll be no 77 affordable homes for households who are in desperate need of somewhere to live.
So, I think the underlying premise of both the Malone Friends questions was, well, let's wait and see what happens. There might be something brighter around the corner. If there is something brighter around the corner, what's the very purpose of the review mechanism?
It is to capture any improvement to viability around the corner over the next few years. And if market conditions do improve, there will be more affordable housing on the site. And that is controlled by the legal agreement and the planning obligations to make sure that additional affordable housing can be provided. And it all comes down to the maximum reasonable level.
Thank you. Just two more things to cover. So I'm minded to press on unless you say otherwise. In terms of the retail, a number of points were put to you about what was in place now and why you couldn't be certain now about certain provisions. Can you pick up the report to committee, please, which deals exactly with this point? Paragraph 112. Overall, whilst the business relocation strategy does not currently fully comply with policy P33, given the construction timescales involved, officers do not recommend that this should have formed a reason for refusal. With the exception of the Morrison's petrol station, all of the existing businesses are located in the shopping centre, which the applicant does not expect to have vacant possession of until January 2030, following the completion of phase 1. Given that this is almost 4.5 years into the future and the requirements of the business could change during that time, it is reasonable to have these detailed discussions closer to the time, provided that the businesses have sufficient time to plan for the change. If planning permission is granted on appeal, officers would seek to secure an ongoing business relocation strategy as a planning obligation and would also request that following additional measures are secured. I'll come to those in a minute, but in terms of the business relocation strategy, is that what the negotiations with officers has been about in the last 6 months?
Yes.
Yes. Look at the bullets, please. I'm not going to read them all out. They're there for everybody to see. But could you say to the inspector whether those additional measures that are there set out are now in substance provided in terms of the Section 106 agreement?
Yeah, so they will provide for us planning obligations.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay. I think two very quick points. First point, Malone Fred, Mr. Mohammed raised the issue of what would happen if the application were refused, and you raised the potential of the site being a trading asset. What did you mean by that?
It operates as a shopping centre at the moment with the Morrisons on it, and there is one scenario would be it will just continue as is, and therefore not deliver what the site allocation, what the development plan is seeking the site to deliver, and to me that would be harmful.
Thank you. Last question, please. Can you go to the development plan and to policies P32 and P33? Two questions. When we were looking at P32, my learned friend Mr. Turney referred to its component parts as requirements. Remember that?
Yeah.
Look, please, to paragraph 1. Developments must retain small shops where existing small shops are at risk of displacement from a development. There should be full consideration of the feasibility of providing affordable and suitable space for existing occupiers in the completed development.
Yes.
Replacement shops should be like for like, etc. Is it expressed as an absolute requirement or something else?
No, it's a requirement to give consideration to the feasibility, and that's what we've done.
Sorry to interrupt, but we had an answer on this, and he gave it very clearly. He said he accepted that the must in the first line is a requirement.
Yeah, well, I've read the whole thing out, and I've asked whether it is an absolute requirement, and I'm expecting an answer.
So you've got an answer on that he accepted that the first part of the policy required the retention of the small shops.
Yes, and I'm asking him about the second sentence. There should be full consideration of the feasibility of providing affordable and suitable space for existing occupiers in the completed development.
So, as you'll know, we haven't had any shortage of qualification from Mr. Alston. I asked my questions. He gave the answers. I didn't need to go further on that.
You didn't know, but I'm entitled to ask him about the development plan when read as a whole, and this policy as read as more than just a single first sentence. So just answer the question as concisely as you can, please.
You have to ask the question again, Mr. Harris.
I'm going to leave the question at this time, and we can make submissions on that. Don't you worry. Look at.
Must retain small shops. There was the phrase. Do you remember? That's what the cross-examination was about. Must
All
retain.
right, I'll ask the question because my learned friend is making a point here. There should be full consideration of the feasibility of providing affordable and suitable space for existing occupiers in the completed development. Your view as to whether that sentence is completely otiose or whether it means something?
It requires full consideration of the feasibility to be considered.
Thank you. Then look at 32 and 33 together. I know you know them well. Do any of those policies, please, do any of those policies contemplate the necessary potential for businesses to be displaced as a result of the regeneration of the Aylesham Centre?
Well, the NSP 74 requires a comprehensive redevelopment, so as a consequence, there will be some disruption, probably displacement, in order to deliver the allocation. And the first part of policy P33 deals with the eventuality of businesses being displaced.
Thank you.
The purpose of P33 is to deal with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So those are the questions I ask.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Alston. No further questions from me. We'll adjourn there, and Mr. Ham.
I just had a small request, and I've spoken to my learned friends. If you're amenable to start at 10 tomorrow instead of 9:30, only because it will make my home life a bit easier.
Yes, no objections to a 10 o'clock start tomorrow. We'll discuss the conditions and the planning obligation. So we'll adjourn there. Thank you.
Good.